What do you think about skill-based matchmaking? So, for those of you not familiar, skill-based matchmaking, or SBMM, is where games like Call of Duty will dynamically change which lobbies you're being placed into, and will place you in there based on like your KD, based on playtime level, that type of thing. And the developer's idea is that it makes sure that every player ends up in a lobby consistently that's challenging. You know, you're not ending up with like a professional player playing against 12-year-olds. The professional player will be playing with other professional players or people who are on their level, roughly. And so it should make every game difficult and challenging. That's the idea behind it. For players, often it just feels like every game is sweaty, every game is difficult, there's no chill anymore, you don't get to just curb stomp people. Every game you have to be on your best behavior, and so a lot of players don't like it. That's there, so if everybody can go in and vote. The reason I'm pulling this up, and we'll look at the results here in just a minute while you guys vote on that. The reason I wanted to bring this up is because the devs of Call of Duty, they went over to Reddit and didn't ask me anything in the AMA, and they took questions ahead of time, and pretty much all of the questions were about skill-based matchmaking. It's, you know, guys, just address skill-based matchmaking. I can't generate an enjoyable experience playing with my less skilled friends as they get dragged into my lobbies, which are inevitably always filled with sweats. Please address this, as the community has already notated it as the biggest issue plaguing the industry at the moment. Can you tell us everything about the matchmaking practices going on? I feel like I'm playing every time out of my region, and every match feels and plays like a final tournament. I think casual multiplayer playlists should not feel like that or feel like work. Will you be turning down skill-based matchmaking? It's exhausting going against sweats, tryhards 90% of the games. I get one game of casual play, but do pretty good, then I'm off to the races once again. Why don't you guys get rid of skill-based matchmaking in public matches? Blah, blah, blah. Like, it's all over the place. People constantly bringing this up. And there's been articles written, like this one from Games Radar. Wanting an even playing field in your online lobbies isn't a skill issue. This is an opinion piece, to be clear. It's pretty simple. Skill-based matchmaking improves first-person shooters for most players. The idea just being that for every time that you play against a noob or somebody that you curb stomp, you're having a great time. Those other people are not. The person being stomped on is having a really bad time. So the idea is it gives everyone a similar experience. Now the critics would be like, who cares? If everybody's experience is the same, doesn't help because the experience is bad, right? Like, didn't actually do anything. So your responses that you guys have voted on thus far are as such. 55-ish% of you say remove it in unranked but keep it in ranked, which is my personal stance, and I'll explain why in a moment. 22% of you say I like it, makes sense. 13% say you don't care, and 10% of you say it sucks, remove it. The reason why I take the stance of remove it in unranked but keep it in ranked is because in unranked, if you remove skill-based matchmaking and it is just a total free-for-all, it's just a toss-up. You go in, you're playing unranked, you might get some very sweaty players. You might play against a pro that gets 50 kills in the lobby, sure. But chances are you won't, because people that are really good at the game often are grinding ranked modes, so you're not going to see them in casual matches very often. So that's one thing. You know, I think that it would address that. And secondly, it would just open everything up to just randomized matches, and it would be fine. And if you want consistently difficult and challenging matches, just put it in a ranked mode. It doesn't have to be that complicated. Now, the thing with all of this is, like, if everybody agrees on this and everybody's saying that, like, you should be getting rid of skill-based matchmaking, why don't they do it? Well, it's either just incompetence, or it's that they have stats that are demonstrating this is actually something that's a net positive for players. And this is something we've seen in the past with other games where it's not common sense. It goes against your intuitions, where sometimes something that players don't like or say they don't like actually leads to more consistent engagement, more consistent playtime hours. It could be the case that when you have skill-based matchmaking, people play more matches than if they're able to just curb stomp on everybody in random matches. I don't know though, but this is part of the thing, is that they haven't said this. Like, they'll say stuff like, I think it wasn't Sledgehammer Games, it was maybe when Warzone first dropped or something like that, but one of the devs said that they did skill-based matchmaking testing and they found that consistently it led to players playing more often for longer periods of time. So even though they said they didn't like it, they were playing the game more as a result of it, so they're keeping it. And I would love to see the data for that. Like, I would just find it so fascinating. But we've said many times before on this channel that often perception is more important than reality, or as some people say, perception is reality. Because if the perception is that skill-based matchmaking is killing the game, they have to address it. Like, they have to deal with that. And if they want some quick brownie points, they can get rid of it in public lobbies and do some testing with it, whatever. I will say it is freaking hilarious to me that you'll see professional streamers and COD players bitching about skill-based matchmaking, and it's like, let's be honest, like, you just want to be able to hop on stream and play games where you're curb stomping on people with like a 1 KD or a 1.5 KD because you have a 6 KD, you know, like, shut up. You know, nobody feels bad for you that, oh no, you have a little bit of challenge and you're a world-class player. You know, I respectfully don't give a shit, but for like the average consumer, I can see why they would want to try and match it up a little more consistently than that. But that's why, again, I think just removing it, as the majority of you guys voted,
only
I think
33.
if you just removed it from unranked, put it in ranked.
I don't think zombies
it
count.
fixes all the problems, and everybody can be happy. If you want just the casual experience where it's a free-for-all, go in unranked, whatever. If you want a not very challenging experience, go in ranked. Or if you want a really challenging experience, you go in ranked and it'll be consistently challenging. If you want the free-for-all, you can do that in unranked. Easy peasy. You can just open it up. Just do an audio. Use that VCN. Yeah. Activision said that skill-based matchmaking exists in COD since 2010.
That is so
11,
fucking strong.
But it was weaker than
Love
it is
that.
now. Well, and they had much fewer players than now. I mean, now these games are bigger than now. They love their numbers and not player fun in a balanced way, I suppose. Yeah, well, it's something that a lot of developers have spoken to recently. There's that Gabe Newell interview just the other day where he just described how when they were developing the original Half-Life games,
Let me try it here. There's a lot of zombies
just because
here.
something's realistic doesn't mean that it's fun. Just because something might make sense in one context doesn't mean it'll make for a good video game or a fun video game. And I think that's really valid. Like, there's a difference between realism, there's a difference between
I need zombies.
Giving customers
Enemies.
maybe what they think they want and what's actually going to be the most fun at the end of the day. That's why, you know, game designers are experts in their own field. I mean, it's not as simple as just throwing a game together. With all this, I mean, it's still just so funny that they refuse seemingly to talk about it, because it seems like it should be a layup. Like, just talk about it openly, and if players really want no skill-based matchmaking, just remove it for the easy brownie points. Like, why not? And then if it doesn't work, you can introduce it again. Like, but just do that. But let's be honest, I think Activision Blizzard at this point, they are very, very fractured as a studio. Like, the quality of their work is so inconsistent. It's crazy. Who's trusting them to do anything? Demons, I would be happy if they showed anything or talk about it, let alone remove it from pubs. I thought it was for safety for people that struggle playing games, but it's not fun even for casuals. Well, yeah, it makes it so casuals hop in the lobby
mayhem,
and they might have one really easy match, but if they do well, they will then immediately get slingshotted up the ranks into a more difficult lobby, and so then they get curb stomped. So it's just this yo-yo between doing okay in a match and then getting curb stomped and then doing pretty good and then curb stomped and then doing pretty good and curb stomped. And it's just a constant fluctuating thing that isn't very fun. Which is why I think what we have now is just the worst case scenario for both. Like, it's not the best of both worlds, it's the worst of both worlds. Like, just pick one and stick to it. Like, it just drives me crazy. Skill-based matchmaking thinks I'm better than I am. It can feel like that for sure. Not even pro players like Scum have a 6 KD due to skill-based matchmaking. Well, and I think that was their goal, was to reduce the peak of the peak. Because let's be honest, like, what was that? Hold on, let me
brainstorming location.
There was,
what the fuck is that?
Like, what happened in this match, like he goes in, and if this is the match I'm thinking of, which it might, no, it might be. I think this is Verdansk. What he did is he goes into quads playing solo. So he's a one-person team, and he's fighting teams of 4. And he's doing that because at this particular point in the game's history, basically what would happen is
Oh, with the weapons provided.
they would take the KD of the team and like average it.
Never
But
mind.
for him, it would mean that he could basically end up in lobbies with teams with really low
And we gotta find
KDs
enemies.
because he was only one person and the other team was 4, so they'd be averaged differently. That's my understanding, which is why the lobby he's in is so much easier. Like if he has, say, a 3 KD or a 4 KD, you would think he'd be playing against other 4 KD players, but no, he's playing against 1 KD players because they divide his by 4 for the squad of 4, even though he's playing alone, right? So he goes in and just curb stomps people that are significantly worse than him. And you see by the end of the match, he's all the way up at 59 kills, and he finishes this out with 60 kills. And it's pretty much because he's, what is it, boosting? I think it's boosting when you you artificially drop your KD so you get into easier lobbies. Like, it's basically what this is. Still, Aiden is a world-class player. I mean, he's an amazing player, there's no doubt. But the only reason he was able to get this record break was because of how this matchmaking system handled KDs and stuff, and it just kind of broke. And so
He's just chilling.
like, I think Activision developers look at this and see this as a problem because one guy is going into a lobby with more casual players and ruining their day by just curb stomping on them, you know, for some quick views and stuff. Reverse boosting, it's called. Okay, reverse boosting. I can understand why they look at this and they see this as a problem. The question is whether skill-based matchmaking fixes it. And what very well could be the case is that this is just a very vocal minority. It could be that the vast majority of players don't see this as that big of a deal. A lot of casual players might not even know what skill-based matchmaking is.
Pulled him out of the car.
And, you know, they don't really care, and they're just having a good time playing the game. I don't think skill-based matchmaking is what's killing Call of Duty. What's killing Call of Duty is its like Fortnite-ification with them trying to get in here and turn everything into Fortnite. But that's just me. Like, look at that. The fact that he's still alive after that, when they're driving straight, he's the only one in the car in the driver's seat, and they don't shoot him. Like, I'm not very good at these games. In my lobbies, if I was in this car, I would be dead. I would be shot out of this instantly. So like he's in a lobby that is like, and look at these people charging. Like, who charges up the stairs with like that? Like, granted this is 2 years ago, but I don't think players have been that dull for I just don't see that as a thing. You know, like, he's in a very, very easy lobby, way weaker than him. But this is what can happen if you don't have something like skill-based matchmaking. So I think skill-based matchmaking is trying to address a serious, like an actual problem, a real problem. But like, I still think that you could have a solution that keeps both parties happy, where if you want to play matches like this and it's a total free-for-all, you can go unranked. But at the end of the day, I mean, maybe with all of this, it is just about preservation of the casual player, because they're the ones that mostly will suffer. And so maybe
what happened to my notoriety?
It's just like they've looked at the numbers and they've seen that casual gamers are overwhelmingly the ones that spend money on the games, so they should just keep the casual players more happy. And maybe that's the whole play. Maybe that's the whole thing. Playing against better players when I was younger made me a better player today, but with skill-based matchmaking, I'm not getting better. I play people the same as me. Well, listen, I mean, I always feel like when I pop into the skill-based matchmaking servers, I always feel like personally I'm immediately going up against people that are a good bit better than me. Which, like, it's challenging. It keeps the game engaging, but yeah, I can see why people get frustrated with it. Yeah, Lucas.
Who the fuck is running over me?
In random matchmaking, you get curb stomped by 3 players. In skill-based matchmaking, you get curb stomped by everyone. Yeah, and one of the big problems with SBMM is bad connections. Well, perhaps that's one of the secret, or not so secret, problems with all of it, is when they're trying to match you up with similar KD players and stuff. If they're like, hey, we only have this chunk of people that have would fit into this tier of player with these other players, they have to pull them from farther and farther away to toss them in a lobby together, and so the ping times are all over the place. Connections are varied. You know, if you have a game that has like 44 million players actively, like in a single day, like Fortnite had, then it's probably not a problem. But I don't know. Does Fortnite even have skill-based matchmaking? Having a harder match and winning it gives you good emotions, and that means you're gonna play the game again. Yeah, and I think it also players maybe are just more likely to stay in the game and spend money when they feel like they died fairly against somebody who is just honestly better than them than when they're playing a game and get like absolutely curb stomped by like an Aiden getting a 60 kill game as a solo player in quads. You know, it's maybe I don't know, but it's an interesting issue, and it's one that certainly the devs have thought a lot about. It's just funny that they kind of refuse to talk about it. It seems like they should just have very clear answers. Listen, we've done the research, we have the numbers, this is what the data shows, this is why it works the way it does. We will not take any further questions, that's what it is, suck it. Like, if they just said that, I kind of respect it, okay? But they always beat around the bush, and it's always like, well, we want to make sure everybody has a good time while playing our game. I'm like, show us why it leads to that. Like, come on. Fortnite does have SBMM, it's just overshadowed by the bots in the game. Okay. I will say I have seen a good number of bots for real. It's based off the lowest member of the party, unlike COD. Okay, interesting. I'm a console player on PS5, and I just get matched with full lobbies of PC players constantly. Can't you? I think you can turn that off, can't you? You turn off crossplay, but I mean, then it greatly increases your lobby.
Where'd it
like,
go?
a few times, doesn't it? But do they not let you turn that off anymore? Maybe they did that. Maybe they.
Alright, I'm gonna kill you now.
Did you do that? Overwatch 2 has terrible skill-based matchmaking where if you win like 5 games, there's a chance for top tier players to be in your game warming up for competitors. This is quick play. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, that sucks. Max Hoberman, he said, the ignorance here is infuriating. I see mention of the skill-based matchmaking component I designed for Halo 2 and 3 on this site every
it's
so
dead
often.
already.
It's usually mentioned reverently. But then an outlier jumps in and claims it can't work today. I disagree. What I implemented cleanly divided the space into ranked and unranked matches playlists. Ranked filtered opponents based on level. This was for when you wanted a competitive match, but even then I intentionally allowed variability in the range of levels we matched you with. This variability was a topic of hot debate internally during development 20 years ago. Obviously no one wants to get stomped continuously. On the flip side, it gets dull for most people continuously stomping on others. However, it is fun to have the upper hand some of the
Wait, so this
time.
actually damages vehicles?
By
What the
intentionally
fuck?
allowing the range of skills to match together, we provided 3
Oh,
experiences
nice.
in ranked matchmaking. An easier
And I
one
can
where you
spit
can
on
kick
'em with
butt,
it.
a
Okay.
harder one where you're likely outmatched.
All my vacuum
and an
kills
even
right now, though. Boys.
my theory was that a good mix of these was ideal. Why not always evenly match people, though? My reasoning was that these are actually the most stressful matches of the set. Sure, they're the most fun to watch for spectators. Games come down to the wire. That's because the team that wins is the team that outperforms expectations. The failure of modern skill-based matchmaking, in my humble opinion, is that it's designed to maximize these perfect match scenarios and minimize the others. When it's working, the majority or a majority of games become super tight, super stressful. That's not fun for most players. Where's the variability? The system that I designed for ranked playlists ensured a healthy mix. Sure, it sucks watching your favorite team get their butt kicked, but it comes full circle when they're the ones kicking butt. Throw in tight, evenly matched games every so often, and that's a ton of fun. I haven't even gotten to the unranked playlists yet. I designed these not to factor in skill or level in the search for opponents. Yes, our engineers utilize the same code base
God,
and
big
skill
boy.
level as a search criteria, but we substantially deprioritized it in the matchmaking. We also didn't track skill level globally, only per playlist. The net result was that unranked matchmaking allowed a very wide range of skill levels to match together for what everyone agreed was casual, inconsequential fun. Again, that's the way it should be in my opinion. Since the natural level or skill level distribution of players follows a bell curve,
You guys are
there
killing yourself.
outliers,
Come on.
inherent low skill and high skill players. Characterizing the high skill ones as sweaty teens hopped up on Monster Energy is really disrespectful. Segregating high skill players from the population at large, forcing long wait times on them, is a form of discrimination. Designers should strive to find a way that players of all skill levels can have fun together. Casual, inconsequential, unranked matchmaking is one way. I dabbled with handicap settings and asymmetric game mode.
Shut your
design
eyes,
as
what is
others.
that?
Game devs shouldn't
the
take
essence
the
of
easy
wrath?
way out and default to segregation, though. There's far more that
Is
can be
that-
done. Derogatory views like this among game devs is a cop-out. and a disservice to players. Specifically, he's referring to this Games Radar opinion piece that we looked at.
Oh, I
where
didn't see the
they were
challenge
just
completed.
saying,
I did it.
for tryhards
Nice.
and for like pros and really skilled players to complain about
Low
SBMM.
croaker,
It's like crime you wrote.
tongued
I
targets.
generally take the stance that, again, if you're sitting with a
Boom
3 or
chicka
4 KD and you're
arousals.
asking to
I'll
be
do
put
that.
into lobbies,
I can track it.
with
Oh, nice. Dumb as
noobs
hell.
and novices, I'm like, okay, like, I don't, you're good at the game. Like, congratulations. So I don't find that to be super disrespectful. I'm like, yeah, you're more talented than me. Shut up. But I get what he's saying, and to me, I mean, I think his methodology is precise. Like, I think it's exactly right. Just because on paper and in the stats you might think, okay, well, evenly matched games makes it the most fair. So every game comes down to the wire. That'll make it more fun to watch and to like participate in with regard to like streams and stuff. So we'll do that. Just keep every match super tight. But that isn't necessarily what's fun. The variability is where the fun comes in. And so I can understand that. Yeah, using the word discrimination as if you were talking about someone firing a person for being in a wheelchair is laughable. I will say, like, on a technical level, yeah, word for word, it is discriminatory to treat this group of players differently because they happen to be better at the game. I think that's maybe a little dramatic because the word discrimination brings with it a lot of baggage, let's just say. But I get what he's trying to say, you know. But that's why, again, like, I think the way you get around this, ranked with SBMM, unranked is a free throw. Like, just easy peasy. Easy peasy. Maybe you even can go in and you have easy lobbies.
Yeah,
Like,
it only
I don't know if
works
Fortnite
on
has this, but
actual
maybe you have, like, a
enemies.
kids
God damn
lobby
it.
Where it's like if your KD is below a 1, you're the only people allowed in that lobby. Maybe, like, do something like that, you know? If you have enough players, why not? He took my thing! Red flag, red flag.
16 times the detail.
You hate me working for Altor? The fuck you think you're doing?
Using children and innocence as human shield. Position terrorist tunnels beneath hospitals, schools, mosques, and residential buildings. Lovely to say this after Al Shifa Hospital was raided. A bunch of premature babies died because there was no power to keep them alive. And they didn't find anything. They immediately said, no, actually the headquarters is in a different hospital. And the tunnels beneath the hospital were just built there by Israelis decades ago. Maximize the death of suffering innocent people, Israeli and Palestinian. Yep, that's what Hamas is doing. As long as Hamas clings to its ideology of destruction, a ceasefire is not peace. Yep. So as long as Hamas continues to exist, and keep in mind, it's a ragtag terrorist group, meaning that its existence is completely decentralized and there's no way to actually get rid of it, a ceasefire is not peace, right? We can't do a ceasefire because war on terror shit. Right. To Hamas's members, every ceasefire is time they exploit to rebuild their stockpile of rockets, reposition fighters, and restart the killing by attacking innocent civilians again. An outcome that leaves Hamas in control of Gaza would once again perpetuate its hate into the Palestinian civilians, the chance to build something better for themselves. What a piece of shit, dude. What a fucking monster. Why is he so dumb? He's not dumb, he's cuffed. Netanyahu is unironically a Hitler of this time. Yeah, and Biden is a Chamberlain. Man, I fucking love how liberals write, dude. It's so sickening. It's like you can the fucking saccharine insincerity of it like clings to the roof of your mouth like fucking caramel. In a moment of so much violence and suffering in Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and so many other places, it can be difficult to imagine that something different is possible. But we must never forget the lesson learned time and again throughout our history. Out of great tragedy and upheaval, enormous progress can come. More hope, more freedom, less rage, less grievance, less war. We must not lose our resolve to pursue those goals, because now is when clear
Oh,
vision,
if I kill him,
big
I can
ideas,
still
and
get
political
the
courage are needed
arousal.
most.
Nice.
That is the strategy that my administration will continue to lead. In the Middle East, Europe, and around the globe, every step we take towards that future is progress that makes the world safer, and the United States of
All
America
right, slow your
more
rolls.
secure.
Slow your rolls.
It's fucking corpo speak. It's disingenuous euphemism. You know, it's saying laid off instead of fired. You know, this is like the broader political messaging behind, you know, 20 people dead in a police-related incident, as opposed to a cop shot 20 people. That's all it is. It exists to launder and legitimize fascism. You know.
Come on. Shit.
At least right-wingers don't hide their belief behind this saccharine guff.
He
Yeah,
started
I actually
dancing
agree.
for
I
me.
think that Trump's messaging would be a lot better on this. Trump would be worse in the conflict, but his messaging would be a lot more honest. Trump would basically just go up there and say, you know, Muslims, you know what they are. They like to blow up stuff. They like blowing stuff up. You know, yeah. And he would be very straightforward with it. He would be worse, but at least it would be direct and not this like fucking flare of force shit. You know. Considering liberals are sort of negatively.
Ooh, armored
polarized
vehicles
against
carry a
anything
lot of
Trump
guys.
says, it's possible that
I gotta
Trump's
stop these
presidency
things
right
more
now would
often.
actually lead to more liberals being anti-Israel, because his open collusion with Netanyahu on the subject of genociding Palestinians would look a lot more odious and indefensible to them than Biden's, you know, saccharine horse shit. A ceasefire looks like it might be happening tomorrow. I don't believe it. Thank you, Mohammed Sfiri, with the incredibly detailed information that you provided in this post. A Hamas source tells Al Ghad that, according to the detainee exchange deal with Israel, calm will begin Monday at 11 a.m. Really? You think so? I guess we'll see. Yeah, it could just be a humanitarian pause. Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani said on Sunday that he is confident a deal is close and the gaps between the parties are small and mostly of logistical nature. Sometimes there are changes every hour, one source said. The deal is reached will be implemented in 2 phases, the sources with direct knowledge say. In the first phase, Hamas is to release around 50 women and children in exchange for a 5-day pause in the fighting. As the 5-day pause continues, Hamas will locate more women and children that it claims are being held hostage by other factions so they can be released.
Maybe challenge Satan.
Hamas leader.
Maybe he has a
Why
lot
all
of
women and children?
enemies to
Aren't there
fight.
male hostages? Hamas leader Sinwar is demanding that Israel halt its aerial surveillance of Gaza for 6 hours per day during the pause so that Hamas operatives will be able to locate hostages without being spied on by Israel, the sources said. How could you ever believe that they would do that? Sinwar is also demanding that Israel release all Palestinian women and children held in Israeli prisons, 2 of the sources said. There are roughly 150 Palestinian women and minors held by Israel for taking part in attacks against Israelis. There are far more than 150 Palestinian men and
I'm gonna arouse you.
women and minors held by Israel.
You're gonna dance
No,
for me.
no. This is all like total fucking cap.
Are you
This could
getting
go wrong
aroused?
for 50 million reasons, and at least one of them
He's
is going
not.
to go wrong. We'll see, I guess. I'll be here tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow. It's supposed to be when?
I guess not.
11 a.m. 11 a.m. what time? Their time? So it's actually going to be tonight, right? Current time in Israel. It's midnight in Israel. So in 11 hours? Yeah, so I guess tomorrow morning we'll cover it after it happens.
Let's play. Kill them all.
Oh shit, enemies.
Yeah, it'll
Hold
be
on,
like
boom.
3 a.m.
Let me.
or something. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see. Militants believe the Houthi rebels used helicopter to seize Japanese tanker in Red Sea. What? The attack off the coast of Yemen comes just days after Houthis issued a graphic with captions in Hebrew, Arabic, and English that said, "We will sink your ships." Okay. Well,
Shit.
just being wacky. They thought it was Israeli. I mean, it could just be them being wacky, you know?
Hold on, boom chicka.
What's stopping Israel from violating the ceasefire? Not the ceasefire, the 5-day pause. And nothing. I think that something's going to go wrong at the hostage exchange, or like bombing is going to continue after it, and Israel is either going to deny that
Let me
they
go,
were
I'm trying to
bombing,
get
or they're going to say,
trophy.
oh well, this thing that happened means you broke the pause. So, and then we're going to get a new wave of Western media going like, there was a ceasefire, but it was broken by Hamas militants. Israel has no choice but to nuke all of the West Bank, the West Bank Gaza Strip. Both. Whatever. Yes, Pistachio. Yeah, I've been hearing little bits of information about the conflict in Myanmar. Apparently, the military is starting to suffer from constant rebel attacks.
You can't run from me. Stop this. It's embarrassing.
Benjamin, you are attracting my attention an unwise amount today. I really gotta say.
Yeah, it's getting way more kills in the street.
And like that, the battle had ended. Satan could no longer
Myanmar's army rulers have ordered all government staff and those with military experience to prepare to serve in case of an emergency. Now, it comes after the army reported heavy assaults from insurgents in 3 states. Fighting between rebel soldiers and the military has intensified in Shan State, Kaya State, and Rakhine in the west. Unprecedented coordination between anti-military forces are mounting the biggest challenge by the military to the military government in years. Our anti-military forces released this video yesterday showing wounded army troops surrendering to insurgents in Kaya State. As clashes rage on, several residents have fled across the border into China to seek asylum. Beijing says that it's provided necessary
truck.
assistance and made every effort to treat the sick and the injured.
中方高
Interesting.
度关注缅北的冲突态势，我们始终敦促相关各方尽快停火止战，坚持通过对话协商，以和平的方式解决分歧，避免事态升级。
Hold on. I want to see if there's like a kind of a summary news video that I
Anti-junta rebels in Myanmar have taken control of some border outposts with India after forcing Myanmar army soldiers to flee. Dozens of troops crossed over to India to escape attacks by rebels. The violence in Chin State on the border with India is the latest of 2 new fronts that rebels have opened
A
against.
ceasefire and a pause are not the same goddamn things. Also, chanting ceasefire in unison is a lot more rhetorically strong than constant empty, like, light-handed, you know, maybe there should be a brief break. The ceasefire is very clearly rhetorically associated with an outright end to the conflict, whereas a pause is associated with an opportunity to give humanitarian resources to the Palestinian people. It's a water break. They're not the same.
It's the junta. The other is in Rakhine State. A joint coalition of rebels began a new offensive against the Myanmar army in October, beginning
Oh shit, he
in
got
northern
ran over.
Shan State on the border
Wasn't
with
my fault.
China. The UN now says more than 200,000
you guys can
people
get it.
have been displaced due to the fighting. It's also the most serious.
Guys, 200,000 people have been displaced in a conflict that's been going on for months and months. Isn't it crazy that like 1.5 million Palestinians have been displaced in 1 month for an area as small as the Gaza Strip? The rebels are the good guys here, right? Yes.
Challenge to the junta since it assumed power in a coup in 2021. Serious enough for China to call for a stop to the fighting and for the president of Myanmar to warn that the country could be at risk of breaking apart.
Gunshots ring out at the border between Myanmar and India.
Yeah, this is the rebels apparently rely heavily on 3D printed guns, which is pretty wild. On 3dprint.com, Myanmar rebels rely on 3D printed guns to fight military junta. Oh, that does look like a gun. They released the FGC-9, the Fuck Gun Control 9 design on DefCat in 2020. The weapon features upper and lower receivers, pistol grip, and stock that are all 3D printable, designed
back in the
via
cage.
electrochemical machining. Although the device is estimated to have a single overhead cost of $300 to $500, with an estimated $200 for the printer and $100 for the machining equipment. J-Stark suggested that it took 1.5 to 2 weeks to build. Moreover, since J-Stark posted the weapon, it was shared by others on Odyssey, people have improved the design to make it more customizable and printable, including a 3D printable printer system for fire control. Huh. Dude, can you imagine being like a 3D printing and like Blender nerd and like posting a design online, being like, here you go, and then it ends up being the fucking bedrock like equipment for a fucking rebel force in Myanmar?
Get out. Oh shit. Hold on, I need
The
that
creator
guy.
of that gun was killed under dubious circumstances by the German government. Well, those do sound like gunshots. I'll take a look, Comrade Tyler.
In this episode.
Oh no, I don't want to look at these kinds of YouTube videos. Thank you though.
As rebels in Myanmar fight the military junta.
Herman Miller, Aaron, Kaiju Queen. But you gotta get a
Thousands
foot
of
rest.
people are fleeing the chaos and crossing over into India. Among them, soldiers from Myanmar's military junta. Many soldiers are surrendering to Mizoram State Police. Others arrive injured.
The 3D printers in favor of leaving gun designs completely unregulated are always so insistent that, quote, no one would ever print these to kill or defend too much work. Yeah, it's the same problem that I have with most pro-gun people in America, where I'm a lot more pro-gun than most people, including people in my chat. But at the same time, like, when you talk to your average pro-gun person, they're fucking delusional. They'll say shit like, well, an armed society is a polite society. No, it's fucking not. Or like, the only way to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. That's also untrue. Fuck off. Like, they'll say the stupidest shit to defend guns, as opposed to just like... Because my position on guns in America is largely one which is sort of informed by the fact that American guns are just like a fact of life. There are so many of them that we can't really pretend there aren't.
39 of them surrendered to Mizoram police last evening. As per order from MHA, we hand them over to border guarding force against samurai.
The problem is that I can build something that can do the same amount of damage with $40 worth of materials at Home Depot. I mean, I will not deny like the effectiveness and viability of a gun for mass terror, but I guess, I mean, if a person really wanted to go through all the way in America, why would a person get a 3D gun, a 3D printed gun, when they could just go to Walmart and get a gun? You know?
That they late in the evening. This morning again, we still capture 2 Myanmar army.
And I'm gonna wait. I need your money.
And apart from that, another one is
The guy who made the gun design was a self-described incel who was a Turkish nationalist. Well, yeah. He was into 3D printing. He's got to be some kind of freak, right?
So many zombies.
Within Myanmar, rebel groups have been gaining ground since October. They've taken control of several towns and security outposts in an effort to overthrow the military junta.
Oh yeah.
Rebels seen here from the Myanmar National
What do we got
Democratic
next?
Alliance Army released this footage, showing what they say is a tank abandoned by the junta
No shit.
and a valuable stockpile of weapons now in their possession.
What's up, boys?
Bring
we got some
your enemies
non-plastic
to
guns.
you.
Hell yeah.
And then unleash a big
alright,
exploding
Maybe I'll
ball
learn
at
more about
them.
this
What?
content in the future.
Oh, Last Supper explosive kills. That's gonna take a while. Umbral rifle
While we're
scope
learning about
kills.
stuff,
I'll go for that. I need a gun shop. Hold
the
on.
other major conflict that we haven't been paying much attention to is the Congo, correct? Or wait, I shouldn't say the Congo, right? Because that's like saying the Ukraine or whatever.
See what these things can do.
This is really fun because whenever you learn about anything bad happening in Africa, it's 10 times worse. Well, there are 2 Congos. Yeah, but do either of them go by the Congo? It's DR Congo, right? Democratic Republic of
People
Congo?
fleeing fighting in the Democratic Republic
Yeah.
of Congo. This following renewed conflict between Tutsi-led M23 rebels and militia loyal to the government
Those
in the
goddamn Tutsis.
eastern province of North Kivu. The UN's International Organization for Migration says the number of people who fled their homes has now soared to a record 6.9 million. Most of them, it says, desperately need help to meet their basic needs. As the security situation continues to deteriorate, movements become more frequent and humanitarian needs soar. The IOM is stepping up efforts, saying it urgently needs to deliver help to those most in need. It's described the situation in the DRC as one of the largest internal displacement and humanitarian crises in the world.
Okay, I don't know that much about this, and I could be completely off, but my impression is that after the Rwandan genocide, a bunch of Tutsis fled the country and basically formed like diaspora rebel groups in other nations in the area. No, the Tutsis are the ones that got genocided? No, that's what I mean, like they left.
Where's all the enemies at?
That was the Hutus? The Hutus fled? Did I just completely mix them up in my head? Hold on. Rwanda genocide. Members of the Tutsi minority ethnic group, as well as some moderate Hutu and Twa, were killed by armed Hutu militias.
Shit.
Yeah, the Tutsis were the ones that fled. Yeah. Chat, why would you do that? Why would you make me doubt myself? Well,
All right,
I'm
all right, you
shaky
guys,
enough
get the
knowledge
fuck
on the
outta
subject.
here.
Jesus. Yeah, the Tutsis fled, and a lot of them formed like, yeah, diaspora militia groups. Okay, Hutu doesn't equal Houthis. No. No, very different. Tutsi won because Houthis were too busy.
Oh my
doing
fucking
genocide?
God.
The Tutsis won? Didn't they leave? These exiled Tutsi
Oh, I got
communities
'em.
gave rise to Tutsi rebel movements. The Rwanda Patriotic Front, made up primarily of exiled Tutsi living in Uganda, attacked Rwanda in 1990. The Bush War, something the French, because the French were always there. The Tutsi were, you know, I know about the Tutsi. Yeah, they were like they worked along with the colonizers, or at least there was a perception of that. That chatter is making up shit. It's pretty much exactly what you said. Okay.
Get out, boys.
The eastern part of the DRC has been plagued by violence from local and foreign armed groups for nearly 30 years.
You're dead.
Oh, I thought this would be longer than that. God damn it. Hold on.
The screams of success.
Do I want to go to TLDR News? Does Vice DMCA? I think they do. The
Yeah, I
Hutu
don't think
power
those
regime
count.
started the genocide. The
Oh,
Tutsi-led
didn't even count.
RPF then started an offensive. They took the country. The Hutu power regime and Hutu refugees fled the Congo, and that started the Congo Wars. Okay.
Oh, nice. Hipfire's pretty good.
Racial and ethno-supremacist ideology that asserts the ethnic superiority of the Hutu, often in the context of being superior
Oh,
to
sculpt
Tutsi
kills. God damn it.
The defeat of the government by the RPF ended the genocide, and the Hutu power movement was defeated.
The
Subsequently,
fuck?
Hutu power spokesmen were arrested. Nguez was convicted, sentenced to 35 years imprisonment.
I've got a quick scope.
Okay, my impression of this group
Hold on, I
is
gotta
that
shop.
these
Hold on.
are all double
Need ammo.
Blitlers. This is all Blittler shit, right here. They're not just regular racists. This is a localized Blittler chapter. Okay. Yeah, I remember reading about the fucking Hutu power radio. This was the shit where like the Tutsis and the Hutus, or Tutsis and Hutus were there,
Where
or
the
whatever,
fuck are
and
they
then
going?
the fucking Hutus would listen to the radio and it'd be like, hey, did you know that Tutsis are literally cockroaches and you could just step on them? Did you know that? Did you know that Tutsis don't have an
quick
internal
scope.
voice and are actually just automatons?
Yeah, just
walking
please get
around
off
in
me.
flesh? It's true. You can hear
Reload.
Hutu power radio
Jesus
transcripts from
fucking
YouTube. It's the
Christ,
most
God.
Blittler shit you would ever hear. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This was actually imported onto them specifically by the British government to create a
What the
pre-Blittler
fuck?
state. To be fair, basically everything wrong with Africa can be traced back to like the Belgians, the French, especially the French, the British.
People in the Eastern Democratic Republic
These
of
little
Congo
fucking
have endured
guys.
25 years of war. The conflict here is the deadliest global conflict since World War II, with over 6 million people killed.
Cool.
Now, they're facing down another rebellion.
So this is a national military recruitment site. In the last couple of weeks, the president called for everybody to arm themselves or to join the army in order to fight against the M23 rebels. The general said that over 1,000 people...
M23 rebels. Is that what we're dealing with now? M23 rebellion. Armed conflict in North Kivu, Democratic Republic of the Congo that occurred between the March 23 movement and government forces. Oh, sorry. This is the new one, the M23 offensive. Northern Kivu clashing with the armed forces of the DRC. Are they the baddies? I don't even know who the baddies are. Probably the M23 people? I don't know.
The fuck? Fucking tanks, of course.
They're supposed to be proxies of Rwanda.
Fucking assholes, get the fuck out of here. I wish an
They're backed
army
by
of
the
you guys
Rwandan
would come
government,
rather than a bunch
so
of
they're
dumbass
probably bad.
vehicles with like fucking 5 of you popping out. Send me like 50 of you.
Yeah, here, belligerents. Rwanda, supported by Uganda, and apparently Jean-Marie Nyatura's militia, whatever that means. And then on the Congo side, we have the United Nations, Pakistan, India, Russia, Serbia, Tanzania, Morocco, East Africa Community Regional Force, Uganda, now, Burundi, Kenya, South Sudan, the FDLR, pro-government Nyatura factions, and the Alliance of Patriots for a Free and Sovereign Congo. Well, that'd be nice. Yeah, can you believe we finally got it, guys? We finally got it. Pakistan and India working together. Man, this sucks. The FDLR are a successor to the Hutu power people. Is that true? So they're on the Congo side?
Nice.
Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda. It's basically a Metal Gear Solid plot over there.
Requires
Fuck,
the
you're right, it
ultimate
basically
upgrade.
is. God damn it.
God damn it, I need so much money. I gotta upgrade all these
Ethnic
weapons so they
Hutu
could be
group
really
opposed to
useful.
ethnic Tutsi influence, a rebel group in the Eastern Democratic
Let me see the
Republic of
quickest
Congo.
way to get money.
Last Rwandan rebel factions active in the Congo. Okay, they do say the Congo. It was founded through an amalgamation of other groups of Rwandan refugees. Literally, at the top of every one of these articles, there needs to just be like a meter where they say how Hitler this group is. That's what I want to know. It's the main first thing that I want to know. According to the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center, the FDLR is believed to be responsible for about a dozen terrorist attacks committed in 2009, killed hundreds of civilians in the eastern Congo. Well, that's not good. Jesus.
That's actually pretty
Okay,
good.
So that's this side. So then, so is it so? So the Tutsis are doing this from
Yeah, that's pretty
Rwanda?
good. Where's the club at?
So is this part of some like Tutsi supremacist shit? Made up primarily of Tutsis and opposes the Hutu Power Militia Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, a group that counts among its numbers the original members of the Interahamwe that carried out the 1994 Rwandan genocide. Oh my god. Okay. So to boil it down to the simplest possible thing, the Congo is fucked, and Tutsi power groups in Rwanda are basically pursuing the remnants of the Hutu ethnic supremacist groups into the Congo to continue a kind of like indefinite bush war to basically just assert supremacy and flush out opposition, and they're doing it to the like millions of deaths basically because it keeps going and going and going. I think I meant brush war. I think I misspoke. Okay. March 23 movement. And what area is this in? North Kivu. That's right. Okay. What are we looking at here? All right. Man, 6 million dead? I guess this... It's 6 million over 25 years. It's like this ongoing battle. Bush war is correct? Okay, okay, gotcha. Yeah, Congo has a big population. DRC population. Yeah, about 100 million. And it keeps going up.
That goddamn shitty ass magic ball. Fuck that, I'm out. Immediately takes all the fun out of the fight.
UA map. Live UA map Congo. Come on. Yes! I doubt it's updated very often. This conflict doesn't get as much international attention, but it gives me something to work with.
Taking
at
a
least.
cold fire, and in the meantime...
The 6 million isn't just from this part of the conflict. There are
Alright,
dozens
let's
of
go
militias
get money
all over the
first.
DRC, including the Islamic State. Yeah, that makes sense. Or Boko Haram. Is Boko Haram active here, or is that more... No, Boko Haram's here. Sorry. Yeah, Boko Haram is more here. Boko Haram is highly concentrated right here in Mali.
Tempest. This is it? Yep.
Uganda.
Any
Kenya,
shamblers out
Tanzania,
here? No.
Congo,
Oh, they all followed me.
Sudan. Well, fuck me and my ability to read maps.
My guys, I need money.
Rwanda? Hello? Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry. It was so small that I didn't even fucking see it there. I knew it was next to it. Yeah. Rwanda, Burundi. Okay. Man, Rwanda is tiny. Like, I knew that. I've done the like map guessing game, but like, holy shit. I know this is like a baby's first opinion kind of question, but I do kind of half mean it. How the fuck has Rwanda been able to maintain this kind of aggression in Sudan for so long, considering the size of their countries, respectively? Sorry, not Sudan, the Congo. Like, look. Like, Rwanda is this little green
Is
speck
this
right
dipshit
here.
inside the club?
And this is the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Get the fuck
Like,
out of here,
yeah,
man.
You know? You'd think purely based on population. Rwanda population. 13.5 million. Like, they have about an eighth the population. I guess maybe if they're more like industrialized. Oh, fun fact, if you look up the population of Rwanda, you can actually immediately find out when the Rwanda genocide happens. Yeah, so that was when the Hutus killed the Tutsis, but then the Tutsis came back and ousted the Hutus, and now the Hutus are in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the Tutsis are ass mad, so they're going in and killing people in the area for, like, sympathies, I guess? The TLDR video is actually pretty good for a quick summary. That's impressive, Ashleys.
So fucking dumb he
Isn't
can't
something
shoot
like 90%
midair.
of the DRC just impenetrable jungle the state basically doesn't control? Yeah, isn't like isn't the DRC up there with Saudi Arabia in terms of like the unworkability of its terrain? It's probably actually a lot worse than Saudi Arabia because the like bleak open desert might be unworkable as land, but you can at least build roads through it, whereas you can't really build roads through jungle without an ungodly amount of effort. The Rwandan genocide was committed by actual civilians, not a government or military. Yeah, with like machetes and shit. Yeah, sure. Google Maps Congo. Like for road density. Or yeah, you can just check town density too. Where like if you go over to, I don't know, Nigeria, as you zoom in further, there are like lots of towns and stuff. But if you look at but if you look at the Democratic Republic of the Congo and you zoom in, I don't know why it's not loading. Gonna load? God, it's big. Here, wait, satellite view.
This guy again.
Ooh, look at that! God damn. Also, we have barely any satellite data on this shit, apparently. Like, pretty blurry. Yeah, I don't know if we're getting much from the map, man. Look at all that. God damn. The Rwandan government is buying guns from Israel and equipping the M23 rebels with them too. That makes sense. Israel is a pretty big arms dealer. You could do the street view thing to make your point. Dude, I don't think there are going to be many street views in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Don't
Yeah,
go.
holy
Don't
shit,
go.
look. In this gigantic fucking country. Even Rwanda has like a road, you know? Well, that's nice. Jesus. Yeah, literally, like one spot. And in Rwanda, okay, yeah, this looks like an actual place. Like, yeah, okay, this is a bit more
Please clear the
comprehensive
front.
than what I was looking
Thank
at a
you.
second ago.
The fuck?
What's the GDP? Wait, GDP per capita. Democratic Republic Congo. 577. Though to be fair, Rwanda is only up to 822. Can you type without looking? Not really, no. Rwanda has actually had an economic miracle under their president. Yeah, dollars.
Long had Shakespeare conspired.
Yeah, if nothing else, it looks like something is happening here.
Provided the famed pirate with a mean to steal.
Okay, so I'm
These
just gonna
goddamn
take a guess
fucking
here,
tanks, man.
But is the current Rwandan governmental leadership like hinging its power and popularity largely on a campaign of nationalist Tutsi ethno-supremacy that they're manifesting in part through proxy support of M23 in the Congo? Is that kind of the vibe? More off resource extraction in the Congo? Those were words? Oh, come on, that made sense. Wait, how do we just drop in the same place twice? They're copying Singapore?
Oh my fucking
Not a
god.
bad idea in concept. Oh, how pretty. So wait, are they doing non-consensual resource extraction? So are there like Rwandan companies that are like just taking mines in Congo? In the Congo? Yes, to the rebels. Okay, so the economic miracle is just so they're just doing like old-fashioned colonialism, basically. Literally pillaging the neighbors. Yeah, this is like some fucking 1,000-year-old shit. Rwanda built a lot of its economy from seizing resources from the DRC because the DRC cannot defend its territory. Man, that is fucking grim. That is so grim. Being so huge and populous, but being so weak that you can't even protect your... Like, they don't even have a large shared border. This has to be like, what, at most 200-300 miles? Like, you know, it's not that much. They have a big city right on the border too, Goma. Okay, there are some spots to look at here. Okay, that's a boat.
They just keep spawning in.
Look more like that. Goma International Airport. See, we got some shit going on here. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. What did the Tutsis strip all of the fucking roofing tiles from this? What? A nefarious band of duplicitous Tutsis snuck in during the night. And
Man, these trophies are fucking tedious as fuck, man.
They took the copper and ran.
God.
Okay.
Getting money is so fucking boring.
Actually, they might have actually done that.
Jesus
Is there any
fucking
African nation
Christ,
people?
man.
Nigeria.
No
probably
wonder
is
I'd
on the most
fucking
up now.
quit this
Yeah,
game.
Nigeria is probably going to be like
So
the
boring.
mega power
Jesus Christ.
of Africa. Well, it kind of already is, but it's going to continue to be. South Africa is on the decline right now. I've heard that Kenya is doing well as well. Yeah, Kenya and Nigeria are the ones.
I'm
that
just
I
gonna
think
start
are doing
collecting
pretty
shit.
Okay. Is Egypt
Fuck
up?
this.
Egypt is kind of in like a holding pattern. Also, people don't really think of Egypt when they say Africa. Like, it is an African country, but that's not usually what they mean. Kind of a special circumstance. Egypt will always have at least something going for it because it controls the Suez Canal. You know?
There's no snow in hell. Now
Yeesh. Yeah. I'm glad Rwanda is taking advantage of Congo's abundant supply of big rocks. Can you do that true size site? Oh yeah, sure. True size map.
Distance traveled in vehicle. I'll do that while I'm chasing these.
Hi, the marketing guy. Relax. I'm professional.
I don't know why it just gave me Iran when I wanted to. What?
You hate me working for Altor?
Oh, okay. Dem Rep Congo. Okay. Bit clumsy, but all right.
Democratic Congo.
Here. Basically the size of the Midwest.
Julius is in there.
Huge.
Not my fault you made poor life choices.
Then if we could get Rwanda. Teeny tiny little country. Look at this. This is like LA County. Holy shit! That's not even a joke. It's actually like LA County.
It's a good car. I'm gonna keep it. Okay.
If I can
Never mind.
drive around Rwanda on like a business, I bet there's less traffic there too.
The passion plays I wrote for Satan's
Jesus. Can you rotate it? Probably, but I don't know how.
Exciting. We didn't see those plays for the plot. We saw them for the spectacle of murder. That being said, the comedy about Iago and Alan Moore as roommates was a real hoot.
Bottom left to rotate. Oh, I see. There we go. Kind of grim. Anyway, I don't want to pretend to be an expert on this conflict because I'm definitely not. Clearly, I'm like learning right now live with you. Let me watch a little bit more of this Vice video, and after that, I think we're gonna call it, and I'll read donations. It's quite grim looking at stuff like this, you know. I'm glad, by the way, we still have over 9,000 people here, which I appreciate. You know, it's easy to get gunned up for the conflicts that are, you know, very current thing. It's important to pay attention to all of it. Now, as Americans, we have like no power to change what's going on in the DRC. Like with Israel and Palestine, at least, we're like approximate to politicians who speak on the issue. But with the DRC, it's like fully, we have like right now, there's like nothing that we can do. So learning about it, as grim as it sounds, is primarily an intellectual exercise. It's about enhancing your ability to analyze and understand the world. And I think that's still really important, but it's also really grim. So, you know, if you're sticking around for it, I appreciate that very much. Let me just watch a little bit more of this and get a feel for it.
People are showing up every day here to join the fight.
Ice go! Ice, ice! Ice go! Hade!
After decades of violence and an explosion of rebel groups looking to exploit its mineral resources, the country is frantically mobilizing
show in
against
hell.
the M23 rebels.
This game could have been really interesting, but
and so surreal.
just so fucking
about
lazy.
watching videos like this.
What a shame.
And everyone is in like basically the same clothes that we wear. You know. It's not like an Africa thing because if you look at like Nigeria. In Nigeria, you'll very frequently see people dressed in like Nigerian-specific cultural clothing, but these areas are so poor that the only clothing they can get a hold of that like stays together are basically like the residuals of fast fashion industry direct. You know, it's not like they're going to a store and buying this. It's like there's just like a ton of cultural excess production that just kind of
Furry's the
drips
only
down
bar.
everywhere and gets
Nice.
scavenged all about the place.
Time
you know what I mean?
for
Like
a
trash
burr.
that gets dumped or whatever. This has been a thing for
A
a while,
burr?
by the way.
Bar?
Like the Taliban were running
Time
around
for
in
a burr?
pythons when they retook
For a burros?
when they retook Afghanistan.
Well, he's got cum on his mouth.
I think they were fighting against the Soviets in like sneakers, you know?
Wow,
It's-
that's
it's-
nice.
That shit gets around. They were like buying it from Pakistan or something. Yeah, it really does trickle down. Dude, I'm not joking. Look.
Even Dane's so-called secret Tacos Manos branches.
All the way up there.
They're getting them from like Pakistan. It's not just one guy. Like that it was common to the because you want good shoes when you're running around in the desert. You know, you want like decent quality stuff. So.
Stay classy, hell.
Golden
Reddit,
showers.
r/sneakers. Picked myself
I can
up
go to a
some
hotel and get
Taliban
pissed
high
on.
tops.
I can get the extra
Hell yeah,
double
brother. Now this
ultimate
okay,
piss
this
package.
Is, internationalist
Double
third
duty
worldist,
deluxe. Get your
hand-me-down
chest shat
old
on.
fashion, okay? I source all of my clothing ethically from only the most
Sure.
war-torn jihadist battlegrounds. Yeah. These are cheetahs, sneakers produced by Service Shoes, one of the largest shoe companies in Pakistan. These sneakers have become synonymous with violence, and especially so in the feet of the Taliban. I bought them in Mazar-i-Sharif in northern Afghanistan after reading a story on them in the New York Times a while back. Interesting. Now I want a pair for their historical context, and they don't look that bad either. See, they're getting polarized. This is how the West loses. Okay, it's sneakerheads getting like, I could go for that Taliban drip. Isn't the U.S. military experimented with sneakers instead of boots because they're so much more comfortable? Yes, because boots suck. Like, boots are good if you're
Give me your goddamn
marching
car.
around through mud
Oh.
or whatever. But we've been fighting
Thanks.
in the desert for 2
I wanted your
decades, and,
truck.
like, running around in big, heavy boots in the desert is insane. And the
Oh,
only reason
nice.
that we keep using it, like, we
Start
have
Rampage.
elements to U.S. like service uniforms that change depending on the environment, right?
Ouch.
Like the fact that we're sticking with the boots in the desert is insane.
Interesting
The only reason
challenge.
apparently that we've done it is because of a bunch of like old buds in the military who are like, yeah, no, this is how it's done. This is how it's supposed to be done. This is how it's always going to be done. You're going to learn to deal with those boots. Private! Or some shit like that. Boots are way better in rocky terrain though too. Yeah, but it varies. And why not give soldiers a choice of shoes?
Vehicle 0
You
out
know?
of 9.
Like why not just give them 2 shoes and let them choose or like vary depending on the fucking situation, you know?
What's wrong with my car?
no,
Oh, this guy's trying to fuck
Okay,
me
then
up.
give them
Fuck you,
2
man.
shoes and have the fucking officer determine.
Got the
which
goddamn
one, okay?
notoriety on me.
Uniformity, yes. Have the officer decide.
The notoriety system is fucking horrible, man. How the fuck do they care when I kill these guys? Snap your neck.
Oh, fuck, we're running out of time. God damn it. Hold on.
Car.
I completely forgot
Jailbait?
that the
Nice.
Argentina election runoff was today. Hold on. We've got it. All right, guys. Insane anarcho-capitalist or corporate corrupt shill. Call it.
I'm gonna get the car achievement later.
Muy bien, gracias.
Estoy un poco triste por toda la situación.
Is this common? Do you normally have army dudes at voting offices in Argentina? Is that a normal?
Estoy un poco triste por toda la situación. No sé cómo esto
Yes? Okay.
nos ayudará a sacar el país adelante, pero bueno, por lo menos estamos votando y estamos ejerciendo la democracia. Pero no estoy como muy conforme con ninguno de los dos candidatos y bueno, esperemos que sea la mejor para los argentinos.
I got an email from somebody the other day where they were asking me which of the two candidates I would vote for between the corrupt Corpo shill and the ANCAP. And he said that even though he thought the ANCAP was more ideologically dangerous, he was going to vote for him because his belief is that the ANCAP is too ideologically motivated and crazy to get any actual work done. Whereas, yeah, Sergio Massa, the Corpo shill, is competent enough that he could actually do damage. And I recommended the Corpo shill because I feel like we often have a tendency to underestimate how much damage lunatics can do when they get into power. But honestly, it really is a pretty rough choice. It's pretty bad, you know?
I tried to escape that insidious prison time and time again.
Worth mentioning, the other guy, Massa, is insane in his own way. In response to Mr. Milei's primary win, Peronist leaders activated the vast apparatus they control throughout the country. In the weeks coming up to the election, Mr. Massa doled out
Oh, must be up here.
costs, the equivalent of more than 1% of the GDP. These included a bonus for pensioners in pesos worth $100
Yeah.
at the official exchange rate, and the elimination of income tax for 99%. Are you fucking kidding me? Hey guys, please vote for me. Let me free money, everyone, free money. Dude, the corruption, holy shit. That is incredibly funny. Now that's earning your vote.
Returning home is not the experience.
How do we get better leaders to choose from anyway? I don't know much about Argentina. To be honest though, I have to say, I can understand why people are going with the crazy ANCAP when this is the opposition. Like when your opposition is this like institutionally entrenched and corrupt, I can understand the idea of like leaning in hard, you know, with the crazy new guy.
Reminds me of Saints Row.
Oh, Saints Row references.
Why are there no other
Oh,
options? I don't know. I'm not
so
wrong.
cool.
ANCAP had
Looks
a
like
skit
someone
on
got to
TV.
this building before I did.
Mientras que eso, miran
I could
a la
put together a hell of
señorita
a curriculum down here.
por internet.
Orientation Guide Chapter 2.
Yo estoy en el medio de sus
You can never dash dreams without
¿Saben
hoping to
qué?
build them in the first place.
Mientras que eso,
More footage. He claimed he was hearing voices that weren't actually there while behaving erratically. Breaking down at various points. Interesting. Okay.
This to be problematic, as
Cool.
ambulances in hell get paid a premium to run over people instead of helping.
I just need my marker. Thank you.
Argentina has had 20 years of left-wing social democracy hegemony. Is that really what it's been?
Since my incarceration.
A turn towards neoliberalism? But Javier Milei isn't a neoliberal. He's like an ANCAP. He's fucking crazy.
But after they obey, they will see that I can be a magnanimous ruler.
Oh, I got it. Nice. All right, where's that?
He's a complete fascist disguised as an ANCAP. Ah, you mean an ANCAP.
Probably inside.
Got a touchdown.
Right there? Is that? What is that? Oh, it's a light.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not really going to be around for the results of this. How long does it usually take for them to count their votes? Certainly longer than 15 minutes. Milei supporters already claiming ballot fraud, as they are wont to do.
God, this feels good.
He said he loves Thatcher. Oh, I did see this, yes.
How do I get inside? Hey, can you let me inside?
Yeah, praising Thatcher
Nice moves.
in Argentina is probably not a great
I
way
guess
to
now.
ingratiate yourself to a wide swath of the voter base.
How the fuck?
One of the greatest leaders in the history of humanity. Whew. He gets his policy advice from 5 cloned dogs. Okay. Argentina's presidential election favorite, libertarian economist Javier Milei, made an unconventional speech after he pulled off a shock first place in the country's August primaries, dedicating the triumph to his, quote, kids with 4 paws. As Argentina votes in the general
It's
election
gotta
this
be all the
Sunday,
way on the
Milei's
floor.
Mastiffs have become a media sensation. Oh, hold on. Pardon me.
Is it back here?
Everything I've done is because of him.
Why, you're so big. You're so big.
All of my stream decisions. He wires them into me through here.
Where the fuck is this?
He's purring so loud.
Gotta pick
Yeah.
it up.
We stand a clean king. What a clean foot you have. Good boy.
So it's just not gonna show me the
Does
marker.
everything
Nice.
count? Yes. The 53-year-old economist paid a local reporter $50,000 to clone his original dog, Conan, which he adopted in 2004 and died in 2017. Okay. The result, according to the cloning company, was at least 4 grandchildren, Murray, Milton, Robert, and Lucas, who are named for Milei's economist idols, including Milton and Friedman. Milei has appeared publicly with them. Now there's a 5th clone. Okay. All right.
What the fuck?
Good luck, Argentina. Good luck to you. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck to you. Good luck. Good luck. I'm gonna read donos. We're 12 minutes too. I love all of the fine people in Argentina.
Man, whatever.
Praise you
Fuck
for your
that.
strength. I hope things work out in your favor, even if I worry that they do not. Hold on. Cavernous Anus. Great name. Thanks for $5. Look at my new baby. Ooh. Wang. Ooh. What a little friend.
Oh, under here.
We love them. Critical Ruben clip mute audio. I would have to mute the audio. Oh, because of music, DMCA. Wah.
Orientation Guide, Chapter 16.
Delicious.
Shantytown.
So good.
Unless you are particularly enterprising or have
When did the cat
powerful
get so big?
friends, you will
Well, he
ultimately
was a
find
little kitten.
yourself in
He still is a
Shantytown.
cat, of course.
It's crowded, oppressive, and your neighbors will likely try to
Kirstar,
bring
thanks
you
to
to
tier 1
whatever
sub. Likewise,
cultural
Fish It, really appreciate that. Lily Artemis, thank you for the $5. Ahem, Wisconsin has Republican majorities in both houses. You're thinking of Michigan.
So
oh my
Buster.
god, I will never
Where the
stop
fuck
thinking of
is
this
it?
stuff. Oh my fucking god. Literally, if you're anywhere near the Great Lakes, all of your names are just... It's because W and M are the same letter, but one's upside down. It's Wombology, okay? It's Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota. It's all the same. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
I missed that one
Jewel Pia,
tunnel.
thank you for the tier 2 sub and the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I have some family in Israel. They've been saying crazy shit to me. I'm sorry. My aunt has been sending me Zionist sketch comedy. God, that sounds horrible. Ugh. What you expect? Thank you for tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Yeah, probably to a large extent. What you expect. Holy crap! Thank you for $5. Really appreciate that. Jordan I-91.
God, I
Thank
wanna
you
throw
for
someone.
$20. Did you see the CADM convention was canceled yesterday because Boomer Dems freaked out over peaceful pro-Palestine protests in Sacramento? No, I did not see that, though it doesn't surprise me, given the general ideological disposition of Boomers and how terrified they seem to be of it. Yeah, sorry. Panic Stasis, thank you for the tier 4 sub, really appreciate that. Antifa soldier in the streets, tender clearing the sheets, many such cases. You know, I love betting somebody who will get triggered by my macro aggression. Pardon me, who made you fat? Me, I guess. What are you meowing for? Me. Yeah?
God, this feels good.
He wakes up. He jumps up onto the bed and he flops right next to me and just purrs loudly. For like
I don't want to know what they do to the people.
You're sitting next to me. What are you doing?
Locked up.
So good, so good. He watched the Scott Pilgrim Netflix show with us for 10 minutes the other day, with him being held like this, facing forward, with the hands right under his armpits, for like 10 minutes, motionless. He sat down, like laid back on the belly, and just watched. How's the show? It's pretty good. It diverges heavily from the source material, but I'm waiting to see where they go with it. Build-A-Dog, thanks to tier 2 sub. I'll take a look at it. Roar. Tiger Fox King, I don't know anything about this one.
Shh, you're coming with me.
Nunya, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
You're gonna go out here. Shut up.
Happy to have you here, Fred. Thank you so much. Hey, speaking of people, I'm happy to have you here.
St. Peter is only finally processing the last batch of humanity. When the war comes, we will.
Shit.
And God will scrap you to keep.
By the time I showed up in hell,
No? Focused on something else?
Cerberus and Cinderpool were already locked in a bitter fight for dominance in the marketplace. We never would have pulled ahead if it weren't for you. You would have pulled it off. I'm not so sure. The strategy you put together was brilliant on both the...
The damned souls or Orientation Guide, Chapter 8, The Archdukes. Every marshalling ground is overseen by one of my archdukes.
All right, no more distraction.
Fiercest men and women of my army.
Weeb Spec, thanks to $5. I'm glad
See,
my
if he
dad
wanted
liked
to
it.
impress me, he'd have an actual fucking dragon.
Oh, the texture is great. It actually looks like a dragon skull, not just rocks in the distance.
Paradox, thank you for... So distracting.
A lot
Paradox,
of
thank
soul
you for the
clusters
$10.
here.
I hate giving Elon credit, but this was so surprising that even a Neoliv has a better take than Biden.
We
Neoliv?
got some money. Let's upgrade some guns.
Elon is definitely not a Neoliv.
Instant
was
reload
to provoke
special.
an overreaction from Israel. They obviously do not expect to, have a military.
Oh wait, this might be DMCA. Yeah, he's said some tepidly pro-Palestinian stuff, but I really think that's just because, as a consequence of him being very much adjacent to a lot of far-right people, you know, he's picked up on some talking points.
I got all my upgrades. Did I
you guys
really?
see this shit? Hold on. Anthony Blinken reacts with President Joe Biden.
Holy
refers to
shit,
Chinese
finally.
leader Xi Jinping as a dictator.
Now just to upgrade my actual weapons. Oh yeah. Oh, that is nice.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is a guy who runs a country that is a communist country.
Oh my god. Based Biden.
Holy shit, we got a
Jessica,
ton of
thank you
soul
for the tier one
clusters
sub.
around.
I'll take a look at it. Nunya, thank you again for the incredibly kind $500 donate. That is insane of you. I really do appreciate it. Nuts, thanks to the gifted tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that as well. Elenita Express, thank you for the 5 buckery dues. This is literally me. This is also literally me joining the war on the woke mind virus. On the side of the woke mind virus. I'm often doing this. Meatbox777 with the $5. Is equality really possible under socialism? I find it hard to believe you can have an economy without a planned economy or free market forces. You mean have equality without a planned economy or free market forces? I don't know what dichotomy you're referring to exactly. Market socialism would still have a free market economy, at least to some extent, and total socialism would be entirely decommodified. There would always be an economy. There's no such thing as no economy or no market. It's really just a matter of the systems and incentives and structures to construct those. And I think that the abolition of the bourgeoisie as a class would produce much more egalitarian results. Let me take a look at the super chats really quick. Polito94, thank you for the $20. Nice shirt. Keep it good work. Thank you. I appreciate that. Derek, thank you for $10. What's your opinion on hunting as a way to not support the meat industry? I think that vegan meat options aren't good enough to stop eating meat. I mean, you do you, right? Maybe the hunting is preferable. I can't really say. You know, it's probably better.
Doubt they have enough room in that building.
Maple Canada with the 7 Canadian. Really appreciate that. I know a lot of people who think tattoos and other things like that are undesirable. I'm sorry, man. You can have your preferences one way or another, but being a guy in the modern age and getting like worked up over women having tattoos or piercings are so unfuckable. Massive can't or won't eat pussy energy. Like seriously, insanely unfuckable. Like you can have your preferences. That's fine. You know, like if you think that girls look best with no piercings or tattoos or whatever, that's a valid thing to believe. But if you're actually like upset about it, you don't eat pussy. Like just repulsive vibes. Rasputis, thank you for $2. Troop. Yosef Durfee, thank you for $2. Yes, I did a segment. Game Devs Reacts, thank you for the $4. Really appreciate that. Scipion, thank you for $15.
Is it on the floor?
Unions for worker co-ops took over traditional businesses. Well, I've actually done a lot of videos, though a lot of them are older these days, on worker cooperatives. I'm very much in favor of them. Worker control of any given business tends to lead to better outcomes, and while there are caveats in some specific circumstances, I think they're a very ethical way of running things. Prairie Fire, thanks for $2. Jason O'Connell, thank you for the 5. Hell yes. Still alive, thank you for the $5. I don't know enough about the Truman or Johnson administrations to give like off-the-cuff perspectives on them. I have to say, you know, my answers on them would be tepid and inoffensive. Prairie Fire, thanks for $2. Thank you. I'd like to believe that it would increase my drip somewhat. Benjamin Gilbert Lee, thank you for the 2 $10 donations. I did hear about some rising capital in chat. That's true. What would happen? What would have to happen for Africa to properly industrialize and raise its quality of life? That's really fucking tough, man. That's really difficult. And also, all of Africa, there are prosperous parts of Africa. Look, the first and foremost, they have to have control over their own resources, which means that resource extraction and refinement would be handled by the countries in which the resources are extracted, not like by foreign companies or whatever. You know, that's a big part of it. A lot of it is also, I mean, probably like a lot of international peacekeeping in some areas with consent of the country is present, along with like stronger efforts to promote, you know, regional cooperation and democracy, sanctioning neighboring nations if they engage. Like, it's really complicated. It's so fucked, man. It's so fucked. Jason O'Connell,
right here.
5. We hit 10K at a point. For a good bit of it too. 10.4K. We big, we good. Alice Payne, thank you for the 5. There's a dog at work named Ellie who has 3 legs and she says hi. I say hi back. $8 to 5. What would your incentive structures under socialism be? These are very complicated questions. I'll have you know. I can't say what the incentive structures will be. That's a very, very broad question. Like massively so. I mean, do you mean the incentive structure to like work to produce goods? Fundamentally, you can preserve the underlying mechanisms of our incentive structure for economic production very, very easily under market socialism, because all you're doing there really is making these businesses more controlled. When you decommodify things, it becomes a matter of like, to what extent is it government control, and to what extent is it like government mandate but not government control, like work controlled with government mandates. And you can look to examples of stuff that work like that in our society today. There are institutions that are non-commodified, right? A bunch of stuff that the government runs, essentially, like state-run stuff. And then, how many examples can you think of essential
What the
social
fuck is that
functions
cluster doing
that
stuck
are
in an
met
ass
by
crack of the building?
non-commodified systems that are also not directly controlled by the government? And there are examples of stuff like that, you know? Institutions that have independent organization, but there are still like government mandates for what they have to do or what they have to produce. There are medical systems that work like that, for example. You know, there are reasons stuff like this can work. And replace these incentive structures without like fundamentally producing I don't know, a lack of desire to work or produce or whatever. Oh, that was the thing that Ocean's responded to. Why are you warbling? They're warbling. They're telling me to get off stream right now. You're warbling. What are you warbling for?
Obey them, and they may only beat you within an inch of your
He
life.
does. That's what he sounds like. He warbles. Okay. I love you all very much. I've actually had a wonderful stream today. It's
wrong spot.
Topics. I'm going to send you all over to. Oh, Keffels is streaming. I haven't seen Keffels streaming in a while. I'm going to send you all over to Keffels. I should be here tomorrow. That seems like the kind of thing I would do. I'm a streamer, so streaming seems like something I might do tomorrow. You know. I love you all very much. Take care of yourselves. Drink lots of water, and say hi to Kev. And I'll talk to you all soon. Okay. Where's the button?
I hope you enjoyed Chapter 31's step-by-step instructions on how to sneak your way into heaven. The Damned Souls Orientation Guide, Chapter 10. The Pit of the First. The center of New Hades
Oh man.
is where
Whew.
I made my descent from.
I feel like shit.
As I crashed into Hades,
Like
I
a
fractured the land into
3
5
a.m.
islands that
quesadilla.
now spread before you. As you pass
Terrible
the pit
idea.
of the first, it is
What's up?
customary, not required, to bow your head in reverence.
On time? On time. On time. Man, a lot
Jesus,
of stuff happened
building's
right after I
fucking
ended the
tall.
stream, huh?
Are you
Man, oh
kidding
man.
me? I can't go any more up.
Oopin'.
Where the fuck? See the balcony? In Oregon?
You still sick? Nah, just tired. Hold on.
Oh.
Sounds like someone's singing in there.
Out of the hijacking in the Red Sea, Yemen's Iran-backed rebels have seized a cargo ship over its connection to Israel, taking its crew hostage. Foreign correspondent James Longman has the story. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, George. Yemen's
Oh, it's this guy. It's the... Wait, we've seen this guy before, right? The guy, he looks like an actor?
rebels say they've seized an Israeli-linked cargo ship in the Red Sea. The Iranian-backed group say that any Israel-linked vessel is a legitimate target given the ongoing war in Gaza, what they call ugly crimes in the occupied West Bank. The United States has called this a flagrant breach of
Are you
international
kidding me?
law, and the situation in
From the Houthis? No way.
the
Oh,
Red
it's
Sea
probably on
remains,
here?
pretty serious.
Oh,
This is a
it's all
ship
the way
which
down
is,
here.
loaded with crew from
I see it.
Ukraine and Mexico.
Little purple.
Not, however, Israel. The Israelis say
Thank
Also,
God
as
for
you
good
can see,
graphics.
this ship
Holy
was the
shit.
leader of the galaxy. This was actually a pretty high-ranking ship, so the capture is significant to say the least.
There are no Israeli nationals on board. It is owned, the parent company is owned by an Israeli businessman, and so the world is watching to see whether or not this situation can be resolved. This is not the first aggression by the Houthis, though. They've fired a number of missiles and drones at southern Israel since the attacks of October 7, and so now the world watches to see whether or not this ship can be brought back to safety. Robin.
All right, James, thank you.
Okay, now do you guys want to see something genuinely crazy? Okay, the Houthis are using this as like a major PR victory for their battle against Israel or whatever, and in so doing, they have recorded themselves. Okay, it's like the most hardcore sweat lord paintball team, you know, making a demo reel for themselves. Look at this shit. Oh my god. We have the helicopter tail mounted camera going in on the ship. See, that's the Galaxy Leader, says right there. We got the yeah, it's the Gooch shot exactly. Got the Houthi. Yeah, it's like a fucking game mission. Like, yeah, you're deploying. So yeah, they used a helicopters, I think, and they just fucking landed. I don't think that's a valid landing. Okay, whatever. They figured it out. I know what they're doing. Look at this shit. Oh wait, is there audio? Oh my god, there is audio. I'm so sorry. I forgot I had put it muted. Go, 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 go!
Soul Cluster's definitely underground. No? Oh, one here.
Does this count as audio? It makes you feel like you're there, okay? It's immersive. Yeah, they're literally playing XCOM. They're doing Overwatch right there. You saw it.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Oh, okay, there it is.
They're flagging each other so much. Listen, okay, they're jihadists. They don't give a fuck. As previously noted.
See what these things can do.
It's an empty hall. Listen, okay. Look, jihadists don't officially
I'm gonna find that
capture a
one.
territory until they scream.
Gotta be able to get that.
Allahu Akbar into a loudspeaker. Ruben just dashed by my feet and stepped in a very nicely placed food bowl that we put there so he could eat where he was sitting, and he knocked all the food over, and I'm gonna have to vacuum this after stream. And he's warbling and he's zooming, and okay, I'm grabbing him. I'm grabbing him. How do you feel about the unstoppable tide of jihad? Let you feel foot? You feel foot? What is this? What does this mean? Explain this. What does this mean? You giving it the old razzle dazzle? All right.
Fuck.
Why did they record themselves? Because this is a big PR bit, you know? The Houthis are like sticking it to the Israelis or something. You know, yeah, it's all PR. Now they've got the little escort boats. So yeah, there's basically like, there's one of two ways this ends, and one of them is with a bloodbath, and the other one is with the Houthis getting something as a concession and then fucking off. And I like.
My bad.
Right. I guess there's also the possibility that like
shit, he's gonna...
SEAL Team 6
there
gets deployed, and they pull it off, but I don't know. It's a pretty big deal. Israel isn't going to negotiate, right? I mean, it's not even like an Israeli ship. It's just the parent company is owned by an Israeli. Like it doesn't.
Maybe I
what
can
does
do it.
accomplish for them?
Here we go.
PR.
It's probably under a bridge or something. Oh my fucking god, is it?
Surprised they don't have security on these boats. I mean, they might. The footage we just looked at has been edited to blur the faces of the people who are on the boat, so it's possible it was also edited to cut out like scenes of combat. I don't know if they killed anyone though. I think it would have hurt that.
Let me just bring you some pictures that we're getting in here at Sky News. Purported
Just like look at how badass we are. Well, no, I mean the Houthis are a jihadist rebel group. The way they like radicalize people and pull people to their movement is by showing strength, and a good sign of strength is like, look at this, we captured this gigantic, like Israeli-owned shipping vessel. You know, like the only reason to do stuff like this is for PR. This is why terrorist groups take credit for the stuff they do.
to be from Yemeni Houthi.
Oh, hold on. I
rebels,
think I
and,
might
they
know.
say that this is footage
Not
released
down there.
by their TV channel showing a ship that was, they say, hijacked by their group. And they say the ship was linked, or claimed the ship was linked to Israel. But Israel...
I don't think their security usually takes helicopters into account. Normally, isn't it like water pumps to fend off Somali boats or whatever? Okay, first of all, the area they're in right now, if I understand correctly, is not like the area where the piracy normally happens. The big wave of Somali piracy is over. There was a period of time during which Somali pirates were more of an issue. It was like a big sort of like international thing. And in response to it, hold on, let me see if I can find the Wikipedia page, okay? Wikipedia, Somali piracy conflict. Let me see if I can find... Yeah, here we go. Piracy off the coast of Somalia. Belligerents. On one hand...
Oh
we
my
have
god,
Somali
there it is. I'm
pirates.
so dumb.
On the other hand, we have Q-Rocky theme. Somalia, the UK, the US, France, Japan, India, Malaysia, Italy, Iran, Germany, Spain,
There
the
we go.
UAE, Netherlands, Pakistan, Belgium, Australia,
Beautiful.
New Zealand, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, Canada, China, South Africa, Montenegro, Croatia, North Korea, Greece, and Portugal. Nobody liked the Somali pirates, and as a result of that, they're not as much of a problem now. You know, this is a pretty tough combo to beat, as it turns out. So, I don't think that ships I don't think they're as concerned with piracy as they used to be, for one. And for two, the Houthis are pretty well armed, you know? I don't think security could have fended them off unless they had like an escort ship, and most cargo ships don't have escort ships. U.S. North Korea versus pirates, maybe? Yeah, there was literally an incident where the United States Navy rescued a North Korean vessel after it had been captured by Somali pirates. Okay, I don't know if this is fucking copyright. The basic gist of it is that like it was like this little dinky North Korean ship that had gotten captured, and they put out a distress call, and the United States fucking Navy showed up. Hold on, let me find the Wikipedia article for that. Yes. What? Okay, I'll take a look shortly. Hold on. North Korea.
Oh, with this car.
Somali pirate incident. Wikipedia. Yeah, the Dai Hong Dan incident.
Far of a drive we got.
The
Oh, we got a
Somali
nice
pirates,
long drive.
captured the
We
North
could even
Korean
collect
cargo
the
ship.
other
The
stuff
7
on the
armed
way.
pirates boarded the ship, detaining the
And
22
collect these
sailors and
3.
crew. They
That's
demanded
nice.
a ransom of $15,000. This is how poor Somali pirates are, okay?
Pull over, light up a joint.
The following day, responding to the vessel's distress signal, the U.S. Navy-guided missile destroyer, the USS James E. Williams, just, you know, in response to this fucking thing getting captured, it's like, all right, we're on our way. We're on our way.
You said you need help.
Approached the ship and deployed a helicopter and a VBSS team to secure the scene. Meanwhile, the North Korean sailors
Said you had a
attacked
roach
the captors,
problem?
seizing some weapons.
I brought the
They were in
bazooka.
engineering spaces, leaving one pirate dead in the action. prolonged gunfight between the sailors and pirates resulted in the pirates' defeat.
This guy's on
Two pirates
fire.
were killed, the others were captured. Of
This
the
guy's
6
on
Korean
fire.
sailors wounded,
The
they
fuck?
required medical treatment, which
I
was
mean, it's
provided
hell,
by
but
American
whatever.
medical personnel. The North Korean press released an unprecedented positive statement expressing gratitude to the United States for their help and emphasizing the successful U.S.-North Korean collaboration during the incident. The Somali pirates are so unpopular that they led to an incident of cooperation between North Korea and America.
Is saying that it is nothing to do with them. They say the seized ship is British owned and Japanese operated. So these pictures from Houthi rebels claiming that they were boarding what they say is a ship with Israeli
What the
links,
fuck? Cut me
but,
off.
Israel is denying
Yo,
that.
pick up the charisma,
capture
man.
the
What the
vessel,
fuck?
which may be owned by a company.
Oh, I missed something back here. Hold on.
The claim is that it is run by Israel. It may, we're told, belong to a company that has vague links to Israel, but it raises tensions that the Israel-Hamas war is spreading to a new front, a maritime front. The Houthis had earlier threatened to target Israeli-linked vessels in the Red Sea, and NBC News, American affiliate, says, or quotes 3 US officials saying the group had used a helicopter to seize the ship.
I guess the cargo ship is empty. I mean, I know cargo ships are massive, but this does seem like a lot of unused space. Maybe they're empty right now? I don't really know.
Hope the boss is okay.
Abysmal failure by Western navies to secure the shipping routes. What? Wait.
Well,
it just
it's a rock.
Just be like the fucking One Piece Marines and form like a giant wall of ships across every trade. Okay, whatever. Fucking okay, whatever.
Where's the freeway?
This is Biden's fault somehow.
God damn it, I lost it. Over here?
That's your average bongo.
Oh, it was
tape.
underground.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I wonder what's going to happen here. You know, a high publicity capture like this is Yeah, I'll watch one more video on the subject. Give me more info, Al Jazeera.
So we begin with developments in Yemen, where a Houthi military spokesman has confirmed to Al Jazeera that their fighters have hijacked a ship owned by an Israeli businessman in the southern Red Sea.
My motorcycle.
At least
I need it.
22 people were
Fuck.
on board the Galaxy Leader, which was
I will never get over the fact that the official Houthi flag is just text reading, "God is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, cursed be the Jews, victory to Islam." I will never get over this.
route to Turkey from India.
Oh, thanks.
The Israeli military have called the situation
Got the
a
goat.
very serious
With a
event on
flat tire.
global level. Sarah Kairas joining us from West Jerusalem to tell us more about the reaction
Nice.
coming out of their side.
Another goat.
Yeah, well, we've heard from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Leftist audio, Jesus
It's
Christ.
actually 25 crew members. None of them are Israelis. It says that some of those on board are from Ukraine, Mexico, as well as the Philippines and Bulgaria, but no Israelis on the ship. Also saying that that vessel is actually a British ship operated by a Japanese company, but from what we understand is it's partly owned by a multi-millionaire Israeli businessman that's in the
Man,
ship
cargo ships are so fucking big. I can never get over how fucking big they are.
business, and this would mean that this isn't the first time one of his ships have been intercepted. In fact, in 2021, one of the ships that he owned was targeted by, at the time, what Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had said was Iran, even though Iran had, at the time as well, denied that. Well, here we are today, 12 hours post a video that was released by the Houthi, the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen.
Yeah, this thing
who
sucks.
released a statement via video saying that they will begin targeting ships that they deem as Israeli because of the escalation and because of the situation in Gaza. Now, if you actually look at the map...
So basically it's a nothing burger? No, it's not a nothing burger. It's a high-profile
Thanks for sharing.
Ship capture. It's these tend to turn into big incidents. It's a burger.
It's a strategic location because a lot of those ships that enter via that bottleneck as you go up in the southern parts of the Red Sea up all the way to the top would eventually lead you to the Suez Canal, and that is a main shipping lane and a main international shipping lane for the whole of the world that would pass all the way from Asia to bypass going all the way around Africa. It would cut through that Red Sea and onto Europe. What we understand is the ship was heading from Turkey.
It's also incredibly difficult and expensive to equip every single fucking cargo ship with enough people and guards and weapons and ammunition and whatever to meaningfully resist like a dedicated occupation force with like a helicopter, you know? The main issue isn't this one ship, it's that every other ship that passes through this region is going to be scared now. Like, they went after this ship only for having partial Israeli ownership, you know? Like, not even like an Israeli ship. So, the, you know, it's going to make, you know, it's going to make captains nervous, it's going to deter people from moving through that area, it's going to increase the cost of shipping. It is big, it is a big deal.
To India, and that just gives you an idea of how strategic that location is and how much the Houthis are really going for attacks against Israel. They are at least attempting to with the drone attacks or drones that they've managed to fly to Eilat in the southern parts of Israel, and now this.
Look at gas prices. Oh shit, that's crazy. Wow.
Given the situation.
Yes, Sarah, as you're saying, I mean, we've seen attacks on the Red Sea, particularly on Eilat, in the past couple of weeks since October the 7th, but this is the first time that a ship has been hijacked in this way. What do we expect the Israelis to do next?
Yeah, here. The area that they got hijacked in was like dead center, maybe more towards the lower part of the Red Sea. A lot of ships pass through that area. You know? This is kind of an old map, but I remember this thing from Vox where it's like a kind of simulation of global shipping lanes. You know? I mean, that's where you go with the Suez Canal. So, like right around here, a lot of ships move through this area. And the Houthis control pretty much the whole western part of Yemen, right? Like, hold on. Houthi control Yemen map. Yeah, they're all in the western portion. Which means that, like, you have to pass through here, and they're right here. So if they're like declaring open season on ship hijackings for anything even remotely related to Israel, that's a pretty huge deal. Isn't it crazy how with all of the fucking weapons Saudi Arabia has been given, the Houthis have only gotten stronger? Like, we've been funding a genocide in Yemen for so long, and the Saudi Arabian government has so much fucking money, and the Houthis are right fucking there, and they just keep getting stronger and stronger with time. What are the Saudis doing with their weapons? Well, based on what I've seen from YouTube videos, they're driving their cars very fast on freeways and then making them angle slightly, and then they're shooting up in the air. Should we make a new canal? Yes. I think we should make a Suez too, and I think that it should just be the Nile, but like we finish it all the way down here, you know? Like, make the Nile big. Okay? We need to return to tradition. We need to be like the ancient Egyptians, and we need to use the Nile as our primary means of transportation and agriculture, all right? Irrigation. Make the Nile great again.
Well, last time this happened in 2021 when that explosion...
What the fuck is that noise? Why is it creepy and wet in East Jerusalem?
happen on that ship. It took time, of course, to say that Iran was behind it, but this time it's been very quick to
It's kinda
blame
cool.
Iran. Even though Israel says that it's not fighting a war on several fronts, it's trying to focus on Gaza, but it seems to be that this has become a regional concern where you have the Houthis in Yemen that are trying to target Israel. You also have the armed group Hezbollah, which is also...
I mean, Iran is literally supporting the Houthis, so... yeah. I, like, genuinely, like, the problem with this is that, like... I don't know. What the fuck do you expect to happen? Like, Iran is clearly a major regional power. We don't talk to them. We don't respect deals with them. They're basically uninvadable with their population and with the lay of their land. Like, we can't eliminate them or whatever. They're incredibly powerful in the area. And all we do is, like, pretend, like, we like, pretend, like, no, maybe with a little bit more money and a little bit more time, we can somehow establish, like, a bulkhead in the Middle East that isn't just going to be crumbled by Israeli-backed, or it's not Israeli-backed, Iranian-backed jihadist militias, you know, like water against the fucking rocks of the coastline, you know, like it's so dumb. We don't engage with the Middle East sanely. We're insane. We're fucking lunatics.
Backed by Iran on that southern border with the northern border rather with Lebanon. So it will be a major cause for concern because this really does show another level of escalation. You had several attempts by the Houthis in terms of sending those drones to try and strike Israel, especially in that southern area in Eilat. One of them had actually seemed to have been a mistake that ended up hitting or targeting an area in Egypt, in Al Arish, in that part of the country.
Yeah, if you ignore the whole, like, Islamic jihadist shit, Iran is acting exactly the way any other country would in that situation, including us. Like, if you think of it from Iran's perspective, you were essentially occupied and controlled by the West up until the 70s, after which you had a revolution to secure even a modicum of, like, national autonomy. And you wake up and look at the Middle East, and the entire fucking Middle East has the West dick and balls all over it. So you fund, like, local militia and rebel groups and even governments to try to take back land from what are obviously, like, malicious occupiers. The only reason this gets tainted with the whole, like, you know, evil associations, because A, they're not part of the Western hegemon, and B, they're the whole, you know, Islamic jihadist thing. But again, you know, look at what we did with the Mujahideen, okay? If we were allies with Iran, we would think of their Islamic jihadist tendencies as like a primitive but noble local superstition that guides their people towards freedom. Yeah, like we wouldn't fucking give a shit, man. America has backed plenty of insane, you know, religiously motivated, you know, militias to further causes of national independence or like the pursuit of our business interests. Honestly, Iran isn't much worse than Saudi Arabia. No, and they're our fucking ally, ostensibly. You know, like we helped Saudi Arabia with the ongoing genocide in Yemen, the completely ineffective genocide, by the way, because the Houthis have only gotten stronger over the past decade. Saudi Arabia is literally like an authoritarian theocracy ruled by you know fucking monarchy. And the causes they fund globally and locally are in many cases monstrous, but you know they secure our regional interests, so we don't give a fuck. We just keep on going. Even though Saudi Arabia is a shit ally, they don't even fucking help us, man. Saudi Arabia like frequently uses OPEC like oil influence to fucking turn the scales on our economy. You know, they're not our ally. Isn't Iran significantly better than Saudi Arabia? Fuck, we're really like rolling dice on this one. I think that in terms of like having regional control in the Middle East, it's pretty much down to Saudi Arabia or Iran. And of those two, I think that the Middle East would eventually be much more stable and much more healthy overall if Iran was the regional power and not Saudi Arabia. And the reason for that, I think, is because Iran has a more legitimate cultural, like a more authentic cultural, economic, and political tie to the region than Saudi Arabia does, because Saudi Arabia is essentially just an authoritarian petro-state that relies on like the support of every like nation that wants its oil. Like Saudi Arabia, it's kind of like, you know, Saudi Arabia and Iran are both run by lunatics, but the lunatics that run Iran seem to care, at least sort of abstractly, about the concept of Middle Eastern independence, whereas the lunatics who run Saudi Arabia are literally just in it for the fucking money, you know? Like, the fucking Kingdom of Saud is purely concerned with weaponizing Islam as a tourism ticket and an excuse to keep hold of the you know, the Islamic Holy Land and you know, maintain their control over the oil supplies and all that bullshit. I think that if you could cede everything over to Saudi Arabia in the region, I think the instability would continue because Saudi Arabia doesn't blend with the region in a way that would allow them to rise above just being a petro-state. Whereas there is a theoretical world where Iranian regional hegemony prevails and things kind of chill out for a bit. Because a lot of Iranian regional hegemony kind of gears itself against Western influence, and I kind of do feel like
where'd it go?
They're not wrong. Like, it's not like Iran doesn't have a good point when they claim that the West is out to destroy them and everything in the Middle East. They're kind of right when they say that. You know, basically, I think the worst things about Saudi Arabia would persist indefinitely if they were given like total reign over the Middle East. But I think the worst things about Iran would chill out over time. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Gotta find more of these things. A gravel pit.
Vosh, stop being retarded. Iran is Shia fundamentalism and genocide Sunnis. Saudi Arabia is currently funding a genocide. Like, and also, I don't think that's like a fundamental thing. Keep in mind that the history of the Shia versus Sunni conflicts in the Middle East have been heavily informed by American, or at least Western, intervention as well. You know, it's kind of like how the ethnic tensions and conflicts in Central America were exacerbated heavily by the arrival of the Spanish, where you have like an outside force that's kind of pushing on the buttons to try to like exacerbate local conflict. Not to say everything that's gone on in the Middle East is purely a product of Western intervention, because that's definitely not true. I just think, I mean, I guess I could like read up more on it and come away with a different conclusion. But yeah, I feel like Iranian regional hegemony just seems to be like a fact we need to acknowledge in order for us to deal sensibly with Middle Eastern policy.
Madame Soul's Orientation Guide, Chapter 7. The day today.
Well, there always would be,
Every
Teletech.
day will be terrible.
Assad is genociding in Syria far worse than what Saudi Arabia is doing. Yeah. Hold on. I'm not suggesting we hand over regional hegemony to the fucking Assadist regime. Holy shit. No. Fuck Syria. Fuck Assad. Well, fuck Assad. I mean, fucking 80% of Syria isn't even reasonably controlled. Assad is an Iranian ally, though. Yeah, and like I said, Iran, like a lot of what Iran does is because they're like trying to use other groups as a wedge to sort of reduce Western influence in the region. I do not think. Okay, do you guys think Iran and Assad would be allies in a Middle East with no Middle Eastern influence? Because I don't think that would happen. Like, the Assadist regime is purposefully secular. Like they pose themselves as like the strongman secular regime in the Middle East, and Iran is literally run by Islamic militants. I don't think that would happen in a world where there wasn't like a common enemy to galvanize against. But that's like a different world, I guess. Iraq under Saddam was secular. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the reasons why we backed them to an extent, or like it purported to be, right? But he also pretended to be socialist so he could get Soviet money, so, you know. Yeah, Saddam played both sides. What are we talking about?
Soul
Syria is
clusters
not
collected.
secular. I'm not saying
The
they're
missing
ostensibly
two?
secular, but like they have posed, like Assad has posed himself as one. The
What the
Assadist
fuck?
like
No way.
biases there are more towards ethnicity than religion. The Assadist regime doesn't really pose itself as acting on behalf of like they don't pose themselves
38
as, like,
out of
a Muslim country the way that Iran does.
1,067?
You know, their propaganda and the way they
No
manage
way.
themselves is different.
Maybe let me check
Syria
down
even
here.
counts as a thing. I thought it was a mess. Well, it is a mess. It's also a thing. It's a thing and a mess.
See what these things can do.
Baathism is really weird. Yeah. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Most of the country is controlled by Assad. Barely. I mean, he is pretty tepid. Hold on. Syria UA map. What are we even on right now? Oh wait, you're totally right. I thought the red area was way smaller, my bad. Lamau. I remembered like this chunk right here being like broken up into a bunch of different groups. Have they consolidated in the past couple years?
I can't leave the boss here.
Isn't it true that most of the Syrian rebels are jihadists apart from Rojava? Well, Syria is broken apart into a bunch of different groups that are getting funded from different places, and you have like the Rojava is mostly like Kurdish. Like this is like, you know, would-be Kurdistan along with a part of Turkey and Iraq. And then you have like the groups that are more aligned with like the jihadist militants and stuff. But it's a big fucking mess, man.
Oh
Syria
shit,
is
they're right here. What the fuck?
The
Holy
West is
shit,
supporting
thank
Assad.
God.
We don't like Assad. The last group that we well,
Oh,
okay, this
thank
is one of those
God.
situations where depending on the
Holy
definition of
shit.
support, like we have ties to
Whew.
everyone, you know. But the U.S. military worked alongside.
And they get 8,000 for that? Fuck
Rojava
off.
and the Kurds in this area, protecting oil fields and working alongside their troops to fight against ISIS.
Still missing some
Assad
collectibles.
is bros with Russia.
227 out of
Yes,
235.
Assad is very, very friendly with Russia. Yes. Now, I think that Assad works with Iran, I think, because they have a shared interest in ousting Western presence. But,
Let's do distance traveled in vehicle. Let's hit the
they decided
freeway.
Rojava sounded too Kurdish nationalist, so it's called Annex now. Ains or Annex? I need to look that up to give it a look. Yeah. And Russia has mostly supported Assad and backed Syria. Okay, try to think of it this way, but this is like very, very this is very simplistic. Okay?
You can get a faster
Think of
car.
the relationship between Syria and Russia is a lot like our relationship between us and Israel, in a way, where
Nope, not this
there's
one.
a heavy degree of interdependence and reliance there, to the point where Russia was full on like sending troops to the
You.
region. And the main reason they have that support is
Jail
because they're
bait.
used as a wedge to try
So
to
it's
like displace
fast.
foreign influence from the region and secure their own hegemony.
Excuse me.
Basically like that. Does that make sense? Then again, it's not like Iran necessarily gets along with Russia entirely. Yeah, Russia wants support in the Mediterranean, like Israel gives us like a military base right down here, yeah. The way he says hegemony triggers me. What's wrong? Hegemony. What do you want? Hegemony. 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 What do you want? What do you want from me? Snout, I saw your message the first 6 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mano. Thank you. I'll talk about it myself. Syria has always bought a shit ton of arms from Russia. Yeah, like Israel with us. Anyway, it's really complicated, right? Like Iran hates America way the fuck more than they hate Russia. But at the same time, it's not as though Russia's hands are clean when it comes to Middle Eastern influence, right? The Soviet-Afghan war was incredibly bloody. And as a consequence, like the Taliban remembers, and the Taliban, while they mostly have their regional influence, like that memory kind of carries across, and I like Iran is wary of it. It's complicated. Why are we talking about this? Oh yeah, also we're helping the Saudi Arabian government do a genocide in Yemen, and it hasn't done shit, and the Houthis are right here, and every once in a while, I guess from now on, they're going to see a ship over here, and they're going to go blat blat and take the ship. Thing. The Afghans took way more casualties than the Soviets. Well, yeah, of course, the Soviets were like a fully modern military, kind of, and the Afghans were, you know, the Afghans. Does Saudi Arabia have nukes? I don't think so. No, they don't.
Saints
Saudi
Row,
Arabia
Get Out of
is
Hell,
a
How to Change
non-nuclear
Camera
state,
Perspective.
Party to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and has an agreement with the International Atomic Energy Agency. They have nuclear reactors. Yeah, a lot of countries have nuclear reactors. There's a huge difference between the kind of uranium that you need to run a nuclear reactor and the kind of uranium you need to make a weapon. They want to have them though? Well, I mean, everyone wants to have them. Okay, yeah. So we all learned a little bit more about the Middle East today, I guess, except I've been simplifying heavily, and it's very complicated. Yeah. You can synthesize it in a reactor, though? Well, no. In a reactor just takes, like, fuel rods and lets them, like, the fissile material heats the water. You need like a centrifuge, or well, I guess there are more modern methods than a centrifuge. But to enrich uranium, you need to go like a lot. You need to do lots of and then you can get really shiny. Yeah, you put the uranium in a metal bucket and you like spin it around really, really hard, like with both hands on the handle, I think. You extract plutonium from spent fuel. Well, that's a different thing, right? But it has to be enriched. Whatever. I still think that Iran is the key to peace in the Middle East. I know it seems insane because Iran is run by lunatics, but I feel like they have the infrastructure for a real civil society if the conditions in Iran were such that the leadership was no longer able to maintain a constant state of fear on American or Western intervention. I think that if Iran could be dealt with, if they could chill out, if they could be engaged with sensibly, I think that over time a relationship of trust could be built, and that wouldn't make Iran like suddenly good or whatever. It wouldn't make them like an ethical state or fucking whatever. But I think that Iran, like so much of the instability in the Middle East is basically just like proxy conflicts between Iran, the West, and Israel, Russia and Syria, and Saudi Arabia and whatever the fuck, you know? Like, but I feel like the only group here that has any kind of like authentic interest in regional stability is Iran. I don't think the Saudis really do that much. Man, dude, we got out of the fucking nuclear accord with Iran. That could have been it. We could have reduced our reliance on Israel because we wouldn't have to worry as much about Iran developing nuclear weapons because we would have inspectors sent there. And I know Iran would try to break the rules, but at least then we could engage with them fairly and diplomatically rather than just withdrawing from the treaty, thereby permanently setting Iran down the path of never trusting us again for any kind of engagement. What about Turkey? Fuck Turkey. Turkey also doesn't have that much like influence in the Middle East. You'd think they would have more considering their size, strength, and military, but they don't really. Turkey's role in the Middle East, for the most part, is just making the lives of Kurdish people in eastern Syria miserable, okay? See this area of blue right here? Turkey's role in the Middle East is making sure people who live here are unhappy. Yes, I agree that Iran has every right not to trust the United States.
Off the bike.
Can we solve all of our problems by invading Syria? Yes. It's the only way. Okay, let's finish the segment.
But here you are now.
Remember when it was about a boat?
This will be a major concern, especially for those shipping companies where millions and multi-million-dollar business that could also effectively affect the trade that will be going through from Asia via the Middle East to Europe and vice versa.
You're not getting
Thank
away.
you, Sarah. We'll let you go for now. Thank you for that update.
Are we really going to keep the lefty audio for everything? How does a news organization fuck up this badly? It's a YouTube video. You can literally post correct for this. Like, it takes 2 seconds in whatever video editing program you have. Do you really not, like, just have an editor? Or just anyone?
Sarah Pirate reporting for us, so then I'll let...
First, for the security.
I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to the
The
left ear
fuck?
about audio shit. I don't want to. All right, good segment. My conclusion from this segment is that boats are bad. Don't use them. Set your computer to mono in accessibility settings. I could set all audio coming from OBS to mono so we would never have to deal with like an imbalance again. But I feel like sometimes we kind of lose out on stuff. Like we'd never be able to hear any like left side, right side shit again. Like somebody coming in from the left side of the camera. So I decided to keep it. I know, Benjamin, you mentioned it earlier. I have not seen Blue Eye Samurai. Okay, hold on. What was I linked here? Hold on. I think we're getting a very brief cat video break. What is this? Oh my goodness. Snout, God be with you.
Really? Oh my god.
Yeah, there we go. Had to download it from Discord.
Really? Oh my god.
He's been climbing. He's been climbing. Where'd the other one go?
Signac had a spirit board that could send us to hell. What other toys does he have?
You guys.
Ruben.
Love them. Yoink. Love them. Love the toss. Cats love being tossed. SNL does a skit making fun of Biden's declining popularity due to Israeli support. I love SNL. My favorite.
Damaged by his unwavering support for Israel. But I think the bigger problem for Biden is that he is 6 years older than Israel.
Nice meme. Nice meme. I'm pretty sure your mic is mono, Lil. Yes, my mic is mono. The TikTok sound effect will now. Well, it was a TikTok video, so yeah. Did you make it mono? I made it mono. It is not by default mono. I made it mono. There's no reason for it to be stereo for what I use it for. So did Elon actually file that lawsuit? Why even ask? You know he did. You know he did. You know goddamn well. All right, hold on. Yeah, so I just don't know anything about the OpenAI situation. You know, I wish I could say more on it, but I just don't know. Excuse me. All right, guys.
To Argentina now, where supporters of the right-wing outsider Javier Milei...
It happened in an election between a corrupt establishment, you know, generally reviled politician and a lunatic anarcho-capitalist. The lunatic anarcho-capitalist has won.
...have been celebrating his victory in the presidential election. Mr. Milei, known as El Loco, or the Madman, pulled off a major upset. Provisional results show the self-styled anarcho-capitalist won with 55.7%.
By a massive majority, too. A 12-point lead in favor of Milei. Incredible.
...of the vote, compared to 44% for his rival. Economy Minister Sergio Massa of the governing Peronistas, who rapidly conceded defeat. Javier Milei has promised a new dawn.
I genuinely thought anarcho-capitalism was a joke ideology by political bros. It is. Anarcho-capitalism can't exist in real life. It is completely inapplicable. Anarcho-capitalists in practice are usually just fascists. The question is really, to what extent is he genuinely insane, and to what extent is he cleverly masquerading his fascist views behind a guise of anarcho-capitalist rhetoric? And in his case, there's a very high likelihood that he actually is just insane, which would probably make him less destructive than if he was maliciously dishonest.
For a country ravaged by debt and rocketing inflation, pledging to do away with the central bank and replace the peso with the US dollar. Donald Trump congratulated him on his victory, saying he will truly make Argentina great again. And Brazil's former President Bolsonaro said hope shines again in South America. Katie Watson reports.
For Argentina, this was a political earthquake. Javier Milei.
Argentina has a banger flag, I have to say. I like that baby blue with the like sun emoji, the creepy sun emoji. This is very good. This is very powerful.
Won by a wider than expected margin, and his victory sent a clear message. Argentinians wanted change.
The
situación de Argentina
Bad Empanada is in shambles right now. Bad Empanada is going to like take to the jungle and wage like a Maoist people's war against the Milei regime. You know, he's going to be like firebombing, you know, like post office.
Situation in Argentina is critical. The changes our country needs are drastic. There is no room for gradualism. There is no room for half measures.
Mr. Milei was a relative unknown until a few months ago, but his brash manner, including wielding a chainsaw at a campaign event, got him noticed. In a country where annual inflation is now over 140%.
The reason why he was wielding that chainsaw is because it's a big part of his campaign promise, that he's going to cut government spending. He's basically said like he's going to cut every single government program.
And 2 in 5 Argentinians now live in poverty. A drastic new approach to fixing economic problems was a clever move.
I think this time Argentina needed a change, and that's why I bet on this new proposal. We are doing really bad as a country, and I hope Milei does not disappoint us. With this current government, we have gone from bad to worse.
But the campaign was divisive, as his rival acknowledged when he conceded defeat.
I called him, convinced that the most important thing for us Argentinians tonight is to remember that working together, dialogue, and respect for peace rather than this violence is the best path we should take.
But it won't be easy for Milei. On Sunday, it was clear many are disappointed with politicians and their empty promises of change.
Yeah, so it should be understood that this is really like a lesser of two evils in the minds of many Argentinian voters. It's not so much people being super excited for Milei. His opposition, Sergio Massa, from my understanding, is basically just like disappointment congealed in a politician. Like just a privileged, powerful, sits in the chair, promises, doesn't do shit, blah de blah. You know, like just it's a desperation vote. People are lunging out and looking for anything. It's essentially like a more pronounced version of the 2016 election, where a lot of what happened was really down to people not caring about Hillary, more so than like
Let's get
Trump
some upgrades.
did not get an astonishing number of votes in 2016. Hillary just got fewer votes than anyone expected because nobody fucking cared, you know. But I'm not exactly an expert on this guy. I looked over his Wikipedia page, and he just like. The impression that I get from looking over what he has done is that every time he gets elected, people basically shrug and go, yeah, I guess this guy. And then he promises stuff, and then some stuff happens, and he's very corrupt, and not much gets done, and not much gets better, and that's just how it is. I'm sure there's a lot more complexity to it, but I think that disappointment and bitterness is what explains this. Like, this is essentially the result of a protest vote. So...
I'm a bit sad about the whole situation. I don't know how this will help us move the country forward. At least we are voting and exercising democracy, but I'm not happy with either candidate.
Yeah, 140% inflation. Like, holy shit, wait, hold on, let me see the chart. Argentina inflation chart. Jesus Christ. The top line here, this is 120%. That's what this line is. Inflation rate by month, Argentina 2023. You know how groceries have gone up like 50% in price? Imagine them tripling in price in the span of 1 year. Yeah, it's not good. Now, I'm not going to pretend I understand the exact, reasons why Argentina is experiencing a very high inflation rate. I would like to know. I'll get into it soon. But yeah, again, stuff like this tends to lead people to protest vote.
Mr. Milei has also pledged to loosen gun laws and ban abortion, and he and his vice president...
Again, there we go. Anarcho-capitalism at its finest. Freedom, freedom, freedom. No government intervention. Have guns, have guns. Ban abortion. Yeah. Like I said, he's not actually a narco-capitalist. He's just, a hardcore... he's a fascist with a libertarian bent.
President have repeatedly been accused of lacking respect for democracy and calling into question the official number of victims during the country's dictatorship. All told, Milei's victory has been a shock for Argentina's traditional...
Oh yeah, his supporters were also screaming fraud when they were counting the votes for the election the other day, even before they had finished. Like, he did the Trump thing, where he said, like, 3 million illegals voted, and then he ended up winning anyway, but then he insisted still that 3 million illegals voted. You know, he basically did that.
...political scene. Javier Milei said he'd deliver change for Argentina, but few understand what that will look like. One thing's clear, it'll be unlike anything that's come before. Katie Watson, BBC News.
Well, earlier I spoke to Mimi Swaby about Milei's victory.
Defying pollsters who predicted a really close result, Javier Milei has been the runaway victor with nearly 56% of the votes against his rival.
He defended Thatcher. And if you know the history between the UK and Argentina over the Falklands. Yeah. Weirdly, he has made the claim that Argentina has sovereignty over the Falklands, but has also defended Thatcher and called her like one of the most influential or important people or whatever in the in modern history. This is most explainable by the fact that he is a fascist, where he will admire authoritarian tendencies in other authoritarians, but he also has like a strong nationalist bent. Like, you know, Again, anarcho-capitalism is not a real ideology. There are just some fascists who emphasize business freedoms as like the through line to their, you know, to their political ends.
Sergio Massa, and this has really upheaved a political status quo which has long been dominated for decades now in Argentina by two main parties. Now, when Javier Milei first announced his entry into politics back in 2020, very few people thought he was serious. He suggested he would blow up the system. Yet 3 years later, this far-right libertarian radical figure...
He also boinked his sister, allegedly. He looks like his fucking dad boinked his sister.
Far-right economist and former TV pundit is now the next president of Argentina and will soon hold the keys to Casa Rosada on the 10th of December. This has been an election race with surprises, twists and turns. This outside radical figure with a campaign full of influencers on social media. It's his combative and aggressive at times approach which has been seen as a bit of a lightning rod for angry voters at this economic crisis, and that is what has really galvanized people towards him. It's also worth noting that without a party of their own in this really polarizing runoff election, the centre-right has
Fly from the roof of Snowball's Chance to Center Pole HQ's roof.
And now that is
Let's
thought
do
to
that.
have pushed him really far over this victory line in this shocking and huge win for him.
And
I don't know if I've seen that before.
he is promising an end to the soaring inflation and debt levels in Argentina. How does he propose to go about that?
Well, he says he's going to tackle this 143% inflation by ditching the Argentine peso, dollarizing the economy, and eliminating the central bank. He has some interesting proposals of...
All right, right off the bat, what's the opening proposal? What if we made our entire economy completely reliant on the US dollar, hedged all of our stability to the United States?
Seeing the government size, which he says is this omnipresent kind of state which has only caused people suffering throughout Argentina.
Can he even do
wants
that?
to get rid of
Sure.
the Ministry of Culture, Sport, and very controversially of women, and merge the health and...
I mean, personally, I think it would be better for the long term in their country to stabilize their economy. Keep in mind, they can dollarize, but they can't print US dollars, which means that if their economy runs on US dollars, they have to get all of their money, all of their dollars, from the United States. Only the US government can print dollars. That's the point of the US dollar, which means that not only will the stability of their economy hinge on our stability, which to be fair, that's the case for the entire world because the US dollar is the international currency of business, but at the same time, it means that it would be basically impossible in the future for any kind of radical economic or currency reform to be done by the Argentinians because, again, only the United States can print their currency. They have to take all of it from the US. They essentially have to buy their ability to use their economy from us. Sounds great for the USA? Yes, it's great for us.
Education departments. Aside from economic policy, though, he's some very controversial and divisive social policies he's proposed. He wants to ban or criminalize abortion, which was only legalized in 2020, but then he also wants to legalize the free trade of human organs, as well as...
That is true. He's also said that in some cases he could understand the sale of human children.
...loosen gun laws. So he has some very interesting and polarizing propositions, but it's in the next 3 weeks...
That's some great, like, journalist speak right there. Very interesting, very polarizing positions, you know. People have strong opinions on his position.
Before he takes office, that we'll hopefully see some details for these pretty vague plans at the moment. So how he's going to do that. Is he going to dollarize the economy gradually or in one hit, which would have a huge impact on markets? Or is it going to be a last-minute thing when he gets into office?
Nice. Yes, the Milei's vice president, Victoria Villarreal, I believe it's pronounced, but I'm probably wrong, seems to also be a conservative. Most of her Wikipedia page is dedicated to her sort of denying the atrocities of past right-wing dictatorships and claiming that politicians are too afraid to speak out about the crimes of left-wing terrorists who operated during the era of that regime in, like, the 70s. So, Villarreal's 2014 book about focusing on Argentine conflicts presented methodological errors. She included 84 nomen nescio victims, so that's no name, victims dated before the foundation of the group she denounces as terrorists, victims of other groups like the Argentina Anti-Communist Alliance, and did not differentiate between civilian and military casualties. According to Villarreal, the majority of their crimes had in fact been committed during the 3 years of democracy immediately prior to the 1976 military coup. So I guess she just has, like, some weird, historically rooted desire to lie about the crimes of the military junta. So that's her bit, I guess. That's her shit. Can you elaborate on this guy's child trafficking policy? Sure, as soon as he does. Also, it's not trafficking if they're just selling it. It's legal. At that point, it's just child trade. Political positions of La Libertad Avanza, which is the party that is won here. Reduction in the size and scope of the Argentine state, arguing its current scale and regulatory framework are detrimental to economic efficiency and individual prosperity. La Libertad Avanza proposes a streamlined federal government structure which would include the retention or creation of the following ministries, reducing their total number to 8 from the current 19. So in a weird way,
that's my guy.
The Argentine Project 2025 with the destruction of the administrative state, reducing the number of departments from 19 to 80. Reducing government bureaucracy and expenditures, market-oriented approach, aiming to reduce public spending by 15% of GDP, lowering taxes with the goal of eliminating 90% of the existing rules, modernizing labor laws to encourage job creation, and taking inspiration from models like that of UOCRA. This is not an English article. The Construction Workers Union of the Argentine Republic. Okay, that's a rabbit hole. Advancing towards a unilateral trade policy modeled after Chile, with the goal of enhancing international competitiveness for Argentine companies, eliminating the central bank, reforming the energy sector by recalibrating subsidies and tariffs, and inviting private sector participation. It should be noted that the history of fascism in Latin America is almost entirely oriented around how business-friendly can we make ourselves to the West. Like, again, look at Pinochet. Like, that is almost always how this goes down, because Latin America was basically America's, like, fucking dumping ground during the Cold War. Look at the last proposed ministry. The Ministry of Human Capital. I wonder what that would imply. Judicial reforms. Okay, a bunch of specific judicial reforms. Yeah, human capital. Here we go. Ministry of Human Capital. La Libertad Avanza proposes a comprehensive approach to addressing issues related to health, social development, labor, and education by consolidating them into a single Ministry of Human Capital. Okay, sorry guys, it's not about child sales. It's not about the child trade market. It advocates for maintaining social assistance until the country can transition to a more prosperous economic model based on freedom. Also champions the long-term transition to private systems for healthcare and education. The party identifies childhood poverty and lack of access to basic amenities as significant issues in Argentina.
Holy shit, this thing is strong.
Current education system is centralized and bureaucratic, fails to citizens. Current public healthcare system is ineffective. Libertad Avanza asserts that Argentina's declining security situation is primarily due to an abolitionist culture that views criminals as victims and the large-sized state, which has led to lack of control over its essential functions. The party emphasizes the role of security forces in the state is to repress criminal activity to protect citizens' life, liberty, and property. That's interesting. Why would an ostensibly anarcho-capitalist administration emphasize a sort of law and order attitude towards criminality? Wouldn't they be the very first people to advocate for a reduction in terms of the police and military state? No, every single time. Opposed to state intervention.
What are you
except
doing,
for
bro?
The main thing the state can do to intervene, which is to arrest you or kill you. Yeah. In line with this, they propose a new security doctrine grounded in the principle of, quote, you reap what you sow. Wow. Defense policy, foreign relations. A new doctrine in foreign relations focused on two principles: defending liberal democracies globally and promoting free trade between nations. The party declares Argentina will no longer be an ally to dictatorships and seeks to reestablish its position among democratic and free countries. We'll see how that goes down. He has claimed that he wants to establish strong economic ties with the United States, which he would have to dollarize their economy. But, you know. All right. So here's my impression, okay? And I'm just kind of stabbing in the dark. But here's my impression, okay? I think that Milei is a man out of time. I think that he's 50 years too late to being America's favorite dictator in Latin America. I think that in his mind, it's like 1972, and through privatization, a strong backing with the United States, in opposition to global dictatorship, and making yourself amenable to Western business interests in the form of dollarizing and privatizing the economy, you can build strong regional, control and stabilize your economy. I think the problem here ultimately is that he's actually kind of sincere. See, none of these policies, when framed together, actually make very much sense in the context of the modern world. This would make sense 50 years ago. The problem is right now, if he wanted to do all of this and for it to work, he would not be aligning himself purely with the United States. He would be going for a broad sort of come one, come all, open for all business, approach. He wouldn't be cutting himself off to China or whatever else. It doesn't make any sense to do that. It seems like he wants to pal up to the United States, but we live in a globalized economy these days. Argentina has the ability to trade with anyone and everyone if they want to, if they develop for it. It doesn't make sense. And what's more, I do think that he has fascist tendencies, but a lot of what's written out here is not fascist. The rhetoric isn't fascist. The proposed policies aren't fascist. I think he might have drank his own, Kool-Aid a little bit here, I feel. And pissed, yeah, sure. I think that he's the kind of fascist that would make sense 50 years ago, but today, a lot of the things that would have made you a fascist then don't work now. Like, for example, the reason Pinochet was able to get away with what Pinochet got away with was in large part because the United States was completely fucking fine with death squads and fascist governments in Latin America back when Pinochet was around. Nowadays, that's not really how we conduct our business. Not to say we're like too good for it, but it's just not how we tend to do things these days, you know? We defended Lula da Silva's government in Brazil, Biden did. So, like, what is he doing, you know? There's a weird lack of like hyper-nationalist, ethnic, or religious galvanizing in the official policies proposed. I know that he personally is quote-unquote anti-woke, but if he's anti-woke, why would he also say that he wants to like align himself with the United States politically and economically to the detriment of like global dictatorships? And furthermore, like where is the hyper-nationalist pseudo-isolationism? Fascist governments almost always do this thing where they're like, we need to consolidate, we need to like focus on ourselves, we need to close our borders, we need to work on building our own industry, we need to do this, we need to do that. Because generally speaking, fascist governments kind of rely on the polarization of the us and the them. You know, they need to have an in-group and an out-group. But he's not doing that. He wants to dollarize the economy and open them up to trade. Again, this is the kind of fascism that I would expect to see like 50 years ago. Like, you know, it's weird. Now, obviously, like, there will always be a difference between rhetoric and what he actually ends up doing, you know? Like, I'm not saying that he's being perfectly honest in all of that. I feel like he is a man out of time. I feel like his model for building Argentina and sort of, you know, engaging in far-right, you know, like, justification for his political policies, I think it's I think it's outdated. I don't think this is going to work. There's basically two ways this can go. Either this completely crashes and burns, which is a very real possibility, or things end up going weirdly okay. Like, basically Argentina just has a weird period of, like, austerity politics where public spending is cut, and there's an economic reform that doesn't work that well, but also doesn't have that much of an outcome. See, one thing that I haven't mentioned yet is that this guy may have won the presidency, but he did not win the legislature. As I understand it, hold on. Yeah, he only has 35 seats in the Chamber of Deputies, and only 7 in the Senate. See, he doesn't even have close to a majority. So he won the presidency because people were so disappointed in his opposition. But in terms of the legislature, like, he's going to have to bargain with them. And it makes me wonder, is it possible that a lot of the crazier stuff that he wants to do is just going to get shot down by the legislature, and as a consequence, the only thing he ends up doing is imposing a kind of moderate period of austerity, where there's this really weird dissonance between him going on TV and saying some absolutely fucking crazy shit, and then nothing happens, and 3 months later there's some like weird spending bill that maybe makes things a little bit worse, but doesn't like have a huge outcome. I wonder. He will have to be very worried in terms of getting impeached because Congress will impeach him if he does stupid shit. Yeah. I don't know. It really does feel like it's a coin flip between this guy doing like basically nothing, like mildly worsening things, and him nuking the entire country, basically. I don't know. It's very odd. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing a very bad job explaining it right now, I feel. But does everyone understand what I'm saying when I say that he's like a fascist out of time? If you go and look up like Pinochet or whatever, or like any of the era of Latin American far-right dictators who America put there to like stop the spread of communism or whatever else, like, if you look at the history of those leaders, there was a very specific doctrine that they had with regards to their approach to fascism, because their fascism was completely dependent on them sucking up to America. You know? But that's not how it works anymore. Fascist governments globally these days don't tend to like America because America is no longer committed to propping up fascist regimes in order to oppose the spread of like communism, you know? Not to say, again, that we're above doing that. It's just not the main thing we're focused on right now. So fascist regimes tend to oppose America because we're generally considered to be an international beacon of democracy democracy and progressivism, which, relative to a lot of countries, we are, for sure. So why suck up to us? Maybe he really is just going to do like the neoliberal thing. Maybe he really is just going to be like Reagan or Thatcher for Argentina. You know, no death squads, no crazy nuking the economy or whatever. Just a period of austerity and consolidation that isn't good, but isn't as destructive as it could have been. I don't know. A couple of fun facts. La Libertad Avanza's logo is literally based off the Nazi eagle. Also,
Oh, the Tri-Omega collision targets. I still fucking have it on there.
I'm
God
not
damn
denying
it.
that he personally
What's
is
the
like
Last
a
Supper
racist or
explosive
fucking
kills? There
whatever.
we
He's
go.
literally like a fucking far-right ANCAP white boy in Argentina. Like, you know, this is... yeah. Nice to meet you. I'm not denying this in any way, shape, or form, okay? I'm only talking about, like, the way he's presenting his political slant. And yes, we've all seen Captain ANCAP, hero of the free market. This rules, okay? This to me is even better than, like, before Fetterman milkshake ducked. Fetterman wearing shorts and a hoodie everywhere. This is good, okay? I want more politicians to do this. The reason you see a lack of ethnic or religious galvanizing is because his galvanizing relies on focusing against the corrupt and ineffective political ruling class. He doesn't need to do that much racism. He does have some racist-ish policies, though, like denying foreigners free healthcare and education, which is a big point here in Argentina. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. As long as he's primarily aligned against corruption rather than degeneracy or foreign influence, he can never reach fascism level 2. Focusing on corruption is a pretty a common like opener for a lot of fascist regimes, but it's usually only a through line to attribute that corruption to a specific ethnic or religious group. For example, the Nazis did this, where they would complain about corruption in the Weimar government and like anti-nationalism in the Weimar government, that kind of stuff. But they only really did that because it allowed them to get to point number 2, which was the reason they're doing that is because blah blah Jews, right? So it was done for the sake of something else. Whereas in his case, unless he starts doing the thing where he's like, yeah, my opponent's corruption is actually because he's from this ethnic group or whatever, you know, we should like be...
Oh, I got the 7 deadly weapons achievement.
It's not
Nice.
really like... I feel like I'm doing a bad job explaining. I'm sleep deprived like a motherfucker right now. Still, this is important to understand, I feel. He and his party will do what you're describing. The thing is, they will not base that hatred and repression on ethnicity or religion / nationality, but ideology. If that's the case, then it can't get that bad. It can get very bad, but it could get potentially so much worse. This guy has the potential to do a lot of damage, but as long as his... look, it's all about material conditions, okay? It's all about material conditions. The forces that he galvanizes people over, the systems that he antagonizes people over, as long as he's ideologically committed to the kind of pro-business privatization that would have dictated the economic policy of some 1970s era Latin American right-wing government, he can never mobilize the kind of militant, fascist, anti-communist, behavior that his predecessors did, because we no longer exist in that era. To put it another way, Pinochet could throw communists out of helicopters while relying on American support. This guy is so reliant on American support that he wants to dollarize the economy. Do you think the Biden administration would be happy to get along with him if he was like throwing political dissidents out of helicopters? It's possible that he's praying for a Trump victory. In fact, he probably is, because if Trump won, it's possible he could get away with a lot more and simultaneously be fascist and also dollarize their economy and rely on like American foreign investment. That is possible. However, I still think that even a Trump regime would be less willing to go along with his shenanigans than America used to be with Pinochet. And the reason for that is because Trump is...
All right, calm down. Oh,
See,
fuck, I can't stop.
America backed a lot of fascist regimes during the Cold War but America itself was not fascist. We were just willing to, you know, be buddies with like every fascist government in the world if it meant fighting communism. So as a consequence of that, we had a very internationalist perspective when it came to fighting communism. Whereas nowadays, Trump's government is like, well, not Trump's government, Trump's party, you know, Trump's like power base, constantly jerks itself off about how, you know, it's America first, it's detached from world government affairs, why is this our business, how is this our business? They're not sincerely isolationist, but it just doesn't represent the same kind of support. I think you're forgetting about Israel. I think that Israel is a very specific exception. We're using Israel as a wedge against Iran. No such situation exists in Latin America. You know, what you're not getting is that it's not necessarily about sucking to America, it's about destroying everything related to the Argentine state. Yeah, but that's kind of weird for a fascist to do. Fascists usually do the opposite. They might take foreign money, but they usually rely on like this overemphasization, this dialectic between modernism and like historical traditionalism to build some kind of like monstrous Frankenstein state, where you have like a technocratic, you know, surveillance state, but you also have like roadside restaurants where, you know, like characters from regional fairy tales are painted on the walls while you get served coffee or something. Like there's a contradiction present here, but this isn't contradictory. This is just like pro-business policy. I don't know. If people watching this right now can take anything from my rambling, the thing that you need to take from it is that this is a very odd election, and I think that Milei's proposed policies are extremely internally contradictory in a way that is going to be interesting to watch. So we'll see. But you always say Trump is a real danger to democracy. What do you think could happen with Trump being highly anti-democratic in regards to what other countries try to accept? Oh yeah, for sure. If Trump wins, that is a win for authoritarianism in the world around. What I'm saying is that Trump's mode of authoritarianism is not the kind that is super invested in promoting both business interests in and regional support of other dictatorships or pseudo-dictatorships like what Milei represents in Argentina, you know, people with authoritarian tendencies. It's not the same kind of deal. You know, fascists tend to LARP about isolation, but we weren't fascists during the Cold War. We just allied with fascism. A big difference, right? But it is different because we had an internationalist approach. Fascists can't do the internationalist approach. At least they can't do it without a bunch of jumping through hoops. Like Russia, for example, hardcore leans in on like the ultranationalist stuff and the you know.
I wish this guy didn't fucking flip flop everywhere. Goddamn.
Forming like the greater Russia, the like pan-Eurasian Russia, but at the same time, the Kremlin more in like a you know sort of international.
He's T-posing.
You know, OPSEC.
Caught it.
Funds right-wing governments the world around. Doesn't Trump love Orban? I'm sure that's different though.
Oh, I got the achievement. Nice.
But the question is, if Orban wanted to dollarize, replace his entire economy with like American-backed dollars, well, a dollar is American-backed by definition, and then like move forward as a kind of like purportedly free market extension of American business interests, would Trump care that much? And my honest answer to that is, I don't think he would. I think I think that Trump likes Orban because Orban is a fascist who has sort of quietly but meaningfully wrested democracy away from the Hungarian people. But I don't think that Trump cares about Orban in a like, I will form an undying economic bond with you kind of way. I think it's just game recognized game. Not the same relationship we had with Chile during Pinochet. That wasn't game recognized game. That was we will like bond ourselves economically and politically to Pinochet to the extent that it allows him to prevent the spread of communism vis-a-vis helicopter death squads or whatever. It's different. It's weird. I don't know. I guess after reading all of this, my impression is that I am less afraid of this guy's leadership than I was initially. I don't think he's good. I think he's insane. I think that he is internally fascist, but I think the mode by which he projects his fascism, I think the kind of fascism that he puts forward is not the kind that is most dangerous in this situation. Between his apparent internal ideological inconsistencies and the fact that the legislature is not on his side, I don't think that his presidency is going to be as destructive as some people fear it will be. I think that a lot of his worst impulses will be either curtailed by the legislature, or they won't pop up at all because they conflict with his desire to be like America's butt buddy. Vosh, the Saudis and Turkish have been sending money to Trump and his hotels to bribe him into foreign policy support, so Argentina can do the same for us. No, you're not understanding what I'm saying, okay? When other countries bribe Trump into favorably thinking of them, it is still not like the relationship that we had with Latin American dictatorships. I'm not talking about whether or not Trump would like Milei. What I'm talking about is, would a Trump-run United States, which is sort of based primarily on at least the rhetoric of isolationism, also engage with this ostensible pro-free market, pro-internationalist, pro-foreign investment, pro-democracy, Mileian, Argentinian government? Like, isn't there a contradiction there? That's not how Hungary conducts itself. This style of austerity politics, of far-right galvanization, it's just out of time, it's out of date. We'll see what happens. I feel like I've done a very poor, I feel like I've done a poor job explaining this. I don't know how. No, I'm leaving it as is. I'm leaving it as is. People are gonna like misinterpret what I've said. People are gonna say shit like, oh wow, you're saying this guy's not a threat. Or people are gonna say like, oh wow, you really think that like America wouldn't back a right-wing leader? So like, you're not gonna listen to what I said. But I am. Okay, yeah. I feel like I'm kind of like learning on the fly here. If I had a bit more time, I think I could sort of distill this down to a more concise take. You're not doing awful, but you need to take this a little more seriously than now. Well, that's not very helpful. I am taking it seriously. It's complicated. Look, on the plus side, one thing this probably will be is very funny, because this guy is a lunatic and is definitely not ready for the responsibilities of being a leader, which means that he's going to, I feel like we're going to see a bunch of really goofy goober behavior, is what I'm thinking. I want to see Vosh have a stroke trying to understand Peronism. Justicialism, a labor and left-wing leaning Argentine basis. What is the relevance of this? Yes, please. Whoa, hold on. No, this is tough enough, okay? The people he's running against. Peronism is the core of our politics. Can I engage with one complicated political subject at a time? This seems like genuine.
You didn't even kill this guy. I gotta upgrade this thing.
Let's do this a little bit in the future, okay? It's mandatory to understand Argentinian politics. I don't claim to understand Argentinian politics. I don't. I'm only trying to I'm trying to figure out, I guess, the threat level of Milei's government. And I've come across, after all of this, with a fairly positive and optimistic impression for a variety of reasons. Shouldn't a popular political influencer like Vosh already know and understand stuff like Peronism? Yeah, dude. Man, in order to be a political streamer, you need like a stronger pre-existing knowledge base than any fucking profession in the world, dude. Holy shit. There's always someone, you know? Oh my god. Listen, all right, I'm an American. The fact that I even know how to fucking spell Argentina when I type it into Google to look up wiki articles and how your government works is a gracious a gift to you, all right? We'll do more research into it in the future.
Oh. Artemis, why are you yelling?
He is meowing out. Yeah, that was a tummy hurt meow.
Why did your tummy hurt?
Yeah, he's gross. Alright, get out. I'm streaming. Get out of here. Jesus. Go. I did. Go. Jesus. Fucking open room in here. What was I doing?
Get out.
Sorry, Artemis licking his foot. That's very cute. Okay, what was I saying?
There we go.
Why are
Nice.
Americans this bad on South American knowledge law? What? I hit the enter, and then it made all the gibberish that was in chat.
Soul Sweeper. I'll fuck with that. Find a gun station.
Okay. One more summary. One more summary. You hear that? One final summary. Milei was elected primarily not because people are super jazzed about him, but rather because people are disappointed in the corruption and ineptitude of his primary opposition. One. Two, Milei may have won the presidency, but the legislature is still very much controlled by the opposition. He doesn't even have close to a majority in the legislature. As a consequence of that, he not only has to fear impeachment, he also has to fear, you know, nothing actually getting through the legislature. Which is a pretty big deal if you're a president. Okay, that's two. Three, Milei is authentically a lunatic, which means that he is unpredictable and generally unable to assess the situation at hand. He does not seem to be playing a lunatic as a bit. He genuinely seems to be kind of crazy. So that's something. Four, the style of right-wing governance that he seems to want to pursue, both in rhetoric and in the policies that he seems jazzed about, are very, very, very ideologically libertarian. The problem with that is that libertarianism is fake. It's not real. It's a fake ideology. It can't actually happen. At most, what he could put forward is heavy privatization, austerity, and the deconstruction of the administrative state, which is, you know, not nothing, but a lot of the more radical, ideologically motivated anarcho-capitalist propositions he has don't seem to be, for one, they're not likely to pass through the legislature, but at the same time, like, I don't even know if they could be implemented. Like, we're gonna run up, it's like the contradiction between, like, an impossible ideology and reality here, you know what I mean? It's difficult enough for even mildly radical politicians to get some of their stuff through. So the idea of him getting more radical stuff through just doesn't seem likely, okay? Number 5, very important to understand. Milei might absolutely himself be right-wing, but the style of right-wing that he is kind of weird and out of date. He seems to favor international investment, allying with international democracies, and he wants to dollarize the economy, making his entire economy completely tied to the US dollar, which means that he would be ceding a lot of Argentina's economic autonomy to the United States, which is an interesting decision motivated primarily by the very high rate of inflation. You know, I don't think it's a good idea in the long term, but maybe it could sort of cut off, you know, the inflation in the short term. We're certainly not experiencing as much inflation as they are right now. So you know, I don't agree with the decision. But what's interesting is that fascism, certainly today more than ever before, it relies very, very heavily on things like isolationism, hyper-nationalism. It relies on like the galvanization of certain ethnic, religious, or you know, like national lines. And he doesn't seem to be pushing those things. They're present. His movement isn't devoid of racism. There are certainly racists in his coalition. He himself is almost certainly racist. But as long as his presidency and his rhetoric are aligned mostly towards economic privatization and anti-corruption, he can't really mobilize the kind of fervor that usually leads fascist movements to get really, really, really out of control. Does that make any sense? The most radical far-right governments almost always galvanize over ethnicity or religion or national status, and I don't think that the way he's projecting himself indicates those are what he's interested in doing. I think that this is mostly like an economic and corruption thing. Now, historically, a lot of bad things have been done in line with the economic interests of far-right governments, you know, in Latin America, Pinochet, death squad, whatever else. However, I don't think that those tendencies are as likely when he is trying to suck up to America, both for foreign investment and like the dollarization of the economy. Even if Trump wins, the style of far-right governance he's proposing just doesn't seem to work well with the worst tendencies of what we see today in modern fascism. So personally, I think that his presidency is going to be a mess where he's not going to accomplish very much. I think it's going to be kind of funny, like he's going to do funny things, like it's going to be goofy. You know, there's going to be some goofy goober behavior, which I respect. A little bit, you know, I like a little goofster behavior. I hope he wears that anarcho-capitalist, like Cat-Man suit to some of his presidential addresses. It's possible that his rhetoric shifts in the future and he kind of backs off the economic stuff and starts consolidating and nationalizing and galvanizing along ethnic lines. And if he does that, things could change. But again, I don't know if that's how things are going to go. I don't think that he has a broad enough base of support under all cases, and I don't think the fervor is there. You know, rhetoric might change, but the people who supported him, mostly because they were disappointed with the opposition, are probably not going to shift from like, oh, we want an end to corruption, to, oh, we want the ousting of this particular ethnic group, without some kind of really, really powerful motivator. And is that present here? Not without some kind of shift or like change in rhetoric. I just don't think so. So I don't think he's going to be able to do that much. I do think he's probably going to fuck up the economy some more, but, you know, it's Argentina. Your economy was already fucked, okay? Like fucking a very, very well-used flashlight, all right? Okay? It needed cleaning anyway. Yeah, so to my Argentinian followers who have been desperately emailing me in tears, asking me for hope, it's not great. However, I don't think it's going to be as bad as a lot of you think it's going to be, and I think that it could also potentially be kind of fun. It's also possible that his failures end up sort of mobilizing and strengthening the left in your country, which, if that ends up being the case, would be pretty great, I think, because I think left-leaning things are good. So that might be nice, you know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. What is wrong? Why is chat so low quality today? Is it the Argentinians? What are you guys doing? Hello? Enable monetization to insert ads. What did monetization get turned on? It is on. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Money button. I love the money button. Give me just 1 minute. I am going. Oh, 9K viewers. Yeah, I love you all very much. Please sub if you want to hear more ill-informed American takes on Latin American politics. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to continue with the stream.
Watch them. Beautiful.
He didn't even get to do his intro.
No one walks away.
Art.
I could better.
He's flop. Snoop Dogg really fooled all of us by saying he was going to smoke this one. I mean, it had to have been for a bit, right? It was like too much of an image thing. I don't know. Snoop Dogg is like a big meme or whatever. I guess over time I've come to despise. I just like weed a lot, man. People cope so hard about whether or not you can get addicted to weed. It's like having a celebrity whose entire bit is that they're drunk all the time. I don't know. It feels like nobody, like it doesn't get taken very seriously. Who cares? I mean, I feel like if there was a celebrity whose bit was that they were always incredibly drunk and everyone just celebrated that, it might lead to something about
Ooh, excuse me.
the real world, but you can get addicted to anything. Do you see? This is exactly what I mean. You point out people get addicted to weed. It's like, oh, bro, yeah, like you can get addicted to like jelly beans. Like there's no difference at all between a drug that chemically affects your mind and jelly beans. You know, I mean, I know. Yeah, people really learned that whole chemical versus behavioral addiction thing, and went like, ah, okay. Weed can't kill you. Yeah, I know. As far as I've read, you can get a physical dependence to weed, but the whole psychoactive bit is a mistake. Well, it's not like a hard sell or whatever. Like, basically everyone in chat right now who's above the age of 15 knows somebody who's addicted to weed. It's not exactly rare, you know? It's probably more common, at least in younger people, than alcohol. Yeah, the difference being that it just gets treated differently, you know? I don't know a single stoner, let alone an addict. Well, that's dope. Hell yeah. People in here hear you badmouth weed. They think you're putting in the same tier as fentanyl. That's because weed smokers are literally the most offensive people in the fucking world. Holy shit. You saw it in chat the moment I said that. Like, hey, I don't think a guy whose bit is that he's always on a drug is the best bit. If people in chat are like, did you know that weed is actually as addictive as paper clips? How about people who have an addiction to paper clips, psychological addiction to paper clips? They really like paper clips. What about those? That happens, you know? It's fucking, yeah.
This seemed like a better idea when people weren't trying to kill me.
What the fuck is that
T-bone.
noise? Oh my god. Paper clips are really cool though. Yeah. An active household today. Do you think it's some kind of reaction to the rhetoric around weed during the war on drugs? I mean, to an extent. I don't know. Bosch, I just don't like how you start acting like Destiny. When I get shorter? What do you mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. There's no point in demonizing something relatively harmless with weed. You are an addict, bro. At no point have I demonized it. What, like, anyone defensive enough to read into what I have said, it's demonizing it. Like, you are an addict. You're defensive enough. You're an addict. You know, like, you need to check your shit. Okay. like people again, it's weird, you know. Fuck. It's not like I'm anti ever using drugs or anything. I just think that people are overly permissive when it comes to weed addicts because they pretend that you can't get addicted to weed. Because they'll say shit like, well, you can't overdose. I'm not talking about overdosing. I'm just talking about like living your life with a dependency on being high on weed, you know? Of which there are plenty of people who do. It's not exactly rare. Do you think someone who smokes weed every single day is inherently an addict? Kind of, yeah. Like every day? Yeah? I guess it depends. Maybe it like depends. Like if you use like I don't know some kind of THC for pain management, or you like fall asleep. Maybe not. Maybe then it's like kind of melatonin, but a little stronger. I don't really know. But if you're like, ah man, this would be more fun if I was high, or like, oh it's weed o'clock, 4:20 or whatever, then yeah, probably. Like if a person every day was like, yeah, okay, time for me to take like 2 or 3 shots or whatever. I think people do drink a lot, but I think that because smoking weed, you're smoking, whereas with alcohol, you're drinking. You can have a little bit of red wine with it having no effect alcohol-wise on your brain. So maybe you just like having some red wine for dinner. I don't necessarily think that makes you an alcoholic. But if you're drinking enough every day that it like makes you tipsy or whatever, and that's like an everyday thing, then yeah, probably. I don't think chat's engaging with the subject. Bosch, new shoe on head video dropped with the title, Are Women Okay? We place bets how long it takes for someone to blame you for this. Well, women aren't okay, so if the answer to the question is no, then I probably agree with the video. Pretty sure medically drinking wine every night is considered alcoholism. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know that much. I just think that I just know there are a lot of people who are like, man, you know, life is just a lot more fun when you're high, and I think that's kind of sad, personally. I know a guy who used to be high all the time, literally all day. He'd smoke constantly, only stopped for a few months because he had to get a new job. He was absolutely an addict. Yeah, I'd certainly say so. People use the behavioral dependence thing to downplay the addictiveness of things like weed, but the chemical basis for behavioral addiction still literally affects gene expression and neuron function. Yeah, I think people downplay it quite a lot. So, yeah, I don't really know. Nice, Mad Hatter. Probably not Diogenes. But is it any different to caffeine, folks? Genuinely asking. I mean, you can have a caffeine addiction, certainly. I think the main thing that makes me feel like the caffeine addiction, even if a person does have an addiction to caffeine, is more defensible, is because caffeine doesn't really alter your brain state in the same way that alcohol or weed or any of those other drugs do. I guess maybe in some cases with some people it could. But for the most part, caffeine just gives you some energy, which means that if you're an addict to it, the thing that you're sort of conditioning yourself to set up permanently is like more energy. Whereas being high or being drunk are like complete chemical brain state changes, which I feel is pretty different in terms of like the potential for being abused for the purpose of escapism, you know? Yeah, cripple, exactly. In all honesty, Vosh, people are defensive about this because of the constant demonizing and dehumanizing that happened during the war on drugs. I think that's bullshit. A lot of the people in chat who are getting defensive right now are my age or younger. You have grown up in an environment where weed has become increasingly legal in the United States. It's barely even stigmatized these days. I think people are defensive because they don't like the idea that they might have like a negative relationship. And the problem with this conversation is that every single time I say anything, people hear a different thing. Listen to this. Someone I knew drank so much caffeine he thought he was having a heart attack. It definitely can be unhealthy. Didn't say it couldn't be. That's not true. Coffee is a stimulant and it totally affects you. I didn't say it doesn't affect you. I specifically said it gives you more energy. Like, I said that. Not true, Bosch. Caffeine does alter your brain state. Yes, it gives you more energy. That energy is in your brain. It's brain energy. Brain energy.
Get your ass over here, Dex.
That's
He's not even
true.
trying to fight
Coffee
anymore.
is a drink.
Killed him 30 times.
True.
I really wish they could let you kill just regular people for the achievement too. God damn.
Would you say you were addicted to Adderall or lithium?
Gotta kill demons. There's not even like bases or challenges I can redo where there's a lot that I can use my own weapons. Maybe a mayhem. I'll try a mayhem challenge.
Quit trying to draw like tenuous connections.
Where's the easy?
To defend weed? Like, except why is it so
Wreck
hard for people
hell?
to understand that if you smoke weed all the fucking time, there might be like why do people? Why is that so complicated? Like seriously, why do we do critical thinking on this channel all the time, and then suddenly everyone locks up on that specific subject? You know, you're not really doing much critical thinking if your critical thinking ability is shut off the moment you're talking about something that fucking relates to you. Have you guys ever wondered why you're all so cerebral and big brain when you're thinking about politics in the abstract, but then when it comes to managing your own personal relationships or finances or life, you're all fucking retards? Maybe it's because you're only capable of being cerebral on subjects that don't personally affect you. But the moment your emotions come into play and you're engaging with something that actually relates to your life and your biases, all of a sudden you turn into just a regular fucking drooling low IQ normie. Maybe the real test of being a high IQ gigabrain Chad Lord, like myself, I say, with his voice dripping with sarcasm, is to be able to apply that engagement and thought process to stuff that personally affects you, you know? I couldn't even say that without laughing, I'm sorry.
God damn it, they all fucking blew up.
So is Adderall addictive or not? Yeah, it totally can be. I take very little Adderall though, so it doesn't. I don't think it's. Best test for what you're talking about is meat eaters who can admit eating meat is objectively bad. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, like the people who will say it's bad to torture a dog to death, but will say that like eating meat is ethically acceptable, are like ethically retarded, like ethically brain dead. Basically, they have no. It's not that everyone has to be perfectly consistent all the time because nobody is or can be. No human ever has been. It's a matter of being able to understand like the powers at play, basically, like what's involved. We do lots of stuff day by day that hurts people, hurts things. Do you think it's okay to like torture insects? Well, you step on the grass and kill 1,000 bugs every time you do, like stuff like that. You know, is the answer to never step on the grass? Well, no, that's not really like a sensible way to live your life, I don't think. But you have to at least be able to think about it. You know, maybe there's something else at play. Maybe it's more about like your engagement with these systems. But a lot of people seem to think that like not thinking about it resolves the entire math equation. By that argument / example, why haven't you thrown your cats against the wall to get them recently? See, this is what I mean by like ethical retardation. Your argument by implication is saying that because a person eats meat, that means that they are okay with the torturing of animals. The proper answer is you're not okay with the torturing of animals, and you don't think the meat industry is good. Then, having acknowledged that you think the meat industry isn't good, you then continue to eat meat. It's better to acknowledge the hypocrisy in your behavior, which is again something everyone does, than to pretend it's not a hypocrisy. People are so desperate to pretend to be intellectually consistent that they will twist themselves into pretzel knots, pretending to believe things they don't actually believe, so they can construct some kind of delusional reality where they're like fully consistent in all their behaviors. Lunatics, absolute lunatics. Nobody lives like this in reality. It's delusional. It's completely delusional. In reality, you do the best you can. Utilitarianism doesn't lean much into the it's obligatory versus supererogatory. I think the term is. I could be forgetting that properly. What is good to do versus what you must do. What is bad to not do, I should say. There isn't really an ethical answer to this. I guess maybe if you're like a deontologist, but they're retards, so who cares? Also, they don't really have a real answer to it either. There is no real answer. It's ethics. There's no real answer. There are arguments and there are counter-arguments. But it does bother me when people can't like engage with the arguments, if that makes sense. There's not really an ethical way to argue, like, yeah, you shouldn't torture animals, but also the meat industry is completely okay, unless you have some insane... You would have to have some ethical system that doesn't really, like, make sense to think about, to be honest. It would be some very out there weird shit.
The fuck does that do for me?
You would have to specifically hate cows. Yeah. I think that it impedes people's ability to like think about this stuff. What are other philosophies besides utilitarianism? Utilitarianism isn't a philosophy, it's a metaphor. But there's like virtue ethics and deontology. The truth to this is that I used to spend a lot more time thinking about this stuff than I do now. The problem is that most of the political battles that we're facing today, like most of the big questions that we're trying to battle over in our political system, aren't really complicated enough that you even need to defer that often to like a broader ethical system. You know how many times I've even gotten to the like framework level when talking to a conservative and anything has come with that? They don't know they have no idea. Like, you know what I mean? It would be like getting a PhD in physics so that you could explain to a child why it's bad to throw bricks at kids in the schoolyard, because the physics helps you understand how the brick moves. And they're like, why is it bad? And you're like, well, the transfer of kinetic energy from the brick to their body leads to a shock wave across their skin, their subdermal tissue, and then their bone. And you see, it's like there's no point. It's still good to know. I mean, knowing physics can be really cool, useful. But in terms of like debating people online, God, how often do you go back to the fundamentals? It's like most of the time the fucking milieu. Is that the right word? Milieu? Is that the correct word? A person's social environment. No, that's not. I was going to say the milieu of retards. Well, my social environment is that, maybe. I don't know. Sorry. I'm so sleep deprived. I shouldn't even be talking about this.
Guys fucking camping up there?
What is this segment? This is not a segment. Consider a perfectly spherical matter. True. Has Vosh talked about the Argentina Trump? No. We were about to do 5 more hours on that particular subject. No. Moving on. Get me out of here, please. Please, please. Is there a difference between ethics and morals? Yeah, the difference between them is that if anyone ever tries to explain the difference between ethics and morals, you give them a wedgie, basically. You give them you reach into their pants and you grab their tighty whities and you pull up until you can put it over their head like a hat. Wait, now I'm curious. About what? I just gave you the answer. What if it's on social media and they're thousands of miles away? Plane tickets are cheap.
Alright, back up.
They're not? Well, historically they are, but whatever. There was a point that I wanted to make here. Hold on. So, Ridley Scott is making a film called Napoleon, which is about the guy.
Yeah, this Glizzy Overdrive
I'm sure
is
the film is
nuts.
going to be very good, at least in the sense that it's entertaining and well shot. However, there's been some discourse on the subject that I have an opinion on. Well, actually, there's been a lot of discourse actually, because Ridley Scott has been deliberately antagonistic when engaging with critics, even before the film's release, which is definitely an approach that you can take. Here, hold on. Let me just some of the funniest sort of Twitter headlines that I've seen. We can open with. First of all, okay. The first thing I saw is this. This isn't even related to the politics, okay? This is just like at the base of things. Man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for more directors than Wes Anderson to realize that you can have vibrant colors in a scene and still have it be a serious scene. I can't wait. Right now, only Wes Anderson has discovered the technology to vary the tone of the scene while still having high vibrancy. But unfortunately, right now we're in the era of everything being muted. Did anyone see that bit on Twitter where they compared? It's like a TV show about the Queen to the Queen speaking, and there's a massive difference in the saturation between the scene and the actual. The Crown. Thank you. Look at this. This is insane. The top is the TV show, and the bottom is the actual 1997 broadcast. Dude! Hold on. There we go. Color wasn't invented until recently. No, it was uninvented. We've lost the technology for color. Everything is muted now, all the time. I don't understand. This isn't even the politics. I haven't gotten to the politics yet. But like, everything has to be dark all the time now. You know, if you ever, one of the reasons, okay, so my personal theory for this is that one of the reasons why muted colors and dark scenes have gotten more popular is because CGI looks much better when you can't see much of it. Now that we're in an era where most movies are like blah blah, superhero, cape shit, CGI monstrosity nonsense, you know, as a consequence of that, we tend to lean in with like very low lighting and like rim lights maybe, but a lot of dark or whatever else. So now like everything's shot that way because we're just used to it basically. If you watch Marvel movies, like a bunch of them back to back, you'll see that they over time have adopted a very consistent standard towards color grading, where like everything gets kind of merged together into a very samey like tone and light level for scenes. I blame Snyder. There are a lot of people to blame for this, to be honest. There are a lot of people to blame. The first Iron Man is very colorful and the CGI looked great, still does. Yeah. If you go back to like the earlier, because Iron Man was like the first modern Marvel studio, you know, like it kind of set things off. There's a lot more color and vibrancy in that movie's action scene. But you can actually see it just in the movie poster, I feel. Like, if you compare the movie posters for the original Iron Man, even the, like, standard Hollywood one, where it's like, let's get every actor to, like, look cool at the camera, or whatever. And then you compare it to Iron Man 3. See? I know they're very different shots. This is a poster that's been crumpled up. But still, I know they're very different shots, but you can see like an immediate difference in the attitude towards color grading. Thor Ragnarok was more bright and vibrant, and that's why people liked it. I feel like it's gone downhill over time, you know? Maybe I'm being selective here. I don't think I am. I feel like in general, people just think that like saturated colors are kind of cringe now. It's the exact same reason that like in the first Captain America movie, fake costume. They have the fake costume. Wait, hold on. Captain America movie costume, like the one that he wore. It's like this basically. Yeah, when he was back in the 40s, he wore like the fake costume, and it was all bright, and then it's like, oh, well, you're in the modern day now, so you need to have like some super desaturated whatever. It's kind of like that. But it doesn't have to be that way. There's the most recent, in Deadpool 3, Wolverine's costume is really saturated, and frankly, so is Deadpool's. That's nice. Sorry, this is like kind of irrelevant. I guess it's just really tiring to see movies that have like really consistent, very sort of dull, desaturated color grading that carries from scene to scene. It's so common in movies these days. I recently rewatched The Matrix with some friends of mine, and I'm not kidding. If you watch The Matrix, there are so many shots in there that just don't happen anymore. Fight scenes where like it's not just one cut every eighth of a second, or like interesting cuts where the camera follows a person as they jump through a window and then like turns around as they turn around. None of this happens anymore. None of this happens anymore at all. It just doesn't exist anymore. Modern movies have lost the technology, okay? Good movies are like Roman concrete, all right? Listen, okay? Maybe somewhere a group of like monks have stored the secret information. Some Irish monks have stored like the secret to beer brewing. But for the most part, no. It's lost technology. Yeah, I do think that a big part of it is CGI versus practical effects. The Matrix leaned heavily on practical effects. Not entirely, but heavily. Another good example of a movie that has great color grading that's very fun and vibrant to watch is Mad Max Fury Road. And a lot of that is because they also relied on practical effects versus CGI. So when you're watching it, you know, they try to style the color grading to the scene, and it leads to some really nice looking shots. Look at this. This is the opening shot of the movie, if I remember correctly. That looks really nice. You know, it's vibrant, and it takes place in a desert too. You'd think that it would be like a really kind of grayed out movie just on account of that, but it's not. It's not. I've heard that Hannibal show is pretty good. Yeah. Blade Runner? Yes. In terms of, hey everyone, did you remember that this is a movie and we have the ability to alter like color grade and make interesting shots? The Blade Runner sequel is pretty much a masterclass. Yeah. The Blade Runner sequel is basically just an art film that exists to remind you of the color spectrum. You know, it is there to yeah. That's the purpose. The original Blade Runner makes sense as well. They're both very pretty movies. Whatever. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is so not even the point. This is my own gripe with Dune. The cinematography is so good. I've never seen a desert so gray. I will defend that. I'll defend that. I think that desaturation can be good when it's done purposefully. I think that desaturation makes sense in scenes with it, like in Dune, when it's literally fucking Arrakis, right? It's a hellhole. Whereas with Marvel movies, with superheroes, and it's like, yeah, dude, let's desaturate this, like, superhero battle. What are you doing? Okay. I'm sorry. This isn't even the point. I'm sorry. Okay, anyway, I think that colors are great, and I think that it's okay to use colors in movies, in my opinion. I think that's fine. Thank you. Especially with, like, Napoleon. I mean, it's Napoleon. Like, this guy wasn't exactly averse to ostentatious presentation. I mean, everyone's seen the most famous photo of him, right? This guy wasn't exactly like a dull gray minimalist, you know? He's a wacky emperor. Look at him. He's a goofy goober. Did I say photo? Yes, this photo, the first photo ever taken of a human, Napoleon Bonaparte. Look at the way he dressed in this photo. Look at the way he dressed. Like you're gonna look at this guy and you're gonna be like, all right, let's depict this flamboyant queen. All right, I know how we're gonna do it. In gray. Okay, I'm done. Except I'm not. Look at these paintings of him. You're really gonna like, oh yeah, man. It's time for us to really bring the historical limelight to Napoleon Bonaparte. All right? In gray. Okay, I'm sorry. Now we're getting to the politics. He looks very uncomfortable. Bosch, remember this is art, so it's going to be a bit off. Okay, we know for a fact that Napoleon was an ostentatious queen, all right? Okay. He was an emperor. All right, moving on. So anyway, yeah, that's the thing. Now to the politics. Thank you. Okay, so Ridley Scott has been engaging with criticism in a very funny way. Responding to negative comments from French critics about Napoleon, the French don't even like themselves. Great, fantastic. So for those of you who don't know much about Napoleon Bonaparte, I'm going to simplify his history down like I'm gonna like sort of like bring it down, like condense it very closely. Okay, are you ready? He was kind of a dick. He's a very interesting guy, very smart guy, also in a lot of ways a huge Giga Chad. He's also a dick. He's not great. Complicated. Now anyway, the main issue that I have is this. Ridley Scott on shooting a sequence where Napoleon's cannons fire at the pyramids. I don't know if he did that, but it was a fast way of saying he took Egypt. Now, leaving aside the took Egypt part, which I guess we'll get to in a second, I don't know if he did that, but it was a fast way of saying he took Egypt. Okay. One more here. Ridley Scott on historians having criticisms about Napoleon. When I have issues with historians, I ask, excuse me, mate, were you there? No, well, shut the fuck up then. This is a very stupid thing to say. This is like an incredibly low IQ. It's not even like a joke, really. It's just like very, very stupid. Now, it's funny though. So here's the thing, okay? Now, this is very subjective. I am not a history nerd. I am not like a Hearts of Iron 4 player. I don't care about historical accuracy as a virtue in and of itself. What I really don't like is the blurring between historical accuracy and historical inaccuracy. The problem that I have is that when people engage with a piece of media and that media presents itself as something that is historically accurate, historical inaccuracies potentially lead people to form wrong conclusions. Now, again, this isn't always the case. For example, I'm a huge fan of the movie Jojo Rabbit. Jojo Rabbit is a historical drama, but it's also obviously not real. Like, nobody would watch Jojo Rabbit and think, oh, Hitler looked like Joaquin Phoenix and was a goofy goober and also was an imaginary friend or whatever. Like, obviously, the way it presents itself. Did I say Joaquin Phoenix? I did, didn't I? Taika Waititi. Sorry, yeah, thank you, yeah. Because I was just looking at Joaquin Phoenix, okay? I was just looking at him. Whatever. Watiti, not Wakiki. Please, please, I'm tired. Okay. Anyway, nobody watches Jojo Rabbit coming away with the impression of like, oh, you know, so that's what happened. But with a movie like Oppenheimer, right, which is, you know, very obviously much more committed to historical accuracy, massive inaccuracies in the text could potentially lead people to come away with the wrong conclusions about what happened. The Chernobyl show, yeah, that's another great example of like presenting itself in a way where people feel comfortable getting like a real historical impression of what happened from the material. I guess like my attitude on the acceptability of stuff like this has gotten a lot less permissive given how mired everything is in misinformation these days, you know? Like everywhere, all the time. I feel like it's becoming more and more important for people to sort of present...
Holy shit, this guy's getting fucked up by the traffic.
On Hamilton with time as well, because the first time I watched / listened to Hamilton, it's like, oh, well, this is full of misinformation, but it's like, you know, it's like Inglourious Basterds, you know? Like, it's full of misinformation, but it's fun, so people know that it didn't all happen this way. But now, every once in a while, I go online, and I see people who seem to legitimately think that Alexander Hamilton was like an abolitionist, or was some kind of feminist or whatever, like, because in the scene, the Schuyler sisters are all girl bosses, and they're like, we want women's rights. And then so people are like, yeah, they like women's rights. It's like, no, that's not true. I guess I'm getting a lot more negative on inaccurate portrayal of history because it feels like people use it to feed their bad political biases all the time. Now, I don't know what political factions would use misinformation about Napoleon to feed their, you know, to feed their political cause, but it's like, I don't know. Hamilton was actually black, dude. Well, that is true. Bonapartist and fascist, I imagine. Probably fascist. I don't know. I don't know who benefits from the idea that Napoleon fired on the pyramid, you know? I guess I'm just... Does everyone understand? I don't think this itself is going to be super harmful, but I do think this attitude is harmful. The idea of like, you know, history is, you know, whatever, man, I'm just making a story. I think that that attitude often leads to some pretty wildly bad outcomes. Weird French nationalist? Yeah, I don't know much about like Bonapartists in the modern world, I guess. When I was a Liv Hamilton fan of my liberal beliefs, yeah. Bonapartists are a meme here. Yeah, again, I don't know much about modern day Bonaparte. Yeah, it shouldn't be the default response to movie makers. I guess it's just like, I don't know. It just makes me feel a bit weird, I guess. People often get a lot of info from media pertaining to historical stuff. Like, people don't do the research. I don't blame them for that. Like, why would a random person just do research on Napoleon or whatever? Or an Oppenheimer? Like, why? You know? I don't expect that from the average person. So I guess I feel like there should be a responsibility as stewards of media to try to put forward a good understanding of what's taking place and you know, to try to inform people, to try to, like, contribute to the public good. I don't think the Oppenheimer movie is perfect, but I think that for the most part, watching it will make a person more knowledgeable and smarter on the circumstances surrounding the development of the bomb and our, like, position in World War II. Again, I don't think it's a complete understanding, but it's something, right? It's more than the average person knows. I didn't know everything about Oppenheimer before watching the movie. You know, I learned from watching the movie. There was some stuff that I disagreed with, I guess, in terms of framing, but, you know, that's always going to be the case. Leaked storyboard of Napoleon is going from a Marvel approach. I guess if it's so over the top that it doesn't present itself as being authentic with its history, like the same way that Inglourious Basterds is popular, that's fine. But why did people omegalo me? What did I do? Click the link. Why? I don't want it. Marvel approach? I don't want it. No, now I'm suspicious. I don't even know what you guys are on about it. I'm tired and I'm paranoid. I guess Tarantino gets a pass for all of his movies due to Inglourious Basterds. Well, nobody watches a Tarantino film thinking like, I'm here for historical accuracy or whatever. Like, people, they're framed in a way that makes it very, very clear that you're watching, like, you know, gonzo shit that uses history as a source rather than, you know, sort of a script. You are correct. Braveheart and The Patriot are the two big offenders. Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't think I've ever seen The Patriot, but I've heard people complain about it. Yeah. Ridley Scott directed Braveheart. Did he really? Huh. Click the link to funny comic. What link? Okay. Half the stuff in the Braveheart movie didn't happen. Yeah. Stupid. Mel Gibson directed Braveheart? Hold on. Wasn't he in Braveheart? Directed by, produced by, and starring Mel Gibson. Okay, there we go. I only saw Braveheart once. I don't even know what point I'm trying to make. think a good comparison would be if a filmmaker was making a movie about Hitler or the Confederacy or something and made that kind of statement. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, again, it really, really depends on how things are handled. I get the issue is Napoleon is a little bit more complicated than the Nazis or the Confederacy. Napoleon was a bad guy, but he wasn't like Hitler. Oh man, I don't want to like oversimplify this. I think that like he belonged more to like an era of sort of conquest than just like the nation state's borders have solidified and now we are going to do evil. I don't know. I guess it's also a little bit more excusable, the idea of Napoleon doing everything that he did because he personally was a megalomaniac, than the idea of doing it because you really want to defend slavery or because you want to do a Holocaust. Like, in terms of it's one of the reasons why, even though Genghis Khan was a fucking monster, he doesn't get the same kind of historical ire that a lot of other leaders.
So if I don't get the kill,
because when people talk about what he did,
if they're stoned, I have to get it only with the pistol.
He got lots of land.
It's fucking stupid.
Like, you know, he
yeah.
did this specifically to exterminate a certain group. So he certainly did that. You know.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, because the political paradigm is
let's
detached
do it.
from ours. Yeah, exactly. We no longer live in an era of megalomaniacs.
Going for headshots.
So that
I'm gonna be
can
juggling you guys.
That's just not a thing anymore. Now, even in like authoritarian dictatorships like Russia, the nation state overwhelms the individual. If Putin conquered more land, that's not Putin conquering land. That's Russia. The nation state subsumes everything within it. No, chat. Listen, it's a critical difference. When Napoleon took land, the concept of the nation state wasn't a fully developed thing at the time. He was the emperor, and his territory followed. Whereas nowadays, everything authoritarian leaders have to do, it has to be framed through the nation state. Think about it. Even in North Korea, right? Kim Jong-un has to pretend to be like the steward of a nation. Xi Jinping is like the steward of a nation. Does that make sense? It's like nobody treats China as just Xi Jinping's territory, even though he is the dictator there, because that's just not how it works anymore. The main issue ultimately is that nations are just too complicated for that to be the case anymore. It used to be that you could basically have like a guy, generals, and an army, and that could be a country. The closest thing you have to that these days are in like the most war-torn regions of the world, like in sub-Saharan Africa. There are areas where it's like warlords, basically. Yeah, Asira, but keep in mind that Napoleon was kind of a rejection of the values of the French Revolution, right? Like, the French Revolution was, very, principally anti-authoritarian. Napoleon was like no, actually, we do need, I'm not saying the concept of the nation state wasn't around back then. I'm saying that Napoleon wasn't acting under the auspice of that concept. It was he was like the last gasp of true, like, imperial hegemony in Europe, basically. Nation states are just too complicated for one person to rule in that way. The problem is modern day economies and civil societies are so multi-segmented that you can't just be the guy with your generals and your armies or whatever. You need like this massive branching civil society. Societies have to be very, very, very sort of developmentally progressive for that not to be the case there. Again, like, parts of sub-Saharan Africa where it is basically just warlords. But even then, we don't treat it the same way. When warlords are fighting in an area, who actually decides the borders of a nation? It's not the nation itself, is it? It's the international community. After all, Russia has effectively controlled the Donbass, or at least part of it, since 2014. But nobody in the world considers the Donbass to be part of Russia. So borders are now determined not by just who has power over an area, but by international consensus. And likewise, in sub-Saharan Africa, there are areas that are completely controlled by like warlords and rebel groups. But, you know, we don't, like, change international borders to recognize that. We just say that there are warlords operating within the state, meaning that the nation state is taken so for granted that we will grant the nation state territorial, authority over areas where it doesn't even have sole control on the use of violence, which is kind of the thing nation states do. That's because our world only really works under, sort of the sole reign of nation state. It's just how it works. It's what we live under. It's like how borders didn't used to exist. Whenever you see an old map, like of the Holy Roman Empire or the Romans or whatever, like any map before the 18th century, you know, borders did not exist. What you had were towns and castles and villages and settlements, and what mattered was which settlements were being taxed by which lords.
Oh my fucking god.
You would have like a scattering of villages in an area, and then there would be this loose understanding like, oh, we're east of the river, or oh, their territory ends where the forest begins, or whatever else. And sometimes villages would get taxed twice by both lords, and there would be fights over it, but there weren't really borders. There was never a line you would cross. People would just kind of merge across territories all the time. Language, culture, religion would just bleed across space, because again, there were no borders. Kind of like Mountain Blade. Well, no, there are borders in Mountain Blade. Bosch, you have no knowledge on the dynamic of revolutionary France. This is embarrassing. Why is it that the people most concerned with my lack of knowledge are also the people most fucking personally incapable of explaining the lack of knowledge? I agree that Napoleon's era was like on the border of nation states becoming a legitimate force.
Yeah, you are.
Most fiction doesn't really explain how feudalism worked really well. Yeah, like... A big thing that is really, really difficult to understand in retrospect is how weird information traveling was. Nobody knew anything. You would get information as quickly as it took to arrive to you on horseback, and people would get different information. Different people spoke different languages, and there were language customs that changed between different villages, let alone different like kingdoms and empires, meaning that messages would get muddled constantly. At the end of the day, the only thing that truly mattered was like who was paying the wages of the soldiers nearby. So when you look at medieval maps like this, you know, like England, Ottomans, whatever else, this is just a vague modern abstraction of what in reality was. You know, you can kind of see it here with these clusters of villages and provinces and stuff, but in reality, a lot of this was just a mess, you know? And a lot of it didn't make sense. You know, up until triangulation was used on local mapping, people didn't even know what their own countries looked like. I mean, they didn't exactly have satellite images of space. Like, how do you know? If you're just walking the border of France, how the fuck do you, like, I don't know, I think it's about, like, 200 miles or whatever? Like, yeah, you know, it was difficult. Zoom in on the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, it's a mess. Look, Crimea used to be so much larger. Maps wouldn't even made much from bird's eye view either. Yeah, you can actually see, hold on. Map used in medieval times. Give me something useful. Maps from those days were, the world's oldest medieval map. Maps from those days were more like, I think a river is kind of here-ish, and I walked a while, so this is kind of where the land is. There's a city here. I saw a big snake here. This is where I saw a deer, whatever. You know, we make fun of maps like this, but again, they were literally like walking and drawing. You know, people would struggle, I think, to draw an accurate top-down map of their own fucking floor plan without a lot of revising and looking at stuff. Can you imagine doing this for an entire countryside? It took years. It took centuries. No, I understand. I'm not saying that didn't exist at the time currently online. Just that he represented like kind of the last real era of European imperialism, like empire imperialism, not just regular, where things weren't like subsumed entirely into like the administrative state as a default, you know. But I acknowledge that it's very complicated. I said, you know. Okay, sorry. We got kind of distracted here again. We're doing that a lot today. I think it's a very stage stuff. It's been known to happen. What is it? Why do Marvel movies look kind of ugly in the USA? Oh, yeah. Oh, man. I can't watch this probably because of DMCA, but look at the first frame of this video, dude. Holy shit. This is exactly what I mean. This is probably from Age of Ultron, right? God damn, man.
Holy shit. Come on in, boys.
Yeah, you've got some Ultron shakes, which are looking good, of course, but like, holy shit, it's just so gold. I'll watch this myself, but I don't want to watch Marvel movie footage on stream. That's very dangerous. Later. Yeah. I feel like due to Barbie, we might be getting better with movies in the future. Ooh! Phenomenal example. They built practical sets. They didn't mute everything, you know. If the movie looks really good, maybe we'll see a positive turnaround. Maybe we'll see a positive turnaround, you know.
The Legionnaires, nice.
A while back, the Ukrainian soldier got a new sniper world record. SBU sniper claims world record after successful 3.8-kilometer shot. No shot. Real? New record after hitting a Russian soldier at 3.8 kilometers. The previous world record was 3.5 kilometers. SBU snipers are rerunning the world gold sniper. Really? Has this been like confirmed? Is it just? It's from the Kiev Independent. You know, they've been pretty trustworthy. There's footage. Well, we're not gonna watch that, but yeah. There's a vid. Let me find it. I don't think we can watch a person die on stream. I think that might be a TOS violation. It took 10 seconds for the round to hit the guy. He's fucking firing upwards at like a 45-degree angle at that range. Like you're basically lobbing the bullet like an artillery shell at that range. Jesus Christ. New Ghost of Kiev, yeah. I think I could be completely off.
I thought he said.
But I think that Russia and Ukraine both have more snipers than the United States military does because they favor an older military doctrine. Like the Soviet infantry doctrine it uses snipers more often. They love their artillery, they love their snipers, they love like digging trenches and grounding down and like picking people off from a distance. And in the United States, we like
the fuck?
sort of advanced
where'd all my kills go?
Mechanized infantry, helicopter, tanks, accurate missiles, and like flexible infantry squads that engage at medium distance and try to move quickly, I think. And we like drones. Well, everyone likes drones. Drones are great. Gotcha. You can't even watch videos of soldiers walking around anymore. So many Israel-Palestine segments are getting flagged when we upload them. Yeah. Well, I guess that's like monetization versus flat-out TOS violations, but all the same. Yeah. I'd be so mad if I was killed by a bullet 4 kilometers away. Yeah, no kidding. Seriously, I'd be mad as hell. That fucking sucks. Yeah, in the US, snipers are for specific high-rank targets instead of sniping individual soldiers we call epic. Yeah, snipers are kind of obsolete. Well, not obsolete, but like if you have the drone coverage, air superiority, or like missile capabilities to strike targets from a great distance with high accuracy, snipers become less useful, I think. In the video, you only see a guy fall down, but it was a 50 BMG, so we all know what happened to him. Jesus. I guess, yeah, you'd have to fire a 50 BMG to hit anything at that distance, right? You only see a guy fall down, but from a distance, what actually happened is a kind of soup-like, you know, gelatinous remainder of a human being sort of plopped down.
That guy got hit by the car.
Passing 50 BMG dissolved all of his bones. Who snipes the 50 BMG? It's pretty common. The bigger the bullet, the steadier they are. You know, the more pronounced the spin of the bullet to keep the trajectory, and also the more force behind the bullet means it can go farther. Also, more force means more penetrative power at range, and also you want to be able to potentially snipe somebody behind like a car door or whatever. A 50 BMG can easily penetrate a car door. You don't want to risk like hitting a shot and then having like a ceramic plate or a bit of terrain or whatever prevent the kill. Or a block engine or whatever else, yeah. 50 BMG is usually used in material. Yeah, well, you know, it works against humans too. Humans are made of materials. That's true.
Holy fucking shit, man. So fucking out.
Oh, really quickly before we get to the next thing. Did you know that I have cute cats?
Tested him so much.
Yeah. They have baby fawn, and now they're friends. Blem, blem, blem.
Artemy realized Ruben is able to hold his own, so now he respects him as an entity.
And they're both orange. Blem, blem, blem. We saw this? Oh, is that true? Oh, well, I love them anyway. What's the other cat? Well, that's Artemy doing a face here. And that's Ruben. Have you ever shot a 50 BMG? No. Must kick like a mule? Yeah. There's a gun channel on YouTube. I forget the name, but you guys are probably about to remind me, where he fired a 50 BMG and a flaw in the gun caused it to essentially explode from the force of the bullet. And a piece of the gun lacerated his throat, and the only reason he didn't die was because his dad was there to take him to the hospital. Kentucky Ballistics? Yeah, yeah. It was overloaded ammo. Ah, that'll do it. Yeah, Jesus, overloading that. Saw that scare the shit out of me. Yup. Yup, yup, yup. Big bomb. The ammo was reloaded. The balls necessary for a person to reload a 50 BMG shell, like any possibility of there having been a mistake in the reloading rather than just getting it straight from the manufacturer. Absolutely insane to me. Completely insane to me. I'll take a look at the future Bluestone. We do that for our shotguns here? Yeah, but it was a 50 BMG shell. Okay, I'm sorry. I was going to talk about the funny thing with Dream, but now I'm looking and now there's another fucking thing with Dream. Leaked videos and images. Dream sexting and moaning for a 16 to 17-year-old fan. This man belongs in something much worse than hell. He's afraid. Is any of this real? I don't know if any of this is real. The anti-Dream hysteria is so pronounced right now that it's actually impossible to know whether or not anything is made up. I was going to talk about the other thing with the gumball guy, but now there's this thing. Should I know who Dream is? He's like a really popular Minecraft YouTuber who then kind of pivoted into being this weird, like, multimedia wannabe boy heartthrob creepo. Isn't he a groomer? I don't even know what's real about him, man. This is the problem with, like, internet hate mobs, which this definitely is. I don't actually know what's real because people just say any old shit. I can't even see the gumball thing anymore. Dream is basically Minecraft Vosh. Do not link me to him, please. Cover the funny first because the sexting minors is real. Is it real? Oh, okay. That's pretty bad. I've heard. I can't even find the original video because now the entire fucking thing, the new thing. The whole new thing. Funny found. There we go. Thank you. Jesus Christ, I couldn't find it. Love drama.
What was the first thing he told you?
So, okay, we need to run through a few things. So, okay, Dream was hanging out with the voice actor for Gumball, from Gumball, the voice actor, you know, and I guess the VA for Gumball called him a pedophile on the TL. So Dream, in response, leaked an old video of the Gumball VA when he was 20 being drunk and a freak or something.
He said, listen, he said, if you get out, I'm a what? God, I was trying to tell you that before you even started talking.
Contains homophobia, ableism, anti-Semitism, threats of violence, narcissism. Narcissism is a common trigger warning.
But yeah, before I tell you, listen to somebody who has experience in life. If I'm putting you on game, right?
Still 20? Okay.
Yeah. See, you still never mind.
Go.
No, I'm not going.
So you're asking why?
I'm not going. I'm not going because you're manipulating. The same thing you say you not want to do or you've been through, you're doing the exact same shit.
Yeah, should I add a narcissism warning to my stream as well? Oh fuck, you're right. There's so much shit here, man. So like. Also, this guy slapbox stream in front of the hose, apparently. That's also a thing that happened. Do I even... Oh my god. Yeah, the VA for Gumball called Dream a pedophile, and then Dream was like, oh yeah, remember that time you, like, punched me in the face and was an asshole to the Uber driver and said the F slur? So then he posted the video, and there's a bunch of other shit, and I don't even know why I was looking at this to begin with.
And you're using all these bullshit excuses of why you're still fucking up. So you're the type of person, you're gonna have to bump your fucking head for you to learn. So when somebody who is older than you,
I want to tell you right now, you're Australopithecus Cro-Magnon rock fucking stupid. You're retarded, you're fucking Down syndrome, I don't give a fuck. You do not understand that your literacy level
I'm always saying this to people.
needs to be brought up very trench. You have a fucking issue with your intelligence. When the bites come and the ants come at me, it'll take 10,000, 100,000 of them to take me down. So that's how minuscule you are to my size, right? My stature of intelligence, character, body, and reference. 1K is better for this pussy who doesn't want to give away his millions. Are you Jewish? No, man, because I'm gonna do movies, stand-up comedy.
I'm always asking people that.
Everything, all the shit, music, whatever the fuck, commerce. You don't understand that you're talking to like
that's a very powerful kind of guy right now. A guy who will drunkenly hit on people at the bar and randomly ask, "Hey, are you Jewish?" And then no matter what the answer is, he just continues because he doesn't actually care. He just wanted to ask, like genuine curiosity, nothing meant by it, but never clarifies. That's a very powerful individual right there. People fear this man.
Right? Like I'm a genius, Albert Einstein level history book maker. You're gonna be forgotten like the dust in the sand. You're gonna be fucking Sahara. There's 100 million, 1,000 billion fucking sand particles. You're gonna be one of those, and I'm gonna be a statue erected in front of you. So understand. I am like this because ADHD, autism,
I'm also like this all the time.
Right, but because you said.
If Gumball Guy was 19 when this was filmed, then why the fuck was 23-year-old Dream hanging out with him, drinking with him, then holding on to blackmail with him over a year? Okay, my general position on all of this is that the problem is that most of the people who are invested in this drama are like 14 years old. If the Gumball VA was 20 and he got drunk with Dream, I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. Every other fucking country in the world has like a drinking age of 18. I don't give like, oh, he drank with a 20-year-old. I don't care. Like there are some people who are like like, that's morally devastating or whatever. It's stupid. It's not like when I was 20, I wasn't like, you know, going to parties and drinking or whatever. Like, I'm gonna fucking you were with like when I was 20, I was already a hulking 230-pound, 6'2" guy with a beard. You know, I was in fucking university. Like, oh, dude, you can't have beer. You know, I don't care. I stopped getting carded when I was like 17. All right, it's been a while. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Anyway, so apparently Dream is a deeply unlikable and unpleasant person in person. If that's at all surprising to you right now. Holy shit! 126 million views. What? Ah. So anyway, they did that or whatever, and the Gumball VA was acting like a huge cunt to the Uber driver and Dream on the way back, and he was like drunk or whatever. I don't care. And Dream only released this because the Gumball VA called him a pedophile and made fun of him for getting punched in the face or something. I don't know.
That's what the mask is! I think you're a faggot, alright? So that's why. You're really cool, Dream. I still want to fight you. And all of the shit that's happened tonight, it's not gonna make it a fucking, like, brutal marauder. I'm not gonna be a brutal marauder. I'm gonna, like, really, like, either you're gonna be paralyzed or you're gonna be dead.
He stole your bit? Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Tyrell, I apologize.
I know, I'm sorry.
I met him tonight.
Yeah, you can have the video now. Thanks for watching. Tune out on all socials. Do your sets.
Nice meme. Typical OKBB stream. True! Is he in chat? Yeah, is he watching right now? Yeah, I don't know. It's a pretty good meme. Does anyone have that picture of Dream after he got punched in the face? That was pretty funny, I think. Okay, and what's this current grooming thing? I was informed none of the videos in the previous post mentions contained any form of child sexual exploitation material or source. I can confirm without a shadow of a doubt it was removed. I don't know if I believe any of this shit, man. Dream sexted minors and sent in videos of Dream boning. Yeah, I slapboxed you in front of those. Yes, I was an asshole to that Uber driver. Yes, I called you fat and a predator. He's spot on fat at basically everything except the radio shit, me saying the N-word, and don't do that shit. Won't say that shit ever. I were a Harvard professor to calculate why, despite texting every Twitch streamer in Austin, not a single one wanted to fuck you. That's impressive. I've noticed that Vosh insists saying the R slur is an ableist, but is completely fine and doesn't question what he used alongside Down syndrome as an insult. What do you mean? I don't call people Down syndrome. He did. It's not my fault. Gumball's VA is pan. Do we engage debate? I don't care if people say that. I don't care. I don't care. I know this is very much like an experiential thing, but 99.99999% of the time when I hear the word faggot, it's coming from other homosexuals, and the kinds of people who want to kill me and take my rights away will say, like, groomers, or like, you know, like, homosexuals or whatever, you know, like, it's just, yeah. There's a disconnect there, I guess. Thank God chat censors you all. Why is this blocked? Does Dream was taken have me blocked? Or is this like a they block them thing? I don't understand how any of this shit works. This is too stupid and I'm bored of covering this. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like you can't even reasonably compile any of the information on the drama because it's just like people screaming on the timeline. I don't understand what the deal is with Dream. I feel like Dream is like one of the biggest cases of like like it's such a concentrated force of like internet stardom rising and then very rapidly falling, where, you know, there was only so much controversy to all the Minecraft stuff, and Dream got insanely popular so quickly. But there was pressure for him to show his face because he didn't show face cam in any of his videos, but he was fat, like really fat. So he spent like 3 years working out to get really skinny, and then he revealed his face, but he did it in like a cringy way, so everyone made fun of him for it. Like, massive, like, they just absolutely roasted the fuck out of him for it. And then I guess he just has like a complex now, and he's trying to overcompensate by being really sort of performatively cringy. I don't know. Where's that? Does anyone have that clip of him doing like the singing on the TikTok, and then he does like the kissy face? That's like Suey Fuel right there. I think it's easy to hate. People needed a reason this looks like it. Well, he is also like kind of a groomer, right? Like there has been some sussy stuff. I don't know how much of it, but there's been so much of it. Have you seen his crying clip from the show? Yeah, I saw it. He also did those cringy songs. Yeah. There's a show. He's been doing like live music stuff. It honestly feels like every other YouTuber that was popular in 2011 is now exposed as a criminal of some sort. I keep telling you guys. It is the same pattern every single time. This happened massively in the Smash community, but it's going to happen everywhere. It's already happened everywhere. The reason this keeps happening is because you have loser nobodies who have no social skills getting very popular off of some niche internet thing, like playing Minecraft or Smash Bros or whatever else. And all of a sudden, they're very, very popular because a lot of people love their content. And they don't know how to deal with that popularity. And they feel this, like, weird, like, hollowness and bitterness because they spent all their life up until that point getting basically no attention from women, but now, when you're popular, you can basically get, like, any kind of attention you want, you know? If you're interested in getting attention, if you're popular, you can get it. So they have no idea how to respond to it, and they're desperately insecure because they have no, like, background in being flirtatious or social, so a lot of them just end up fucking they do like the groomer equivalent of when trans girls who transition at 20 like relive their teens in terms of like style and form, which is they're just like, oh well, I was never popular in high school, but that doesn't mean I can't be popular with the high school girls. They do this every single fucking time, you know? They did this at Sky Williams' fucking groomer Epstein Smash Bros house. You know, Dream does it, a ton of YouTubers have done it. It happens over and over and over again. No, it's not really like a power corrupts thing. It's just like a lot of these guys aren't great to begin with. I'm not saying they're like innocent victims of... Sir, can you close the door? Thank you. I'm not saying they're like innocent victims of circumstance or whatever. It's like a lot of them were pretty fucked to begin with. It's just like consistently, man. You see this with conservatives, priests, gamers, YouTubers, and sort of government society. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's like it's a consequence of like asymmetrical social development, I feel. I've worked for 2 YouTubers and like 4 TikTokers in my career as an editor and videographer. IME social media people are just toxic cunts except for Bosch, of course. Yeah, except for me, of course, obviously. Yeah. Creepy frat guys too. Yeah, to an extent. How come you're not a groomer? Because I was socially successful before having a YouTube channel. Even as like a fat neckbeard man bun. It turns out all girls need is direct eye contact, the knowledge that you have strong grip strength, and you have to like autistically shout
killed a lot of people. I never say this to the boss. Sometimes I wish I could just start over. Tabula rasa. Whole new plot. Entirely different life.
About what kinds of Lego builds you like at them, and that's usually enough. That's all it takes. Very simple.
I will fucking end you.
Do you think being a content creator necessitates a level of narcissism? No, I don't think so. I think that you need to be confident or you're going to crash and burn, but confidence is a good thing. I think that being a content creator necessitates maybe like a degree of self-absorption. You have to have a pretty high opinion of the value of what it is you're bringing to the table, because otherwise, like, why even would you? And again, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it can be like an asymmetrical social development. It's also, by the way, very much a guy problem. And I think there are two parts to this. One part of it is that guys just tend to be lonelier. Like, guys who are into video games or nerdy interests tend to be lonelier when they get into them. So then if that leads to them getting some big career where they can leverage it into being social, there's more likely to have been a big schism between their previous level of sociability and their current level of sociability. That's one. And for two, I just think guys place like a really fucking high premium on the concept of being some kind of like rock star playboy who gets mad pussy when they're popular, you know? Like, there's like this big obsession, if you're a YouTuber or a live streamer or whatever else, that if you're a guy, it's not just that you're popular. You also have to be like, you know, you have to seek affirmation from others or even like their imagined perceptions of you by thinking of yourself as the kind of person who either is or could be getting a mad amount of pussy. And usually, the problem is, no matter how popular you are, getting a mad amount of pussy is actually pretty difficult, like doing it right, you know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to just, like, respond to every email. Like, if I wanted to get mad pussy or whatever, with no concerns whatsoever for how it was done, like, oh, just respond to the 30 DMs that Tempest has forwarded to on Instagram. Wow, congrats. You can, like, line people up like that. Great. Because, like, if you're popular, then that just happens. That happens to everyone popular, you know? That's just how it is. But if you want to like do things properly or whatever, you actually have to like develop some kind of rapport or relationship, or have the genuine confidence to know what you want and seek what you want from others. Because I've seen this from so many exposés. What happens in a lot of cases is you have people who are very popular, but because they aren't secure in their popularity, they try to they get insecure about their likability when talking to people who they know already like them. Like, they're like, oh, well, my likability is tenuous, and it relies entirely upon my career and my popularity, which is ephemeral. It's not directly a product of my charisma. So because of that, I have to be, like, weirdly cloying and desperate in spite of the fact that I'm the celebrity here. Haven't you guys seen that from a lot of exposés or whatever? You've seen that. We saw this from Justin Roiland, I think, the Rick and Morty guy. We saw this from like a bunch of YouTubers who've had DMs leaked or whatever, where you have the dynamic is like, even though they're the powerful, wealthy, popular one, they're doing this weird like, oh, haha, you like me, don't you, thing, which is like, what do you do? Like, they're the fan of you. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Well, I think the reason they do that is because in their mind, they know that their appeal is based on like an ephemeral external thing, their popularity, rather than their direct charisma or presentability. So they get like kind of weird about it, and as a consequence of them getting weird about it, and a consequence of them not having like a good, like grounded understanding of what it is they want and what they offer other people, they end up making really fucking bad decisions with who they talk to, which in a lot of cases just leads to weird shit. Again, not trying to absolve them of responsibility. I'm not. They are responsible. Just, I think there are reasons why this kind of irresponsibility comes.
I just fuck this guy up forever, get my achievement.
How old were you when you got your first boyfriend or girlfriend? 15. Self-esteem issues? Yes. I'm a friend of a moderately popular person, so what you're saying...
He's dead.
Yeah. I think that's the reason this keeps happening. And Dream is like the biggest case of it, right? Because he was massively popular. He got flamed like hell for his face reveal. However, it doesn't take much effort to go on social media and see underneath all the people who are making fun of Dream for how he looks or how he acts, there are like 14-year-old girls who act like he's the finest man in the universe. And 14-year-old girls are allowed to be retarded. Like the 14-year-old girls, let them, they can be retarded, that's fine. They can have whatever stupid fucking preferences they like, okay. It's not on them, but if he engages with that, and if that's the only source of, like, genuine affirmation he's getting, like his live shows or whatever, then, What does he look like? Oh, God. Where's the Dream Kissy Face video? I'm just gonna Google Dream Kissy Face video. This video actually emanates so many groomer vibes that it's is this it? No, it's not that one. Where's the I can't see it. The Dream Kissy Face video unfortunately was not it did not provide me the information that I needed.
There's all the enemies.
This was proven by Metal. A lot of 80s bands, when the genre boom, had a lot of these issues, and it was pushed back to the ground after grunge. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I don't know that much about music, but yeah, I fully believe it. Bosch, I have it. Oh no. Oh yeah.
Alright. No auto-tune versus auto-tune.
This one's rough, man.
Spotlight.
I wanna put you.
I know.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah.
Wait.
No auto-tune versus auto-tune.
This one's rough, man.
Spotlight.
I wanna put you in the spotlight. Turn off the cameras, now you're all mine.
I know. I know.
Make you a superstar in my mind, 'cause it's your show.
Oh God! Oh, he kissed me. No. Take it back. Take it back.
I know.
Yo!
This appearance is kind of like rumor maxing, you know? It's kind of crazy how hard he leaned into it.
Oh God, no.
He's feeling out his ability to get away with shit. I think again it's kind of like a vicious cycle because you can kind of tell. Okay, like let me give you an example, okay? I think this is actually a really good example. Okay? So in contrast to Dream, let's talk about a YouTuber who's very beloved and actually is a heartthrob, Markiplier. Okay, now Markiplier is very popular with a lot of people, mostly young people, I feel, but I do think he has a broader audience range in terms of age than Dream does. At least I'd like to believe that because I occasionally watch Markiplier. Markiplier also here. Can we just for the like 2 people in the audience who haven't seen Markiplier, let me just hold on. There we go. That's a nice like palate cleanser after Dream. Oh, there's Dream again. Oh, there we go. He's very fun. Now, I think the distinction is interesting because
Bro, stop spamming that shit. What the fuck are you doing? He's got sick of me, my Glizzy Overdrive. Get the fuck out of here. Energy Caster Lightning Arcs. I haven't fucked with that yet.
Like make people not be parasocial because it's not possible when you're as large as Markiplier is, or as large as Dream is for that matter. But he usually engages pretty level-headedly, and he thirst posts, but he thirst posts in a way that doesn't bait the affection of children specifically. How do I describe this? Markiplier is very hot, and he knows it, and he does, like, you know, occasionally post shirtless pics, or just, like, look good on the TL, but he doesn't do it in a way that seems like it's maximally calculated to groom the brain of a 14-year-old girl. You know, screenshot unrelated, I guess. Does that make any sense? Like, nobody, like, people, you know, it's people don't shy away from acknowledging that he's hot, least of all him, but he does it in a way that doesn't give me the feeling that he's trying to, like, make himself a heartthrob to young girls. I don't know. I guess I'm thinking about it. Like, the difference is meaningful and real, but I'm finding it very difficult to describe. I guess, like, does everyone agree? Like, when I say, like, when I make this point, does it, like, make sense for those who kind of know what I'm talking about? When I see Markiplier thirst post, I've never gotten the feeling that he's trying to, like, you know, groom an audience, whatever, ever. I've just never gotten that feeling or vibe. I am biased towards him because I like him and I think he's hot. But I still don't think he's really done that. it probably helps that he's hot in like a very, not in a general way, that sounds like an insult, in like a very universal way, whereas Dream is specifically, again, doing this like Jesus fucking Christ, look at this. Like, this is not, like, adults would like, this is like laughable. If you're an adult, like, this is a joke, as, I mean, hopefully everyone understands. That's why everyone makes fun of it. But it's, yeah, and the kissing.
Call me on my cell phone.
Yeah. I don't know.
Call me when you dream me, girl. Oh, put him in the lava. Fuck. God damn it.
Bleeding and hemorrhaging viewers every time Dream's face is shown.
Oh god, I
got
gotta
have to show like Markiplier's OnlyFans pics.
Oh wow, Energy Caster lightning
to
arcs.
compensate
That's
for that,
amazing.
you know, I don't know.
Out of 500, what the fuck?
It's tough. Please, I beg you, do it. I'm not doing that. Dream Defo has a bunch of DMs with minors. Well, I'm pretty sure that's confirmed.
Why am I not getting energy casting?
If I understand you right, it's not what they're doing, it's who they're marketing it to. If you are a popular content creator who has a lot of children,
This
who
is
like
gonna
your
fucking
content,
suck.
I don't think it is innately bad or morally wrong for you to present yourself in a
wait.
way that emphasizes your attractiveness.
Big guys.
If that was the case, I think that would be a really arbitrary and unfair standard that nobody could really keep track of. First of all,
I need you guys
on
to stay
YouTube,
together.
Basically, everybody is going to have.
I need
a
more
large,
of you.
You know,
You
sort of contingent
summon
of
people.
young fans, unless your content
Fuck.
is like really specifically catered towards adults, you know. And at the same time, like, what constitutes as looking attractive? That gets really dumb really quickly. Obviously, you can go over the top. Like, if you're a content creator who has a large audience of children, and then you're doing like Twitch bathtub streams, which I've talked about before, and I think are extremely irresponsible and fucked up. Like, if you're a chick and you know for a fact you've got a ton of like young boys in your audience, and you're doing like, here's my boyfriend for a day posting with like the Twitch bathroom, like, yeah, I think that's really bad. You know, obviously there's like ways of going overboard.
Ark,
But
please.
I think it's
What
I
is
think
this?
it's really a matter of whether or not you are presenting yourself as just as you are, or if you're deliberately trying to cater to and be a kind of heartthrob. But even then, it's not necessarily groomer-esque to be a heartthrob, right? Like, I don't think like a K-pop idol who presents themselves as a heartthrob is necessarily a groomer just because they know their audience has a lot of young people
Holy
and they are
shit.
presenting themselves as
Holy.
desirable.
Yo,
Because
what? Calm
this
down,
has been
calm
around
down.
for all of human history, right? Like, at that point, you're going
Give
to
me your
start
health.
arguing, well, it's actually
Calm down.
irresponsible to have like Cartoon Network cartoons where
These
there are
fucking
drawn women
snipers,
that are
you dumb
attractive or
pieces of
whatever.
shit.
Like, that gets like weird quickly too.
I'm not even getting my
think,
arcs.
I think I feel like the argument here is so strong because Dream resonates this overwhelming energy of creepy groomer bullshit that feels like it's almost instinctually identifiable. But when you get down to like the layers of what exactly he's doing that are different, I think it gets a little bit more complicated, a little bit more ambiguous. But the vibes, you know? But I don't think it's good to make a determination just based off vibes. I do think it's okay to make a determination based on the fact that he apparently is like DM'd minors or whatever. So there's that. But yeah. I do think that the aesthetics are a big part of it, for sure, for sure. I think a big difference is someone like Mark is doing it because he's just feeling himself, and Dream is clearly trying to seduce someone. Oh, I think that's a good one. I think that's a good distinction, yeah. When Markiplier thirst posts, it feels like he's just confidently presenting the fact that he's hot, which is, you're right, you know. Whereas Dream specifically is acting seductive. Like, there's a difference there. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good point, yeah. It feels like a minor difference, but I think, well, to Dream it is a minor difference. It feels like a significant difference, but I think it's actually pretty meaningful. Is it a question of interpersonality? I mean, to an extent, right? I don't know. I mean, apparently he's also doing
You guys arc up?
grooming DMs thing. Right now, trending, Dream did what? All caps. I mean, like what? What now? You know? For anyone wondering
This is gonna
why
take a
Dream did
long
what is
time.
actually trending, Dream recorded a deliberately sexual audio clip and sent it to a minor on Snapchat. Load this up so people don't have to dig through shit posts to find out what he did this time. I hate taking internet mobs at their word because they lie.
It's only
so
gonna
often,
arc
but
if there's enemies close. Come on,
Bosh,
arc.
this isn't far
Arc.
from if you're
Get
ugly,
'em.
you're a creep. If you're hot, based walking. No,
Ooh,
no,
your
no,
boy
no.
right there?
I disagree.
Arkham?
I fully disagree.
Beautiful.
There's
Arkham
nothing
Asylum.
fundamentally wrong with Dream's like actual physical appearance. If he acted normally, I do not think that.
All right, snipers. I don't have. I
think
don't
it
have
would
time
be
for
an
this
issue.
shit. I'm not fucking.
It does sound like this.
Playing
Okay.
quick scope with you.
Hold on.
Fucking 1v1. Get the fuck out of here.
Even when he did his face.
1v1 me, bro. Huh. Did it arc and kill
Wait,
this
I thought
guy?
he deleted
No.
this. Didn't he
How the fuck are
delete
you alive?
The face reveal video. 60 million views, by the way.
Let me
Good
get some
lord.
arcs on you guys. Hold on. Where the fuck are you going? Come on, arc up.
There's nothing about his appearance that's like unattractive. Like genuinely, okay. I know we have a lot of negative associations from Dream, but like in and of itself, like seriously, he looks fine. Really, he does.
You
the main
follow
thing
me,
that
I need
weirds
you to
me out
arc.
about this video is the fact that he always very deliberately keeps his eyes and his face.
You're not
angled
arcing
just
to
the
the
right way
fucking
because he's
fly
very
guy up there. The
insecure.
range on this fucking arc
Being
thing
insecure
sucks,
is not
man.
in and of itself, like,
You guys have to be
morally
fucking
wrong,
right up
so I
and
don't
smelling
think
each
that-
other's
like, the
asshole to
vibe
get
is off, but it's
arc
mostly
together.
because he keeps trying to maintain like a very specific presentation because he doesn't want to like turn slightly.
We got one strong
You know,
guy here.
seriously,
Hold
you can
on.
Look at the
We
thumbnail
can make
here,
you
like, he's
useful.
incredibly consistent in how he holds his face.
Where's your boys
Probably
at? Get over
quoted it
here.
a few times. You know, I mean, I guess I also.
You're not
keep my
gonna
face
do
like
anything,
that
you
for the
fucking
most
pussy.
part,
Get the
but,
fuck on the floor,
That's just
suck
a
my
Bosch
dick.
Stream classic, you know. His reasoning for doing it made no sense too. It was to not get.
Oh my god, how am I missing?
Is that what he said? Did he say that?
Oh my god, get him.
I don't know. Yeah, but you look at chat. I mean, I move my head around, you know. I don't know.
You just killed your friend.
I feel like using vibes as a
And you
metric
ruined my
because it's
challenge.
inevitably going to leave this to be an issue of attractiveness rather
Can't
than
arc
character.
these tanks
Again,
together?
I'm
This
just
weapon
making
is
the
so
point here.
dog
There's
shit,
nothing
man.
actually wrong with his face. Well, that's
It's
a
like the
fun
enemy
frame
vehicles
there.
don't count for anything.
that's
They don't
also
count for
funny.
kills.
If you pause
They don't
when a
count for
person is
like
talking,
weapon
they're always going
abilities
to look. That's just
activating.
classic. You can do that with TV as much as you want. There's nothing wrong. Okay, again, like it's there, sure.
Fuck off,
There's
stop.
nothing like wrong with his face. Okay? What's wrong with your face? There's nothing wrong with his face. Okay, it's not a matter of attractiveness. It's a matter of like, what the fuck? Like, his face did not make him do this. His face did not autonomously.
Can you
guide
arc to your boy
itself
right
to
there?
this
He's
end.
2 feet in front of you.
You know.
Can you arc?
A lot of people are gonna
Nope,
have a bad
doesn't work
reaction
on the
to this
little
because
guys.
of
Fuck.
rejection issues. Yeah, I guess so. I just think, yeah, it's
Ooh,
it's
arc.
not.
Come here.
This is one of the
You.
things that bothered me after he did his face reveal. People were arguing that he was ugly, like his face looked bad, and it doesn't. That's just wrong. I think one of the reasons why people were already kind of negatively disposed towards him was because he was already
Ooh, can I
annoying
arc him?
and very
Wait, arc
popular.
you guys.
People like to hate popular things. So when he reveals his face, and he's obviously like
go,
insecure
Genki,
about
get
his
him.
face, people are like, oh yeah.
Oh, we got an enforcer. What the fuck?
But they're
Bro,
dogpiling
stop
for the
smacking
reason.
him. What are you doing?
They're dogpiling for his appearance.
What a
when in
fucking
reality,
idiot.
You know, you can dogpile people for being.
Why is he smacking Genki and he killed
But
the
it kind of,
enforcer
like,
too?
Poisoned the well.
Why was he
And I
doing
think
that?
As a consequence of that, he's aware of this, right?
The fuck?
So he, like, a
Ruining
bunch of
my
people make
goddamn
fun of how he looks,
challenge.
So he's,
Great,
like,
great
desperately
job.
Insecure. He's unused
Nice.
to fame. He used to be really fat before all this started, which means he probably didn't get that much attention from anyone, like let alone women, right? So now everyone's made fun of him for how he looks, except for his
Bro, back up, you
hardcore,
suck.
super parasocial, like 14-year-old girl fans. And because
Where
he
the
was
fuck
already
did he
kind of a
fly
creepo,
to?
It feels like this kind of just galvanized him into relying on.
You're
them
not doing anything
for,
up there. What the
you know,
fuck?
his confidence. and
He died.
self-assurance, and that's probably just
Great.
like compounded and compounded and compounded and gotten him, you know. I don't know. Weird.
Alright, we got a lightning arc.
Bosch doing.
No,
wokeism.
bunch you
We're
come
doing the
out, come
opposite of
on, come
wokeism.
on out. Get the fuck out of the truck. Out.
Dream heavily
Oh my
encourages his
fucking
fans to
god.
be extra parasocial, and he also refuses to tell his fans to stop drawing porn of him with other YouTubers that are minors. Well, that's probably pretty bad. However, refuses to tell his fans to stop doing something is a very distant accusation. You know? Where was that one of him with
Can
the
you arc
singing
to your
that
boy
cried?
right here? No. Fucking piece of shit weapon.
That one was so fucking funny, man.
When you guys come around here. There we go. Yes.
The one
Arc,
where
arc.
one where he sits down.
Arc of the Covenant.
And he like hangs his head 15 times. Is it this one?
Alright, guys. I want you guys to
Alright, get him.
You guys to sing along with me, right?
Oh yeah.
Wait, arc to him.
He hung his head like 50 times during the thing. I don't know, man. Please get back to Tumblr right now. Yeah. Least watchable segment. Holy shit. I don't know what I'm doing here either, for what it's worth. I'm here with you guys, okay? Listen, it's Higgle's master slave dynamic, okay? You may be slaves to the content produced by. What the fuck? This is my video.
What in the
114K
fuck
views
is going
7 hours
on?
ago? God damn. Good titling. Good thumbing. Thanks, editors.
Excuse me, get the fuck out of here.
Literally, as I say that, Tempest texts me saying you should talk about Elon again. The video we put out today is really good. Nice. Very good. Aligned. Mentally aligned. But obviously, I can't do something just because Tempest asked me to. That would make me a corpo show. Hit the ad button. After this segment, I should hit the un-ad button. I should have to watch ads. I didn't even know what the fuck I was talking about there.
Genki, please don't fucking jump away, you piece of shit. Where the
Talk
fuck did
Elon,
you
talk
go?
Sweden.
Don't tell me you went on the roof again.
Oh shit, wait, you're right. I can kind of do both because I meant to talk about this before anyway. It's been on the list for a while.
Fucking imps. Back up.
Let me find the right article for this.
Back up! Fucking Jesus fucking Christ, man. These things are like 1 pixel large. Oh my. Stop it. God, this game fucking sucks, man. There's no
low
like
as I am
fight
to
or
give any
horde
credit
mode or
to,
anything.
you know,
so
European
so we
social
can get our
democracy,
challenge
because
quest
smug,
through.
and I
You just
hate
fucking
that.
run around,
Josh,
have
I
to
emailed you,
force
like,
the
12 articles about this.
shitty
Yes,
notoriety
regardless.
system.
No, I read my emails sometimes. Tesla union pressure increases in Sweden as dock
Great,
workers
now it's
escalate
stuck
strike.
because I can't find
Dock
Genki.
workers in Sweden pledged on Friday to
Where the
refuse
fuck
to
did he
offload
fly
Tesla
off
cars
to?
in any of the country's
God
ports,
damn it,
citing
man.
Industrial action in sympathy with Tesla workers' demands for collective bargaining agreements. Tesla, co-founded by billionaire Elon Musk. Really? Is that true? Does not. That's rather generous. Does not manufacture in Sweden, but its electric cars are serviced by more than 120 mechanics affiliated with Swedish union IF Metall, which began a strike.
Is that him? Wow. Wow,
US-based
Genki.
Tesla, which has
Wow.
revolutionized the electric car
You
market.
fucking idiot.
Reuters. He neither co-founded
You
it,
fucking dumb
nor
piece
has
of
it revolu-
shit. Get the
well, I
fuck
guess it
back
might have
here. Go.
revolutionized
Get in
the
the
electric
lava.
market
Go.
In terms of popularity, but in terms of technology, not so much.
There you go.
Reuters.
Have fun. You dumb
Honestly.
bitch.
This is actually a huge deal, though. Dock workers refusing to offload Tesla cars. Do you have any idea how inconvenient it is to shipping lines to, like, have unexpected
All right,
cargo
I
stay
need you
on your
guys
ship.
not
Like,
to blow up.
shipping, freight ships, like,
I just need you to open
run
up your
on
truck.
very important and tight
Oh.
schedules, and to have
Oh
like,
my
the
fucking
cars
God.
remain there, to meaning they have to be dropped off somewhere else, or to have like you have to sit there until someone else offloads them, like some shit like that, you know? Actually, a massive deal. This is one of the reasons why vertical
How'd your boy
integration
not
for
die?
striking workers is so
Your lives,
so
you
important.
are connected
Because if
via
you,
my
if
arc.
you have striking workers operating at only one level, it's relatively easy to bypass a strike. It's relatively easy to find a way to like circumvent the problems that arise from that one group of striking workers, depending on what it is they do, or to find someone to replace them or whatever else. But if you have like dock workers and mechanics,
Get next to your
and
friend.
postal workers all join the strike together, it's like, well, fuck. Well, what do? You know? Postal workers
There we
halted
go.
deliveries to Tesla repair shops in Sweden on Monday, joining mechanics and dock workers in a strike over the U.S. company's refusal to sign. a
I need more than
collective
one of you.
wage
Come on, dipshits.
Remember, Elon Musk hates unions so much that he literally said the Democratic Party is controlled by unions and by class action lawsuit lawyers. That's how cooked this guy's brain is. Like, this is, like, Jesus Christ. If only. Holy shit, if only. Some 130 mechanics at 10 Tesla repair shops in 7 cities across Sweden first walked off the job.
Are you kidding me? Shock your boy. What are you? Dude, this weapon is fucking garbage.
Other repair shops that service Tesla, among other auto brands. And dock
What the
workers
fuck?
stopped unloading the dock.
Bro,
On
what are
Monday,
you
the
doing?
Swedish Union for Service and Communication Employees, Jorgen, has said it started blocking deliveries and pickups of mail and packages via postal companies PostNord and City Mail at all Tesla workplaces in Sweden. God
Oh
damn.
my God,
This meant
these
spare
fucking
parts and
imps.
components would
I
not be
miss
delivered
them.
to Tesla sites, according to the union. By refusing to play by the rules here in Sweden, Tesla is trying to gain a competitive advantage by giving workers worse wages and conditions than they would have otherwise with a collective agreement. This, oh my God, proper functioning unions. This is why.
I love when you
broad
guys spawn.
unionization is so important.
This spawning
So
fucking sucks
important,
too. These
because
guys are
once
are
everyone
just
is
fucking
being
all
held to
spread
that high
out.
standard, corporations can no longer undercut workers by going to non-unionized workers.
Pause.
This
What
is
the fuck
also,
does it
by
keep
the way,
unpausing?
why
What the
global
fuck is that?
unionization is so important, or global decommodification, or global workplace democratization, or whatever else. It has to be all around the place, because corporations will always seek to save costs by going to the least protected people. So if everyone in your country is locking arms and working together, then that's it, you know? You can't do business in
There's
that
my hand,
country
my dumb
unless
fat ass
you're willing
hand.
to work with them.
Still getting blown up. absolute snack? Here, I got you.
Oh shit.
Everyone was down for most of the time, like the Animal Crossing and new Eternal were there to save us. The new consoles were on the way, but they really and Cyberpunk had been delayed. Again, we did have a couple bangers launch over that year. Half-Life Alyx, Tsushima, Miles Morales, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Hades, fly game, shoot game, anime game. I honestly think every game moved from 2021 to prevent launching within 12 months of Cyberpunk, which, well, but there was one game in particular that almost was too good to be a Marvel game, and by that I do absolutely mean the graphics, because I was not the only game around it. It was like gambling on a snail race. Honestly, no one knew how it would turn out. Until the early access beta thing, then everyone knew, instant. My experience was a brutal, I think we found a problem. Broken. Actually decent story. Figure out what's going on, I can't see anything. Tediously mediocre third-person gameplay where every minute I got to learn how to exploit new bugs and glitches to beat the game. I never played it since that day. I just pretended like it didn't exist anymore. And apparently most of the world did too. Until today, when I forced my friends to play Mongo Event. Oh, right, phobia for me? That's because it's Spider-Man. Have I written this game, by the way? No. As a comic buff, I couldn't bring myself to do it. A free apartment? Free item. What? We're going in. Okay, here we go. Where's my free item? Mine was at the bottom. Oh, oh my god. This is like Fallout 76 levels of free items. This dog? Werewolf Captain America? Oh no. Furry Captain America. Oh boy. Good. I like it. Bird was her hair. No, just right there with this old man's costume. And that's like what? $7? I'm assuming that's like $7. Literally all the Marvel characters are in this game. You got Mr. Hulk and the rest of them. Who is that? I saw her. Oh, right, because I saw her on the TV the other day. The Disney Plus. Yeah, it's a regular show. And then you got the Black Panther over here wearing my Red Dead Redemption character's form underwear. Oh, it's mega one. I'm assuming that they just took the campaign out of the game. And we're just getting like a recap right now. That sounds right. It's him. Amen. That's an all-in-our player. Amen. Okay. Wait, new hero available. Mighty Thor. Alright. Oh, would you look at that again? The Mighty Thor is available. Just in case you forgot 5 seconds later. Okay, the graphics are actually pretty. Wait, what? Why are there 2 of Black Widows? Wait, is that actually. What? No. I see that explain that? No. Oh, dude, it's Avenger Dog. Avenger Dog? Yeah, he's here. I'm not quite sure what that character is doing. Oh, if you guys don't have this on Steam, you're on Game Pass. So, I'm gonna have to figure out how to invite you guys via Steam. Wait a minute, there's no crossplay with Steam and Game Pass? Well, that's the end of the stream. No, I'm gonna quickly download it. Yeah, I probably should have looked that up before. I just kind of assumed. Just throwing out there, we could play some Overwatch, which 2 will play this now. I got you. Don't worry. I know the guy. I got you. You got it. Check it out. Check it out.
Negotiated sector by sector, collective agreements are the basis of the Swedish labor market model, covering almost 90% of all Swedish employees and guaranteeing standard wages and working conditions. In late October, IF Metall, which has some 300,000 members, told AFP that, quote, many of Tesla's workers in Sweden are members of IF Metall but would not disclose an exact number. According to IF Metall, Tesla had told them it would not sign a collective bargaining agreement because they, quote, don't do that anywhere in the world. See? See? This is why race to the bottom politics will always fuck the country over first. This like, oh, what if we lower the corporate tax rate? Oh, what if we lower the minimum wage? Corporations will want to work here, and it will mean that we'll actually have better opportunities because all the corporations want to work here. But that doesn't actually work. In reality, Tesla wants to do business in Sweden. They will still make a profit if they do business in Sweden. It is in Tesla's best interest to do business in Sweden. They lose out on a market if they don't. So the idea that you would have to undercut others to allow them to arrive there, to allow them to do business there, it's bullshit. In reality, they're just, why does this page keep reloading? What the fuck? In reality, they're just trying to get away with as many, they're seeking the highest profit they can possibly obtain. But you don't have to give it to them. You don't have to give them shit. 9 other unions have announced sympathy measures, including the Swedish Building Workers Union, announcing last week it would stop servicing and repairs on Tesla facilities. Bro, you don't sign the collective bargaining agreement, we're not offloading your cars, we're not accepting your mail, we're not repairing your cars, we're not fixing your building. Oh, you have a leaky roof at a Tesla facility? That sounds like tough shit, pal. Hell yes. Absolutely. Despite this, several Swedish media have reported the impact of the strike has so far been limited, and IF Metall has accused the electric car maker of systemically using strike breakers to circumvent the strike. Keep it up. It's only been a month. Tesla has also found other ways to deliver new cars to Sweden, notably by road. Keep it up. Keep it up. They might be able to get the cars there, but that doesn't mean they can get them serviced or repaired or fix the leaky roofs. If Sweden can break Tesla's resistance, that could provide a precedent for other countries. So far, unions in the United States and Germany have failed to force the car maker to accept collective bargaining agreements because we're weak. If they come to Sweden, they must follow the rules. Says Torbjörn Johansson, most Swedish man. Thank you. In addition to dock workers, unionized cleaners are refusing to clean Tesla's buildings, and postal workers have stopped developing. Okay, so it's dock workers, mechanics, cleaners, postal workers, and building repair workers. Okay, gotcha. That's five groups, you know. Swedish workers are also supported by Norway's Bælgesforbundet, the biggest union in the country's LO Confederation. Wonderful. Actions against Tesla is due to escalate further. If no agreement is reached on November 24th, about 50 unionized workers at Hydro Extrusions, a subsidiary of Norwegian Wind Energy, will stop working on Tesla car products. Hell yes. Really, really hope they're able to pull that off. This seems like a proper display of solidarity. Massively so, yes. And this is why it's so important to work together. This is why I've said before, unions operate in the interest of their workers, at least they should, that's what they're supposed to do. But unions also tend to work together because the weakening of any given union represents the weakening of all unions. Unions have a shared interest in their collective strength, and for that reason, when they're built up, they tend to work together, to operate in line, a shared pro-union cause. Hopefully it works out, you know, especially if this kicks up to Norway as well. I mean, a broader, like, Scandinavian Tesla strike. Solidarity strikes are quite common in Sweden. Yeah. No, Sweden's union culture is significantly better than ours. Like, not even a comparison. This is something the UAW called for. Sean Fain asked other auto unions to align their contract expiration dates. Yes! This is something really fucking bad. So Sean Fain is not just your average union leader. This man
Fuck
is
that.
waging a people's war against auto manufacturing. Okay, this him and his little red book, this Maoist revolutionary. Okay, fighting on the streets of the Midwest. Basically, so the
Keep
UAW,
getting them.
you know, they got what they wanted. At least, well, it seems like they've won. They're getting what they want, or at least a lot of the things they want. However, this guy is already laying the groundwork for the next strike. Basically, what he's doing is he's trying to align the contract agreement deadlines, or sorry, not deadlines, expiration dates, to all end for different unions at the same time, so that they can all strike together even more powerfully in the future. They're preparing for a more powerful strike. It's really, really good. Hold on. They're not done. Register for free to keep using Reuters? Fuck you. I hate you. The UAW said Monday 64% of workers voted to ratify new record contracts after a 6-week targeted strike. The votes lock in the UAW's tentative agreements with the automakers through April 2028, which include a 25% increase in base wages and will cumulatively raise the top wage by 33%, compounded with estimated cost of living adjustments to over $42 an hour. It also cut the number of years needed to get top pay from 8 years to 3 years, will boost the pay of temporary workers by 150%, and make them permanent employees and include significant retirement improvements. So, you know, just sort of casually after a 6-week targeted strike, massively improving the standard of living for every single worker, even the temporary ones. You know, just a little bit of fun, and they're preparing for more in the future. And this is critical because what Sean Fain understands, that victory as a union, this is a process of constant antagonism with the corporation you work under. You never like do a strike, win, and then it's done. You never reach an end point. He understands that you build a constant base of aggression because the desire for the corporation to reduce its costs will never go away. So too must your desire to increase your wages never disappear, you know? So he's setting up for more. There was an article I was looking at a little while ago that was talking about the UAW preparing for a future strike, but I'm having trouble finding that article. It came out in the past month. Here, Industry Week. Expect more UAW strikes and be prepared. At least until the contracts expire in 2028. The UAW will also launch major unionization efforts at both original equipment manufacturers and supplier plants. Remember what I said? Vertical integration. Not just the car manufacturers, but equipment and supplier plants as well. The 2023 UAW negotiations, strikes, and agreements are signs of how the world has fundamentally changed in the last 2 years due to economic and geopolitical disruption. What are you feeling? Who do you like, a college student writing an essay? Every company should be assessing how the new landscape and labor scenarios affects their... This is Corpo writing. This is Corpo speak. Expect further disruptions. Yeah, essentially says what I say, but in Corpo speak. The actor and writing strike actually leads to good deals for the workers. Yes, SAG-AFTRA also. Well, have they confirmed the SAG-AFTRA thing yet? The reason I haven't talked about it is because I'm pretty sure they're going to reject that deal. Was I wrong? Do you think auto manufacturers will blame unions for high costs? Oh, sure they will. Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to pass. Apparently they got a bad deal with the AI stuff. We'll see, we'll see. I'll talk about it after it passes. Whatever the case may be, you know, the strength of unions is the strength of all the proletariat. It's good stuff, man.
Come on, big guy, you're gonna help me get this last one.
Hollywood actors are back to work. Here's what they actually got in the SAG-AFTRA contract. So it is passing. This is a whole thing. I'm gonna have to take a look at it in the future. This isn't even enough. This doesn't even cover all of it. You talk like you're in bourgeoisie. I identify as a member of the proletariat. Thank you.
Genki, where are you going? Just come over here.
What is this? Joe Biden may have crossed a fatal red line. Oh, with regards to his support for Israel? Yeah, it's still a pretty remarkable decline in his support. Hold on. Joe Biden losing support. Democrats. I wish I could type. Anna Kasparian. I will not be voting for Joe Biden under any circumstances. I don't care about any other
Come on, we
policy
can do it.
he has championed. I cannot, as an Armenian American, support a president who has greenlit the ethnic cleansing and genocide of Palestinians.
Let's go.
Anna Kasparian,
Finally.
host of the popular online news show The Young Turks, said during a broadcast earlier this month. This, for me, is the red line. Clearly, Anna Kasparian hasn't done the 99% versus 100% Hitler thought experiment. How bad have things gotten? Let me see. Joe Biden's approval rating is the lowest it's ever been during his presidency, 40%. As strong majorities of all voters disapprove of his handling of foreign policy and the Israel
Collision
Hamas
targets. We can do that.
The erosion for Biden is most pronounced among Democrats, a majority of whom believe Israel has gone too far in its military action in Gaza, and among voters 18 to 34, with a whopping 70% of them disapproving of Biden's handling of the war. God damn. I do not support his support of Israel, said Meg Fury, 40, a Democrat from Austin, Texas. Thank you, Meg. Yeesh. (62% now disapprove of Biden's handling of foreign policy.
The fuck?
His disapproval rating is now higher than Trump's. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
This big motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Like, I genuinely don't understand what the White House thinks they're going to do. Like, they know that Israel's only going to get worse, right? They haven't even finished purging the entirety of the city of Gaza. Like, they're still going to move down to the southern portion. They forced like 1.4 million Palestinians out of their homes. More are going to be forced out as they move south. Where do they think all those people are going to go? Do you think there's going to be some like last second shift where Egypt is like, yeah, we'll just take 2.5
I need to smack demons into each other.
Let's go. Like, what do they think is going to happen to those
bird.
people? Like,
Didn't hit him.
You
fucking
can't. You're
missed.
all in on this.
God damn it.
You're all in on a sinking ship.
You come here. Fuck, didn't work. God
They're
damn it.
allegedly brokering some deal with Hamas right now. Yeah, that was supposed to be buy now, by the way. That was supposed to be like buy now. Like now. Did they change the time? It was supposed to be sometime like overnight. It's Monday now. The deal already happened? Well, where is it? Is it over? The fighting's over? Yeesh. Did we win? Kasparian is not alone. The refusal to vote for Biden in 2024 over his response to the war has been echoed by others, including activist Bree Newsom and left-wing commentator Hassan Piker. Sorry, guys. My 99% versus 100% Hitler thing kept me out of the Newsweek article. Biden says Palestine should keep Gaza. Yeah, he said that, but what is he going to do about it? Revitalized Palestinian Authority should eventually govern Gaza and the West Bank. Like, he's indicated support for, like, no territorial gains by Israel and a two-state solution where the West Bank and Gaza both have, you know, some degree of autonomy. But what is he going to do about it? We're still funding Israel. "68% of Americans support the idea of a ceasefire." God damn. What if we sanction Israel? There are literally laws against that in some states.
Alright, smack some enemies.
Russia, Ukraine, and Israel, Palestine are a major electoral ball and chain on Biden's leg. I think that for the most part, the Biden administration has done a pretty okay job with the.
I only got
handling of
one.
Ukraine. I wish that he.
Luckily, I only need to get 30.
But, like, for the most part, I think he's done a good,
so we
a good
got
job
you.
of,
Let's
like,
smack
support
you
without
into.
overcommitting to it in a way that
Oh,
makes
got
him
one of my-
sort of culpable for the slow
Okay, got
counteroffensive.
one.
You know, I think he
Nice.
could have done better, but you know, he's in the ballpark, right? With Israel,
Okay.
like, he is not. Like, he's in the ballpark with Ukraine. With Israel, he has
Got
turned
that.
around, faced the like catcher.
Oh, it keeps
sprinted
giving
at him
me
full speed, knocked him
enemies.
over, and is
Nice.
climbing into the stands.
Summoning
directly
someone
behind
else. Thank you.
the-
Oh,
the-
he's.
the-
I
the
need
fucking batter's
ground
plate.
guys. Hold on.
Like, he's-
You come
he's
here.
so off.
I need you. Thank you. You come here. I don't think that
It's
would
easy
work.
to be in the ballpark with Ukraine, though. I agree.
Oh, you guys, come here. Nope. Nice. Oh, you. Let me hit you into your boy up here.
Can we run Bernie against Trump then? No. Also, Bernie also won't say ceasefire. It is strategic. Like,
How did that not work? Oh, nice.
this is rough, man.
You come here.
Who's brave enough to say ceasefire? Rashida Tlaib. She got censured for it.
What?
I wonder if
What?
there's something going on behind the scenes. For
Oh, you
Bernie's
were all the
not
way
call
out
for
there.
ceasefire. Yeah, it's just like politicians are just like extremely fucking paranoid about A, using Israel as a wedge against Iran. B, you know what? Fuck it. Who the fuck knows, man? Maybe privately Netanyahu is like, I'm gonna nuke them. I'm gonna nuke them, and they better support me or I'm gonna nuke them. And like American politicians are like, well, shit, we know that. The
Oh,
public doesn't
shit,
know
I
that.
fucked
Guess
up. I
we
need
better,
that- I
like,
needed
fucking
that
roll
guy.
in the mud too, you know. Who the fuck knows? I don't fucking know.
The rest of the Saints gotta see this place.
Did you see John Oliver call out Bernie for not calling for a ceasefire? No, but I think that's based. Is it really troublesome if Trump will also be supportive of Israel? Yeah, no. Israel wants Trump to win, for sure. Yeah. It would be more permissive here.
Dex.
Copyright. Yes.
Why are you hitting your own
easily
soldier? I
4
needed
seconds.
her.
Are you kidding me? 4 seconds.
Dex, what are you doing? Just stop it. It's embarrassing at this point. Oh, you? Hold on, let me smack you into your
Hostage
boy.
deal was denied. Wow, what a shocker.
Nope, didn't work.
What is it? Reuters. Okay, hold on. God almighty. Israel-Hamas hostage deal edges closer despite fierce fighting in Gaza. Wait, where does it say here that the deal was denied? Qatari mediators have been seeking a deal between Israel and Hamas to exchange 50 hostages in return for a 3-day ceasefire that would help boost emergency aid shipments to Gaza civilians.
Let me hit you into your boy. Hold on, hold on. Where's he at? Get out from behind there. He's just blowing himself up.
Why is your microphone so quiet? It's not. I'm in the red on
Oh,
OBS.
nice. Got that.
Where here does it say that the deal is not happening?
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Nowhere. It doesn't say that anywhere. I don't know why you'd lie about the contents of this article to me.
Summon more. Oh, thank you. Perfect.
Hamas,
Watch out,
Israel, Qatari deal.
I don't think that worked.
Hold on.
Even as hostilities continue on the ground,
What?
there are negotiations.
Oh, why
God
would it
damn
play
it.
the video that I didn't
Stop
open?
blowing each other up.
A crucial stop for the EU's foreign policy chief.
Stop it.
Joseph Borrell told Qatari officials the EU and the international community are eager for a Doha broker deal that would see Hamas-held captives
my
released
God.
in exchange for a prolonged humanitarian pause and more aid into Gaza. Qatar's Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani was quick
Wow, I could never pronounce that even on a good day. Jesus.
to respond, saying a deal could happen sooner than expected.
Holy shit. Did the operations room seriously post
What the
Israel's
fuck is that
attack on the
blinding
USS
gray
Liberty
shit? Why does the fuck
right
does it have to make my
before
whole
this new-
screen gray?
What does the operation room
That shit's
know?
so
Holy
annoying.
shit. What did they know?
Stop it, all of you. Stop it.
Active.
Just stop it.
The challenges that remains in
It's a great video. Well, yeah, the USS Liberty incident was insanely fucked up. Though the problem is that the only time people bring it up is when Nazis are like, "Hey, did you know that Israel isn't the US's ally?"
Why did you go into the car, you
negotiations
fucking
are
idiot?
very minor compared to the bigger challenges. They are more logistical, they are more practical, and
There we
I
go.
believe that with the willingness of both parties to engage and to have this deal moving, we can
The
reach
fuck?
there.
But the Qatari official criticized the international community for what he said was a double standard and a failure to press Israel to end its bombardment of schools, refugee camps, and residential areas.
Stop blowing each other
Earlier,
up,
the
Jesus.
EU's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy was in Israel. where he expressed solidarity with local communities, but also described.
This accent is indecipherable to me. Like, I could never place this.
These fucking pussy ass snipers on the other
Even as
block.
hostilities continue on the ground, there are negotiations between the two sides in this conflict, though not face to face. Talks between Hamas and Israel are taking place in Qatar through mediators. Qatari officials, the US, and at times Egypt have been involved. According to the Qatari
Just
Prime
saw
Minister,
this, okay.
a deal for the release of some hostages may be imminent.
The sticking points, honestly, at this stage are more
Let me
practical.
get rid of those fucking
logistical.
snipers. These guys are so
saw
fucking
this.
The
annoying.
foundation of the tentative agreement
That
would at
fucking
least temporarily
laser.
stop
Content
the fighting
stealing.
seems to be
Not
set.
when I do it, though.
According to reports, it's a 6-page document. Some of the finer details are still being ironed out. But the basics are that Hamas
fuck,
will release
man?
50 hostages, women and children being held in Gaza. In return, both sides would pause fighting for 5 days, and Israel would allow more humanitarian aid in. The Israeli ambassador to the U.S.
What the
Sunday
fuck?
morning on ABC said,
What the fuck?
I don't want to go into the details of these talks. They are obviously very sensitive. The less we go into the details, the better the chances of such a deal. But they are very serious efforts.
The Israeli Prime Minister said as recently as Saturday that right now there is no deal and that his government won't buckle under international pressure calling for a ceasefire. But he is also under pressure from here at home. There have been several rallies this weekend pushing Benjamin Netanyahu to free the hostages.
Bring them home now!
It's kind of crazy how the, like, bring the hostages home people in America are all rabidly pro-genociding Palestinians. But in Israel, they're all anti-Netanyahu because Netanyahu has basically publicly said, like, this is not our priority. We're just here to, like, kill a bunch of Palestinians. Haha.
Oh, I missed you. Come on, get over. Oh, we got a flying guy coming. I'm gonna put
Okay,
your,
so
oh,
we really
hold
just
on.
don't have
Put
any
your
info
boy
yet.
over there.
Okay,
Hold
we'll
up.
see if this pans out, but I still don't think it's going
Fuck
to.
me. Yep, whatever.
I don't get why man's life is less valuable. Look, don't read too much into it, okay? When it comes to like humanitarian rescue, hostages, civilian casualties, or whatever else, people are always like women and children, women and children. But the only reason people are like women and children is because it's men trying to prove to other men how much gusto they have for, like, you know, protecting the weaker. You know, it's like it's not men being devalued or whatever. It's men being like doing bravado chivalry shit. Like,
Bro,
yeah,
get the
chauvinist.
fuck away
That's
from
why
the
it's always
car.
been that way, you know. Also, a lot of the historical stories
Jesus
we have are
Christ.
bullshit, too, that we tell each other.
Spinning
The
his
idea
ass,
of, like,
twerking
only
on that
women and
wheel. What the
children escaping
fuck?
The Titanic or whatever. Like, that's bullshit. Like, no. Like that. Like all the guys there were like held their hats in their hands and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna die and let all these other people escape. Like, fuck no, that didn't fucking happen. But we tell ourselves those stories, and the men tell those stories too, because it's like, ah, yes, well, the
Oh,
the
you
chivalrous
fucking
men,
missed.
you know, the chivalry of men that we base our entire fucking
Didn't
social
miss
order
that.
on, are you know, they let the women and the children
Get out
out
your car,
first, but
boys,
in
let's
reality,
go.
Like, fucking, yeah, no.
Okay,
So
get
it's
the
all-
fuck away
it's all
from
a
that
big
car.
game. It's all a big
Come
fucking
on.
pantomime. It's
Before
it's
you start
all
blowing
it's
each
all
other
rhetoric.
up.
But when they uncover
He's
like
just
a man buried in
back
rubble
spinning around the car. What the
in
fuck is
Gaza,
that?
It's not like they leave them there, you know. Like, the rhetoric might make it seem like they're only looking for women and children, but it's not. It's not like they unearth a guy and they're like, oh no, that's a guy, and they go to someone else. Like, they're there to rescue whoever they can. Wonder if tonight I'll be able to get some sleep. That'd be pretty cool, I feel.
Plague of Gat. Any combination of supernatural. I wasn't using any
Also,
combination.
men
I
are
was
often
just
considered
stomping.
combatants by
That's
governments, but- yeah, for sure.
That's
yeah,
it.
And that's cynical and shitty in a lot of cases. I just mean to
Combination
say,
of
like,
what?
There's not actually a like dehumanization
Come on, boys.
of men or devaluing of men. If you take a look at the political government, like
Jesus
the
fucking
political
Christ,
systems
this
present in
fucking
basically
good
every
great
government on
thing.
Earth, like, men are not only not devalued, men are the ones with by far the more power. You know, It's purely in times of like death, sacrifice, and warfare where we do this big LARPy like.
What's guy doing on foot?
Sort of like modern, subtle chauvinism of pretending
Alright, come
that
on,
it's
Imps.
men fighting
Fucking
over
little
women
piece
and
of shit.
children. When you know that's in some cases that's the case because we conscript men and men tend to be the soldiers or whatever. But that's not even the case with Israel. Israel's
Bro, you
got,
guys
like,
keep
a pretty
blowing
equal
each other
military
up.
because they-
You guys are
they-
so
they
fucking dumb.
draft everyone.
Holy shit. Knocking you into the tank doesn't count, of course. Why would it? Doesn't matter. That tank's
Anyway,
obviously not an enemy.
I
There's
think it would
no
be cool
demon
if
in that
sometime
tank.
tonight I got some sleep. Before I get sleep,
Oh,
though,
there
I
is a
have to
demon in
read
the tank.
donations. That's a big part
Oh,
of me being able to sleep
wow.
properly. It's me reading donations.
I wonder why it doesn't work.
The whole process.
Oh my god.
So I'm going to do that.
Alright, calm down, calm down.
Naomi Chance, thanks to tier 1 sub.
You
Shouldn't be
calm the
difficult.
fuck down too.
Fantasy Jorts with the $10. Thank you. Vosh, did you see the black pill guy you debated got kicked off a college campus for videoing girls? What?
So
Son of a bitch. Wheat waffles. It's over. I got expelled for approaching
Fucking
girls on
disappeared.
campus.
God damn it.
Damn. Well,
Oh, I can smack them right into each other. Hold on.
okay.
Perfect.
Sub
Nice.
7 approaching women equals.
Alright,
release
that's
the
all
hounds.
weapon
Pure
challenges, I
black
think.
pill brutality.
Except fully upgrade.
Love
Jesus
incel
fucking
YouTube
Christ. That's
dude,
gonna be
holy
so
shit.
long and boring.
It's only
Kill
harassment. if the girl
tragedy
doesn't think you're cute
demons.
enough. It's only harassment when the girl finds you
What
unattractive.
the fuck are these? Arcane powers.
They call me fatalistic, and yet here it is. If a guy as attractive as Wheat is getting accused of sexual harassment by simply approaching
Kill
girls to
demons
make a
by
video,
hitting
imagine
them
how tough
where
would
it
be for a bottom
hurts.
50% of work guy to approach women with the intention of entering a relationship. You
Testicular
can't approach females for any
manslaughter.
reason anymore. Yeah, it's always the same story. If you approach a girl and you're a Chad, it's fine. If you're a normie, you get arrested. This happens all the time. Hire a girl to ask uni girls for face ratings on your behalf and see what happens. Oh, dude, is that what he was doing? He was like running around his college campus, going up to girls asking for like face ratings on him. Yeah, if you harass enough women like that, you're going to get kicked out, dude. It doesn't matter how you look. There are tons of YouTube
Okay, he's
videos of,
using
like,
knives,
really hot
not
dudes
his
with
fists.
washboard
Hold
abs
on.
doing that shit to women, and the women like being
Money
annoyed
guns.
by them.
Come on, Dex.
Isn't that a TikTok trend?
Bro, why are
Yeah,
you
and
still
it's
using
fucking
your
annoying.
knives?
A lot
I
of
want to
TikTok
use
trends
the
are annoying.
fucking...
Why would you get kicked off?
Switch to the paddle.
Because if you're like harassing students, you can get expelled from school for sure. He was asking for face ratings of people. who
Come
paid
on,
him.
Gat, fucking
Oh, so he
melee.
wasn't holding up his face.
What are
he
you
was just
doing?
Running up to random girls with a
Ew,
random
oh,
internet dude's
It's not
face
working now.
on it, and like, okay.
What the fuck is this?
Hey, excuse me, female. Look at this picture.
Doesn't
of a
work
guy
with
from the
this thing
internet.
equipped
Can you
or
rate
something?
His face from 1 to 10. Also, I have
fuck?
a camera on you. It's a free country. Yeah,
Bro,
the
stop
university
using your
has freely
knives.
chosen to kick him off.
How
Here's
do
his
I
face.
unequip this? I
He didn't.
can't.
He
I've-
didn't attend the college, Vosh. He didn't get expelled. He's banned from campus. Wait. He's not even a student here.
Here we go.
He just got kicked from
Pistol.
campus. Nope, not a student. Okay, whatever.
Great. Perfect.
That's funny as fuck.
I think I gotta get him from the front. Why the
Matt TTI,
knives?
thanks for tier
Why,
1 subs.
bro?
Sockets Nuke,
Come
thanks for
on.
5 tier 1 subs. Be faithful. Children of the
Jesus.
slaughter. Soon. We've gotten a lot of good segments out lately. I can feel my energy levels returning. Not my like physical energy levels because I feel like shit, but my stream energy levels. I've been really enjoying the streams lately. I think everyone has. For the past like 5 streams, it's been like 8 to 10K viewers, and I've been feeling pretty good about the segments. That's good. Yeah, there you go. You know, I've been feeling good about it. I've been going to sleep looking forward to waking up for stream the next morning, which is usually a good sign. You know, when I'm feeling good, I'm always looking forward to the streams. Usually it's just when I'm overall feeling kind of shit that I don't. But you know, I love my job. How could I not? Each stream has had at least one cancer segment. Hey man, that's the Vosh special, okay? Olympians, thanks to $5. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I do think Russia is bad. Excuse me. Gordo Foro, thank you for the $5. I'll look up Heronism when I have the chance, okay? Thank you for the link. Thank you. John S., thank you so much for the incredibly kind $10. Donating to
testicular
save babies
manslaughter.
streaming. It's my birthday, 38. Ah, happy birthday. So I'm going to plug my Gundam model Insta. Oh, hell yeah. Absolutely.
Nice.
Never be ashamed of your autism. Hell yes. I really need to watch a Gundam anime. The only Gundam anime thing that I know is that there is a Gundam anime that opens with there being like a high school guy who's like confident and kind of Chad-like, and he's at like a school event, and a girl runs up to him.
Damn, he flew.
The girl is like, "Hey, Mr. Chad Senpai, can I talk to you?"
Fuck, man.
And he's like, "Yeah, sure." And she's like, "I want you to breed me. Please fuck me. I'm so down bad for you. Like, I'll literally do anything. Like, anything for you." And he's like, "No, I would rather go and look at a giant robot." And then he tears up her, like, invitation note and runs off. And that's the opening. And I need to watch that anime. I'm not joking. That's basically what happens. Wing was bad, you can do better. Well, the opening was good. Hell yes. See the name here, John S. Gunpla. No, he told her he'd kill her. Did he do that? Okay, she was like, "Please nut me raw, bareback, doggy style, on the kitchen, in the floor, or whatever." Have that meme, the Black Diamond meme. You know the Black Diamond meme, right?
This is Black Diamond. She is the most powerful diamond.
And she's also the one Pink most likes to fuck doggy style. Sideways,
What the
frontwards,
fuck?
backwards, upside down, 360 degrees, no condoms, skin on skin, on the living room, on the bedroom, on the fridge, on the closet, on the ceiling, on the walls, on the bathroom.
Yo, that is nuts. That sounds scary.
That's a very well-known meme in East Asia. Is that true? Good. I take great pleasure from that knowledge. I've been reevaluating some of my previous takes. I rewatched a couple of episodes of Steven Universe from the earlier seasons, and I think
Fuck 'em
at
up,
least for
Dino.
the first 2
Rhino.
seasons of Steven Universe, Steven Universe wasn't just good; it was actually Kino. Like unironically, I think that, as is often the case, things kind of spiral out a bit the further you get from the origin point. But there was a period of time during which Steven Universe wasn't just good; it was like legitimately transgressive, especially for the platform that it was on. It was what Kino, like really, really, really good. Like, yeah. Same with Naruto? No, Naruto's mid. Sorry. Oh, speaking of shows that I've rewatched that I ended up having a better opinion on the first time, Rick and Morty. Basically everyone agrees the first like couple seasons of Rick and Morty are really good, and then opinions trend downward. I think I might have been too harsh on it. I actually think that I rewatched all of it because I can do whatever I want, and I think upon rewatching it, it held quality better than I thought. I think I had different expectations. Also, the most recent season, season 7, after they replaced the voice actor for Rick and for Morty, Roiland, you know, is actually really, really good. Like, really, really good. Like I would actually say that it's a you know about as good as it's been. I would say. I rewatched the first season, dude. They completely dropped the Rick Sanchez burping bit from the first season. Like I thought I remembered him burping more in the first season. He like that's like half of his audio in the first season. Like it's the seriously like it's constant. It's actually really annoying. I'm glad they dropped it. Moving forward. Too hard to maintain. Yeah, it was also fucking annoying. Wasted a lot of audio time. Like it's a fun like bit, I guess, but it's not, you know. Did they hire Supreme Writers to make up for Justin missing? I don't know about that. I mean, I can't really speculate. I just think so far season 7 has been really good, you know? I wanna be less negative about media. You know, I wanna be critical, but I wanna be positive.
What are you doing?
Chat's mind
Oh,
is
he's
dark
fucking
enough
up
to let
Genki.
us Don't listen to us. Never do. Firebird, thank you for $5. Really appreciate that.
He's
This was a
trying his
hard thing for
best.
me to sort out when I was recovering from religion. Things I have a distinctive aversion to thinking about are the most important. Yeah, ethical questions or like analysis in general is always the most tough when it involves you directly. For example, this is a big one, okay? This is one you've all experienced. This is one I've experienced too, okay? How many times have you texted somebody you shouldn't have texted, like an ex or someone you have a crush on but you know they don't like you, but you still like them enough that you tried desperately for like the 7th time to like try to give them a signal to indicate to you that they like you back, and then
Oh, he's
afterwards
dead?
thought, why the fuck
Oh,
did I do
shit.
that? You know, if anyone else was the one who did that, you would have gone like, that's a dumb idea, dude. Like before they even did it, like they would pose the idea to you and you'd be like, no, don't do that. But you did it, didn't you?
Oh shit,
Piece of
nice.
shit, you know, the real difficulties when it comes to like analysis and critical thinking are always when it's stuff that affects you directly, not just stuff in the abstract.
I'm doing a
Stuff in
switch
the
my
abstract
melee
is
weapon
way
now.
easier to deal with.
I'm done with all the weapon challenges.
Look, everyone's done it.
Let's
I've done
get
it.
back to this bad boy. I love that thing. Everything else is
No,
good.
I've never done that actually. Pizza Steve, thanks to Tier 1 sub, really appreciate that. And Tifa Private, thank you for the $5. I want to do more research streams. Interviews are really, really, really difficult to do though. They're very difficult to do. It's tough to find people who you know a lot, people who are entertaining enough to deliver that information in a way that allows people to
Get 'em,
follow
Rhino.
along with it. But research streams I would like to do. I feel like we've been learning a lot over the past couple of months. I feel like we've been engaging with stuff pretty well in terms of like trying to educate ourselves. But there's always more to learn, to be sure. Yeah, there's always more to learn. Yeah. 2D Siggy, thank you for the $5. HS55Delta2, thank you for $5. I'm being unflattering, but I don't care. You're not being unflattering. You're pretty much on the ball here. That's good. You really captured the essence here. I would be able to identify this even without the accompanying screenshot.
Get him.
Since you mentioned you want a nice wool coat,
Get 'em.
last stream check out Shot NYC for a super high quality medium
You
price.
fucking idiot.
Oh, that looks quite nice.
Pray. I'm your king.
I don't know if
Die
I
for your
necessarily
king.
want a pea coat. I
Next
was
one.
thinking more of a
Die for me. I need it.
like
I
an
need your
Ulster
soul
coat,
juice.
I would say, but this is really nice for sure.
Eat him, Rhino.
I'll show it
He's
one more
like
time.
serving me my
because
dinner.
Hold on one second.
Oh! Get in the flying, guys. Get him.
I'll keep this up while I'm looking for the thing that I'm looking for. Hold on. Derek guy, Derek guy, Derek guy.
Holy shit, my guy's going nuts.
Man, I've learned so much from fashion from Derek Guy. I fucking love Derek Guy. I love
Oh,
a guy that is
shit.
Derek. I love Dereking Guy-ly.
Alright, get you some more health.
Spear and
There
McKay,
you go.
that's
Go
the-
wild.
That's the place that I was looking at.
All my worshippers, thank you. Thank you.
Outerwear, all outerwear. There we go. Look, Derek Guy just today yesterday, made a really nice thread on why high quality local made clothing is expensive. He definitely has sold me more on the idea of it not being like inherently fucked at buying a shirt for $150. Like, I'm not saying that it's bad if you don't, but I no longer think that that's always like a scam or like designer bullshit. There is a lot of designer bullshit out there, and I think it can take a lot of knowledge and skill to be able to identify the difference between clothes that are expensive because they're designer bullshit and clothes that are expensive because they're extremely well made by like lifelong professionals who operate out of a single office in like New York City or something, you know? For a single high-end suit, a U.S. factory might spend the following. Raw labor costs $300 for 20 hours of work. Benefits $108, overhead $120, fabric $175, trims $50.
My guy's
Total
just tossing
manufacturing
them.
cost That is $753. The
Yeah, man,
wholesale
take a
price
lunch
is
break. You deserved it.
$1,055, and the retail price is $3,138. What do you get for this?
He's working
price?
overtime.
Full canvas construction, more care and production, and lots of handwork. On this Oxford suit in Chicago, you can see hand-picked stitching. Handmade
Ooh, get 'em.
buttons with silk twist, hand-finished lining, and handheld seams. This is a lot of work. Yeah, no kidding. On a $500 suit, you will see some sacrifices. The garment will be fully machine-made. There will be no handwork. Instead of full canvassing, you will get either half canvassing or a fully fused garment. More importantly, the manufacturer will leave no room for error at the pattern drafting stage. On a cheaper garment, the manufacturer will draft all the patterns with zero room for adjustment, slap the piece together, and hope for the best. The thing is, sometimes fabric shifts. The wonky garment then goes out on the sales
He just
floor.
can't handle that
Let's also
tank.
talk about working conditions.
I got you.
Cucinelli is an Italian brand that specializes in high-end knitwear. Their factory is an open space with lots of fresh air and sunlight. Workers get a 90-minute lunch break. Italians, which they can spend at home or in the wood-beamed cafeteria. This is the most Italian-looking lunch break area I've ever seen in my entire life.
Get him,
The
my
pay here
boy.
is about 20% above industry standard. The company
Get
invests
'em.
a lot in the local community. They've renovated a theater and opened a public library with 400,000 books. During the pandemic, worker salaries were guaranteed. Everyone also gets off at 5:30 p.m. That's really nice. Now let's compare this to Fashion Nova, which has some production in the U.S. Let's go back to the suit. Fashion Nova's suit jackets are $99, often discounted to $49. Fake sales are widespread in fast fashion. Setting aside that these cuts are atrocious, let's talk about quality. They're fully fused suits, which means the outside fabric and interior components are bonded with glue. The outside fabric is also pure polyester. These neither drape well nor feel good. If put through a bad dry clean or steaming process, there's also a chance the fusible delaminates and creates a visible bubble on the outside of the fabric. Ooh. $49 retail price. Remember, in our earlier example, the work
Face off, get his ass.
The fabric alone was $175.
Go behind him.
Now let's talk about working conditions.
I'll get him with the
There's an article
holiness.
coming out tomorrow about American sweatshops, including those making clothes for Fashion Nova. Workers producing clothes for these fast fashion brands
scared.
get paid for operation, not per hour. They get 3 cents to sew up a zipper or sleeve, 5 cents for a collar, 7 cents to prepare the top part of the skirt. To sew a whole dress, they get paid just 15 cents. In 2016, a UCLA labor center study found that the median piece rate worker in Los Angeles gets paid $5.15 an hour. The worker I interviewed works 12-hour days, 6 days a week. For pay, $300 a week.
It's alright, you'll get the
Sometimes
next one.
This is in Los Angeles. Sometimes she gets paid nothing because the factory is just closed down. This is not unusual in this business. Workers complain about rat urine in factories and unventilated rooms full of dust. Since these people don't have health care, they have to contend with all the physical ailments they develop during trendy clothes for consumers who just want cheap glamour. Pretty far cry for $15 an hour plus healthcare benefits above. It bums me out to see how often the sentiment is repeated that there's no difference in quality or labor standards between high and low-end clothes, particularly fast fashion. IMO, this is just people trying to make themselves feel better about participating in this exploitative system. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah. this is quality, right? Balenciaga Calstert. Balenciaga would be an example of clothing that is expensive because it's designer bullshit, not because it's actually like high quality clothing that's being made.
He's just scooping them.
By, you know.
Do your scoop.
by,
He's gonna super
wealthy
jump for that guy.
Derek
Holy
recommended
shit.
Spear and McKay, and they seem to have
Good
some
stuff.
pretty
Keep it
affordable
up.
outerwear.
Get him. We need
Again, I think
15
these
more.
field
Keep it up.
jackets look just
We
beautiful.
got him on the ropes.
Maybe I'm totally off on this. Maybe it would look really dumb on me, but I don't know. I feel like this like tweed, but still overpriced. This is not overpriced. $300 for a high quality, well made coat or jacket is not overpriced. I think this could look quite good personally.
You gotta try harder than that, Satan.
No, not that. That's good. I mean Balenciaga. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. I feel like people would not only be happier, but would also. I feel like people would be in a. I feel like we would have a much better attitude towards fashion, if rather than what we do normally, people just got used to the idea of having like maybe a dozen items that they wear interchangeably, and they're of high quality, and they were made by well-paid union workers. And you know, you can get some new items if you want, but they are a decent investment. You know, it's tough because right now people are really like poor, like people are living paycheck to paycheck. So I don't like, in a world where every garment worker is paid union wages to do their work, everyone should be getting paid union wages to do what they do, right? Like, in a world where everyone's paid well to make this, you guys would be getting paid well to do what you do. So the money it would cost to buy this would be a lot more reasonable. Really, we're just talking about siphoning money from the bourgeoisie. They have a fuck ton of money that they just throw into offshore accounts or whatever. We needed to circulate the economy by rebuilding the middle class and having strong, you know, union paying, you know, union wage jobs that everyone can rely on. But anyway, I think this is quite nice.
Come on, Titan, get him.
Oh, that's really pretty too.
Shit the tanks.
Don't forget accessibility and sizing. A big part of the reason why clothing often doesn't work that well with fat people is because of fast fashion. You know, for instance, it used to be the case that
One more.
most
Get
people
'em.
in the middle class had a tailor that
Jump. Do your jump
How
attack.
many of you know a tailor? Tailors should be as common
Oh,
as barber
yeah.
shops. They're literally, they
Good
make
shit.
alterations on the things that we wear all our lives. Like, it's weird, right? The downfall of tailors has mostly been fast fashion because now everyone wears shitty clothing that doesn't fit that well anyway. So, like, why have a tailor, right? A tailor? Who the fuck can afford a tailor? No, again, this is what I mean. I'm talking about a fundamental transformation in the way we treat clothing and the way our economy works, you know? Like, nobody repairs clothing anymore because why would you? Just throw it out and buy some new clothing, you know? One of the reasons why it's difficult to find clothing that works well with fat people is because nobody tailors, which means you're kind of just limited to the sizing structure of whatever like company. You have to go to like a company that makes plus size clothing, and even then it might not work that well.
All right.
Don't confuse mass-produced with fast fashion. Well, basically everything is still going to be mass-produced. I'm not saying that every item of clothing you buy should be bespoke. That's a bit much. I'm just saying that like these are mass-produced. They are not bespoke. I would buy one of these at a set size. But because it's a high-quality garment, I wouldn't like just wear it like whatever and then like throw it out like whatever. It's not just some piece of shit $40 cotton hoodie, you know. If I wanted adjustments, I could go to a tailor, you know, and it could last me my entire life, and that's nice. And tailors don't have to be super expensive, you know. Seriously, you know, like, yeah, you could like $20 or $30 to get like a high quality alteration. It would be pretty fucking good. There still used to be cobblers around me pre-pandemic when they got priced up by rent. Isn't it a little bit fucking weird that with all of the contrivances of modern living, like, all the readily available shoes and clothing, clothes fit worse than they used to. And shoes are less comfortable than they used to be. Because everyone just goes to a big box store where it's like, yeah, here's the shoe, here's the shirt, it's basically free, get out of here. And it breaks down in no time, and they don't fit well, and they're not comfortable, and they don't look that good, frankly. And the shoes don't fit that well. And what we've lost is the ability to personalize our attire, to have anything quality, anything that lasts, you know? Plus, keep in mind, the more common fast fashion is, the more expensive bespoke and custom-made clothing is going to be, because fewer people use it, meaning they're catering to a smaller audience, right? Like, if 99% of people are buying like $60 sneakers, an obvious consequence of that is that the only people left going to cobblers are going to be wealthy people looking to get very comfortable, high-quality, you know, dress shoes.
Oh.
And as a consequence of that, they're going to be catered largely towards that. Guys, tailors
What are they
used to be
doing? They're
like
not doing anything now.
a
Oh, get this guy.
Yeah, if we all
There we go.
converted to quality clothes, the price would drop. We're racing to the bottom. Exactly, Samantha. Tailoring is still around? Yeah, but not like it used to be. I love how the fashion segment became a socialist adjacent segment. They're tied. So what are people who make minimum wage who are barely supposed to do it? Subs and soda. Like I've said, what I'm talking about involves a fundamental transformation in like the availability of resources in our economy. If we're buying clothes from people who make them on union wages, you will also be making union wages, right? Like, I'm not talking about a society in which only garment manufacturers suddenly are getting are getting paid union wages to do their work. Like, everyone should be, you know? Like, look, what's up? I'm going to be done soon. Oh yeah, I'll be done soon. Like, I'm not trying to like purely do like old things good, new things bad here. I'm specifically talking about fast fashion. If you want to, you can look at old photos from like in like the 1960s, right? You can look at photos of wow, looking people in 1960s does not give me any like useful information. I don't know. Back in the 1960s was far enough along in the development of our modern economy that most people had access to a decent range of clothing, but it was also mostly before fast fashion had really become a thing, which means that these clothes would have been significantly more expensive. However, people owned fewer of them, and they were higher quality, and they were more comfortable, and they fit better, and they looked better, and tailors were more available, meaning that you could alter them as necessary more readily. You know, it just seems like there's something to do here, you know. And money spent on clothes went around more. Yeah, you know, if you have a lot of money, like clothes-related money being spent, that goes
I still
to
got a shield out.
like local clothing manufacturers or garment makers. That means it's spreading around the middle class rather than all of it just going up to some gigantic like fast fashion conglomerate, you know. I don't know, whatever. We can talk about this more later. That was literally an advertisement. I just pulled a picture up. I mean, I'm just showing, like, clothing. Look what you can buy on eBay for $70. Romanian wool greatcoat, overcoat, trench coat, military surplus. Yes, you can get military surplus pretty cheap if you want it. No guarantees on its fit, but it should be sturdy if nothing else. Bosch, I bought a pack of 4 undershirts at a Walmart in 2011 for $1, and they are still my undershirts today. Okay. Look, let me just finish these donos. I've got to go. Ruby Me, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Xenoblade, happy birthday. Hell yeah. And no payments thanks to the $5 in the compliment. I really appreciate that. Rodrigo Villa. Oh, wait, hold on. I know I have more super chats than that. Sometimes I have to refresh for the show.
And they keep chasing after the sniper, but he's disappearing.
And it's not showing.
That's what's happening. I'll get rid of them.
YouTube's API
piece of
fucks
shit
up so
snipers.
consistently. It's insane. Hold on. Let me log into Streamlabs. They keep a separate tally of super chats and donations that I receive. Unbelievable. YouTube hasn't even sent them to this. Streamlabs doesn't have a log. YouTube, come on. I'm refreshing. I don't like not acknowledging donations. What the fuck?
The rest of the Saints gotta see this place.
Well, shit. Not much I can do about that, I guess. That's really fucking annoying. Flip, thank you for the $5. I
Oh,
don't
they're
think the
fighting
US
the
was
other
that
little
much
imps.
at all.
They're
SS
just
Super Leo
dancing.
And Alice Payne, thank you very much for the $2 and $5 donations, respectively. Still alive, thank you for the 5. Really appreciate that. Jared, thank you for the 5 as well. I apologize for my bad opinions with regards to Naruto. Rodrigo Villarino, thank you for the 500 Argentinian pesos. I really appreciate that. I'm afraid I can't promise you a spot on, but I hope you enjoyed the coverage that I did do. And Benjamin Gilbert Lift, thank you so much for the insanely kind $400 donation. I really, really appreciate that. Vosh, you need to do a video called "Why Bernie Losing Was a Good Thing," where you spend 15 minutes explaining how in defeat Bernie still accomplished more than most presidents and how that is emblematic of how you push political party left on voting third party. Also, a good place to go over what politics was like before Bernie. I feel like I would get roasted on Twitter for posting that particular title, and I'm not going to for that reason specifically. Though, you know, I do think there is some validity to the point. You know. Yeah. Yes. If you donated, especially if you donated through Super Chat and I haven't responded to it, I am very sorry about that. YouTube is literally not showing me a full list of the viewer activity. I can see that the list is glitched right here, but I have no idea what to do with that information. I'm sorry. I love you guys very much. I apologize for that. I feel bad, but you know, I'm powerless. I'm just I'm a powerless boy. I'm just a little boy, not a birthday boy, but I might be, you know, hypothetically. If I stream tomorrow, it's going to be later in the day. I don't know. It depends. I have some prior engagements. In the meantime, everyone take care. I love you all very much, and I'm going to send you over to... I don't see anyone on Twitch. Anyone streaming on YouTube that I'm not aware of?
Get 'em, boys.
Lucy Hayes is live. Good shilling. Well, I haven't hosted Lucy Hayes before, so fuck it, why not? Let me see if I can do this properly, because YouTube changed its API
shit.
again when it comes to hosting
They're strong.
the key that you're supposed to put in. I've never seen a Lucy Hayes stream, so if it's bad, it's not my fault. I'm just kidding. I have every reason to believe that Lucy's quite nice. So go there and be nice. Have a good time. I'm going to... Okay, let me see if this works properly. YouTube channel. Does this work? If this doesn't work, it's not my fault. Okay? It's YouTube's fault.
Summon imp kill. Nice. Oh, this is gonna be good. Soul Blast.
There's a whole lot of headway to keep on that. Winning isn't important. It's fun.
Nice. This thing's fucking awesome. Oh, it's fucking. Oh, Jesus. How many can it kill? Yeah, that guy's pretty strong. Oh, fucked him up.
I can't wait to punch Satan in the face.
Who's my foe?
Alright. Shadow Blast. I never used the Shadow Blast.
Keep talking, bitch.
I have to kill him while he's in the Shadow Blast? I do. Okay. That's much better. Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, that didn't count. He was a little too far. There. Go on. Beautiful. This is much better. I can work with this. I wonder if I can do vehicle kills. I don't think so. The fuck, that didn't work. There we go. Oh, it does do some damage. I could just hit him with it.
My favorite part of murder.
It does help to shoot. God damn it. How did that not count? There we go. Nice and strong. Damn it. You fucking bitch. What are you doing? God damn it, this shit is so inaccurate. The fucking tiny little paintball that I'm throwing. Doesn't even slow this guy. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Back up. God, this guy just has to fucking flop everywhere like a goddamn ball. Jesus fucking Christ. the fuck? There we go. Jesus fucking Christ, that guy sucks.
The boss will do the same for any of us. Anyone else want a turn?
How the fuck did you get away from that? Get the fuck out of the sky. What are you guys doing?
Well, there's no night blade man, but I suppose not all men.
Fuck's going on over there?
You hate me working for Ultor? The fuck you think you're doing?
It seemed like a better idea when people weren't trying to kill me. You better try harder than that, Satan. The rest of the Saints gotta see this.
Bro, what the fuck is this guy doing?
life laid down in this, hell's not all bad. I'll fuck your world up.
Oh shit. My bad.
If Zinyak had a spirit board that could send us to hell,
How the fuck did you get away from that so fast? What the fuck? Dex, you're gonna be my last kill. There we go. Everything is as it should be. I'll take my coins. Stone Blast Shatter. Stone Blast and then Shatter them apart. Easy. My favorite power. This one's easy. Nice. Doesn't work on that guy. Doesn't shatter him. Holy shit, that was fast. This thing kills them faster than the, well, with the rock power, than the overdrive. Ooh. Well, I only got one kill for that. There we go. Nice. Just had to hit him twice with it. Holy shit. Ooh. Halo powered beatdowns. Then there are beatdowns powered by God. Fuck does that mean? That's not a Halo power to beat down. That's not it. How do I do that? Oh, it's just I have to play as the woman. As the lady. I am man, I will switch to woman. Let her finish. Let her finish the hard day's work. It'll be a long night. I need my rest. What up, Marsha?
Don't mind if I do.
Do you have shit that I need to collect for you? Oh yeah, I do. Wow. So cool. Right in the nuts. Halo powered beatdown. We got some guys pulling up. Come on. Let me see if this works. Oh, it is. Why is it Halo power? Is her name Halo? I can't melee this guy. Holy shit. I still got it? Nice. Oh wow, I think I finished all of the Aura challenges. I'll kill 100 demons using the Cold Fire Aura supernatural power. Still gotta do that one. Let me do that. Shit. God damn it.
Just standing around, not doing anything, watching LG all evil. Can't think of anything better to do. I could never prove it was you, Genki. But the government isn't around to protect me this time.
Genki, you piece of shit. Going in the lava. I'm gonna do 50 of these. Oh god, they're good.
one of the games that I personally enjoy playing are like Total War games, simulation games, City Skylines, Factorio. I like those kind of games. However, Total War is kind of weird. If you don't know about the Total War games, basically these are like top-down kind of battle simulation games where you're fighting wars and stuff. It's a good fun. In the course of this video, you'll see kind of what it looks like and how it works. But recently, they released a game called Total War Pharaoh. Now, you guys know me. I am like a huge simp for anything Ancient Egypt related. Anything Ancient Egypt related, I'm obsessed. I'm putting the video we're gonna watch in chat right here. So you'd think I would be all into this Total War Pharaoh game, right? Wrong. This thing is a bit of a disaster.
Look at gas
The game
prices.
has
These are
been-
the same as
it's been
gas.
received very, very poorly by the community. And one of the reasons for that is because Creative Assembly, the developers, have a track record of, let's just say, aggressive monetization. So you can see responses have been mixed. The game doesn't look that bad. I mean, this is typically what a match will look like. So you have like your encampment, and then you might be the attacker. So you have all of your units, and then it's like an actual war game where you're playing through it with different units trying to make stuff happen. And it can be really, really good fun. The thing is, the way that they price these games is insane, okay? They are some of the most heavily monetized piles of garbage you've ever seen. So if we go to like Total War Warhammer 3, this released a little over a year ago, like a year and a half ago. And this was one I was excited for. You guys know me, I'm a Warhammer nerd, I love it. We got like the big custodies and like all sorts of stuff. But I like me some Warhammer. But look at the DLC. This is pretty much all the DLC you need to have the full game. $263 of DLC on top of the $60 for the base game. So you're expected to spend like 320 bucks to get the full game. And it's clear when you play these games that like it was built around having all of this, and then they stripped it out because they expect you to just pay up and do that. And it just sucks. It sucks. And so they released Total War Pharaoh, and shocker, the response has not been that great. And Creative Assembly, the developers, are kind of freaking out a little bit. So this is sort of a post-mortem from the one and only The Terminator channel. I posted the video link in the chat, and in the stream clip we'll have it linked in the description box below. Send some love over their way. But I think they do a much better job of describing all of this than I. And they have a way cooler logo than me. Mine's just my stupid face.
Is Creative Assembly's next major historical game. It's developed by the Sophia team, whose previous work include the Rome 2 DLCs Empire Divided and the Rise of the Republic, as well as the Total War Saga games Thrones of Britannia and more recently Total War Saga Troy. Despite these having mostly mixed reviews and mixed success, it's generally accepted that this development studio within CA releases polished, well-made games that end up being pretty good value. Now, I've personally had access to Pharaoh for about 3 weeks now. I've spent over 50 hours playing 4 campaigns, so I think I've got a lot of experience to make a thorough review. In this video, I'll be...
Man, it's such
These
a bummer that
frames
this game
are
hasn't seen
horrible
this
right now. What the
Because
fuck?
I like everything about this aesthetic. I am giggly about. I love it. You want to know how much I love it? I was about to say I'm creaming over, and I stopped myself because that's gross. But now I said it anyways, so here we are.
Talking about whether Pharaoh is worthy of being the definitive Bronze Age game it says it is, whether it's a challenging, replayable, and historical Total War, and whether, with all of that in mind, it's worth buying for the right standard price of $60. So let's get started. Set during the late Bronze Age collapse, Pharaoh takes place in a period of roughly 50 years in which
I wish this was so good.
thriving cultures like the Mycenaeans or the Hittites were suddenly destroyed or abandoned. There are a variety of theories out there. This is a very interesting time of human history, but it's generally accepted to have happened due to a combination of changing climate circumstances, social upheaval and civil war, disruption of vital trade networks, and the invasion of a group of migrating people called the Elusive Sea Peoples. Egypt
The elusive sea peoples. My understanding was it was probably mostly trade route stuff. Like once trade routes are cut off, you kind of have to figure something else out. You know, you gotta figure it out.
Is one of the cultures that survived this cataclysm, and
Oh, a pyramid PC case? Do they make those? I would unironically do that. I would do that today. Move everything into the new case. I would do that.
therefore is the principal foundation from which Pharaoh, as its name suggests, is built on. The Egyptian
Evil
culture comes
politician.
with 4 of the 8 playable factions, including Ramses, our main protagonist.
Driven by reckless ambition, Ramesses sees himself as the chosen of the gods, destined to rule as pharaoh. Thus, he is well suited to forging ahead at full speed, achieving swift victories on his path to one day claiming Egypt's throne. Seti, the brood, Tausret, the strategist, and something.
Seti, the heir to the Egyptian
Amenhotep.
throne, his wife and historically future pharaoh Tausret, and Amenmess, the eldest royal heir and viceroy of Kush. The Hittites are also represented in this game with 2 factions, Shupilululiuma, the last king of Hatti.
Okay, oh my god, Shupilululiuma. Okay, I know there's people listening like at
I
work.
wonder how they work.
Wherever you are in your world, in your life, just try saying this right now. Shupilululiuma. Supilululiuma. Hold on, how did he say it?
Also represented in this game with
This
2
is traffic in
factions,
hell?
Shupilululiuma, the
Shupilululiuma. That's just, oh man. Blah.
Someone's never been to DC.
Shupilululiuma. I can't, I'm gonna have a stroke. Here, moving
last
on.
king of Hatti, and Kurunta, the usurper. Plus, we've got 2 Canaanite factions with Bay, the political schemer, and
Oh, hey,
Ursu,
Bay.
who is a bit of a rowdy, mean-tempered antagonist. Having chosen your faction and starting the campaign, we're
That gave me a
placed
shirt
on
with
a
an
narrow
airbrush.
yet visually stunning map, reminiscent of Total War Saga
Oh, I
Troy,
love it.
that stretches as
I
far
got it for my
north as
birthday.
just
It
shy
was kind
of
of
the Black
awesome.
Sea in the lush green of Anatolia.
Look at
and
that.
as far south as the arid desert lands of Kush or Nubia.
Look at that.
And this is where we see the first striking issue of why this isn't quite a definitive major Bronze Age game. The map does not go as far west as Greece or even western Anatolia, and does not include the eastern kingdoms of Mesopotamia, both of which had huge, thriving
Yeah, kind of important. Kind of important. It's like having a World War II game, but you just totally ignore the Eastern Theater, and then you also ignore like everything from Moscow, like Poland to Moscow. You just pretend like the Eastern Front's not a thing. It's like you have the Pacific Theater and then the Eastern Theater. You just ignore all of it. Yeah, it just wouldn't really work.
cultures and dynasties which played prominent roles in the Bronze Age and were definitely impacted by the Bronze Age collapse. Their absence is at least a big disappointment,
they have safety
especially
codes
if
in
you're
hell.
here for a Bronze Age game. And at most, it's a first indication that this isn't quite the major Total War game we've
If
been
things go
told
bad
it
at the
is.
Ultra
But
building,
okay, let's
this is
accept
where
that
I
for a
built my
moment
Nissan
and just look at the game itself. The narrative opens up with the death of the Egyptian pharaoh Mereneptah, leaving a power vacuum and eventually, in your first 60 turns, multiple civil wars in which one faction leader with the most legitimacy at the end of the timer becomes the new pharaoh.
I like that.
Legitimacy
That's
here
cool.
being the key word, as that's an accumulated type of reputation that you gain through victorious battle, through building monuments, through taking a position on this new court mechanic, and others. And as far as newish features go in Pharaoh, this was quite refreshing. And
I actually think that sounds kind of cool. You got to earn your place as Pharaoh. That's cool.
at least in my first playthrough was enjoyable enough to learn.
Oh, it's a future DLC, by the way. Oh, that's why they stripped out Mesopotamia.
Hate to see what the student loans.
Remember, like I said, it feels like a lot of these games you have to spend $260 on DLC to get what the game should have been in the first place. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they did that.
Learn the basics of and use to my advantage. Sophia has always delivered new campaign mechanics that add a meaningful layer of gameplay
think,
design, and this is a great example of that. Where the gameplay loop starts and ends in
probably
Pharaoh,
going to
though,
defend
is
against
the
the forces of heaven.
multi-resource
Pretty
system first introduced in Total War Saga Troy. Every settlement either produces food, wood, stone,
like Settlers of
bronze, or
Catan.
gold, and that is your
This is
main
straight up
incentive
Settlers of
for
Catan.
how you prioritize expansion in the campaign map.
Swimming
And
sucks.
these resources are the main drivers of every other mechanic in the game,
Lava
whether it's the
sucks.
court, the
Swimming in
technology
lava
tree,
definitely
or
sucks.
engaging in diplomacy. Everything has some sort of impact on how much of these 5 resources you own produce. Some sort of impact on how much of
Let's see what
these
these things can do.
Yeah, you gotta get that sweet kush. Right.
They have floating
You
platforms.
gotta get that sweet fish. Paradox is just as bad, if not worse, with their DLC. I think what it, and this is just my personal theory, I think what this is with these types of games is just that they know that for a lot of people that love these kinds of games, it's all they play. Like, they are Total War fans, or they are, you know, name any given Paradox franchise. They like those kinds of games. That's what they do. Or like if you're like a fan of Ubisoft stuff, you're a fan of Anno, like whatever it may be. But a lot of these players will only play one of these types of games, and that's what they specialize in. And they have like 10,000 hours in them. I have a buddy who's super into crap, what's it called? Something 4. It's like the World War II game, kind of like this. What am I thinking? Hearts of Iron. Hearts of Iron. I had it backwards. Hearts of Iron 4. He, no joke, has like 10,000 plus hours in Hearts of Iron 4. And it's because it's pretty much all he plays. He has his little laptop. When he gets back from work, he plays that for a handful of hours, and that's all he does, day in, day out. So for him, he can justify spending $25 on a DLC, or a total of like $300-400 when all is said and done over the course of years, because it's what he plays. And I think that that's the same way they approach a lot of this, is they're like, oh, you're a Total War fan, so you're gonna put up with it, bitch. You know, like that's how they deal with it. And I think that that is just a really unfortunate reality that only holds true and steady until the community gets fed up, which seems to be what's happening with the Total War franchise as well.
5 resources you own, produce, and spend. This is essentially the foundation of the gameplay loop. You expand your territory, you produce more resources, you build...
Yeah, I guess publishers treat it like a real-life tabletop RPG. I don't know. Yeah, and I think that because they know a lot of tabletop RPG fans spend a lot of money on their hobby, they can justify making this stuff really expensive. Because they're like, you spent $100 on a piece of plastic for the tabletop RPG, you can pay $20 for a bunch of content in the video game version. You know, I think that's how they approach it. And whether that's justified or not, I think is certainly up for debate. It's not a slam dunk like they think it is.
Bigger and more powerful armies to expand your territory, get more resources, and the loop goes on and on. But what CA Sophia are time and time again so good at doing on the campaign side of things is to add layers of gameplay that take the focus away from these repetitive loops. You've got the Ancient Legacies, which are special missions every culture can access, from building unique monuments to special interaction with your vassals. You get deities to pray to for an assortment of stat buffs and benefits, which, to be honest, can get quite complex. And of course, the biggest layer, the Bronze Age collapse. If various cities called Pillars of Civilization, which are dotted around the map, are destroyed, the condition of civilization worsens, so more frequent earthquakes or debuffs to resource production, and the wave after wave, of course, of dangerous raiding sea people's armies. Now, this all sounds
fly
really
250,000
good on paper,
meters,
and in my
nice.
first campaign, I'll be honest, I liked that I had to spend more time than usual to wrap my head around it all. But it was in my second campaign that I started to see the cracks in this design, and where the mechanics I previously enjoyed started to become chores I just had to get on with.
And I think it's important to stress that for a lot of games, it's like, oh, you only noticed in your second run through these problems, so therefore they must not be that big of a deal. Again, for these games, like, you're expected to get hundreds of hours out of it. It's like saying if you played Diablo 4, you're like, yeah, my first run through, I didn't, you know, my first character, I didn't have that many problems, but my second character, I realized all of this stuff doesn't work for subsequent run-throughs. And it's like, oh, that's a huge deal, because you're going to be using second, third, fourth characters constantly. Like, that's one of the big things.
Suddenly, the rosy tint of a new Total War fell away, and I could see that none of the decision-making had any real opportunity cost or lasting impact. The mechanics that were keeping me interested just became repetitive, and the narrow scope of the game and its map forced me to battle over the same territory, fight the same characters, and destroy the same factions. What could help with all of this is a variety of playable factions with unique playstyles. But that's just not the case either. Ramses is supposed to have really high campaign movement, and yet all of the other factions, through outposts, through spells and deities, can get really high movement as well. Amon Mess is supposed to be this gold-producing powerhouse, but that doesn't mean he can't access every other resource with ease either. In fact, being on the Nile, surrounded by the desert, that's exactly what he can do.
Armored
Ursu is
cars
supposed to be this
reclaimed.
anti-Egypt faction, but the Canaanites don't have their own courts, no formable kingdom, and you have no marginal reward to raise and pillage versus just expanding out and developing resource production. Nothing tangible to force you to play a certain way.
Yeah, it's like this weird way of designing these games where everything is so generic. Like they're afraid of consequences or players breaking things. So they just make everything play the same. And I think the best example of this working fantastically well is with like, I think I can actually pull it up, is with Baldur's Gate 3. Because Baldur's Gate is one of those games that's like, yeah, break it, go for it. Yeah, it's stupid and broken. Good for you. Like, awesome, love it. Like this. Someone was able to instantly nuke a late game boss in Baldur's Gate 3 by using a weapon that has an affix called Blood Money that deals weapon damage plus 4 piercing damage for every 300 gold the target has. Okay, so really valuable targets you can do more damage on. That's cool. Well, they pickpocketed them and then snuck 87,000 gold into the boss's pockets and then one-shot them. Like, totally broke it, but it was super cool. It's a creative way of dealing with it, you know? And I think game devs should own it and like welcome that challenge and be like, yeah, try to break it. Figure it out. If you break it, awesome. That's fantastic. And it's like building a playground and letting the kids play in it. But with some of these generic games in their design styles, it doesn't actually do anything interesting. It's like they're scared of the consequence. So instead, they just design everything to play the same and try to remove all of the potentials for breaking stuff, and it just kind of kills the fun too.
There's no real faction diversity here if there's no real incentive, no risk to play them differently. And so what that means is Pharaoh has basically no replayability. And what's worse is I realized that for a Bronze Age collapse game, this doesn't actually play like the Bronze Age collapse. The map visuals might escalate, cities might burn, and powerful sea people's armies may arrive, but I still have an abundance of resources. I'm still expanding my territory and running around with huge high-tier armies. It looks like the Bronze Age collapse, but so many of the other factions are still kicking around while I'm not just surviving here, I'm actually thriving. It just doesn't make any sense. I want to feel the pressure of a crumbling civilization, but sadly, I don't. And then I started seeing other issues, maybe minor issues, but they all add up over time. The outpost system is nice to have again back in Total War, but it's just completely overpowered. Stat stacking feels like it's never been worse as I can zoom around from one province to the next in a single turn, and while campaign customization, for example, is another great interesting feature to have, I just found it incredibly frustrating to try and balance a custom campaign when the default state is so unbalanced already. Essentially, everywhere I look, from the tech tree to the deities, the buildings, it's all covered in really positive stats, and it feels like nothing I do can go wrong. I have no real ownership over anything, and nothing I do has any real risk or lasting impact. What I'm describing here is the strategic depth of the Pharaoh campaign, and this was suddenly thrown out the window because my only real incentive to do what Total War is all about, conquering your enemies, expanding your territory, simplified to that base gameplay loop of increasing my resource production. I couldn't.
Yeah, it's like, I think there's a balancing act because on the one hand, I think a lot of game designers have kind of forgotten to try and design games to be fun and instead try to design them around like monetization schemes. And in this case, it's not like you can buy today the fix for this. In like 2 years, once all the DLC is out, probably you can. But in this case, it just seems like they designed it around being played through once. And you have a good time, you play through it once. But then by the time you go and you hit your subsequent run through, you're like, oh, this doesn't actually work. This kind of is burning me out. This doesn't work. So overall, I mean, and I think the perception with Creative Assembly is that it's clear that there's a reason why they're doing this. They're doing this because they know that it's going to push people into buying the DLC and stuff. That's what they're doing. So Creative Assembly is kind of collapsing a little bit. Right now. And it's because of the negative reception around this. And the fans are just kind of fed up. So this next little tidbit is from Bellalord News. And posted 11 days ago, covering the same sort of situation, but from the perspective of the business side of things.
fun situation with the Creative Assembly. After quite a long time of concern simmering, it's really just bubbled over. We've had the cancellation of Hyenas, the whole story behind that, Voland doing some leaks from his sources, then Creative Assembly DMCAing him, that entire thing. Then Total War Pharaoh, of course, coming out and having, to be honest, rather pitiful numbers on Steam. All of this has led to a fan base that, be it the historical fans or the fantasy fans, I think have just about had enough. I've been playing Total War games since I first picked up Rome 1 back in like 2005. I absolutely have got a horse in this race, and I certainly get how it feels firsthand, how the pace of innovation for major gameplay features, the likes of AI, has just completely flatlined. Now, as a response to all of this, quite a few Creative Assembly staff have been getting rather leaky. They've leaked to Voland, people have been in Legend of Total War's chat, I've had an email, and a bunch of people in my comments claiming to be CA devs. There's stuff we've been able to corroborate.
That's really interesting. So I've always wondered about this sort of thing, like how these leaks start and how they, like what pushes somebody to leak, because you never see huge leaks coming from the devs at like Rockstar, and I think it's honestly because everybody feels so thankful to be working on like GTA 6. Nobody wants to be the one that leaks it and is fired and has Rockstar drag them across the coals, right? So everybody is on their best behavior. Whereas you see a lot of leaks from sometimes like Ubisoft games, usually when the projects are having trouble or when, you know, they feel mistreated by executive staff, that kind of thing. Or we saw it with like The Last of Us Part 2, where contracted employees that had their contracts end and were not rehired in full-time positions, they became disgruntled and leaked a bunch of stuff. So in this case, it seems like the employees at Creative Assembly, some of which I'm sure are real, some of these are, I'm sure, fake, are probably very frustrated with the way that the company is handling the games now, because the people that are developing these games love them and don't want to see it go down this route. And it's not like they enjoy making bad games or lackluster games. They want to make the best games they can. And a lot of these people grew up
Oh, my bad, Judah.
back in the mid-2000s or whatever. And so they know what the games could be. If
Nobody's ever in chat, so I don't see messages.
All of that. And so I think, yeah, I think you're right, Shinobi. This is a rebellion. And it's really interesting to see.
So today it's time to bring everything together and to work out, is there any hope? What sort of things could we expect to change? And broadly, what is the future of the Total War franchise?
So what just happened?
Like? In terms of
I don't know.
we're mostly going off
There's
the
always
concept of
oh
Poland
shit,
in addition to
armored
that
car
being
truck.
contacted by people and corroborated
Something else is about to happen right now.
So
Hold on.
overall, I do think that this is a fairly
Fuck outta there.
realistic picture of what is going on, at the very least from the perspective of one camp of people at the company. As an example, if you were to take Blizzard Entertainment, a few people in the World of Warcraft development team spoke to me, and I very much understand their frustrations. A lot of their frustrations match up with those of the player base. However, I also know that's a team of 700 people, and quite a lot of people on that team would not agree with the people who have spoken to me. So take it with a grain of salt. With that said, supposedly, Total War has essentially ended up becoming a real cash cow for Creative Assembly.
Thank you, Jules, for subbing on Twitch.
With Creative Assembly being basically the big, good, profitable studio for Sega. The franchise regularly...
Oh wait, subbed at Tier 1 for 6 months in advance? Jesus Christ! Well, shout out Jules. Dilly Dilly, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
Is getting from 2 to 3 million copies per release. Here's the quote. Before Hyenas, I was told Creative Assembly was Sega's most profitable studio because of this. So basically, it's successful, but also, I mean, where's Paradox with their real-time combat in a grand strategy game? That basically means that they have their own little niche of the market carved out, and there's not really much in the way of hard competition to basically innovate. As an example, if someone came and did better real-time combat than Total War, a lot of people in the historical setting would actually move over, and to be honest with you, it wouldn't be too hard for them to be topped, as you'll kind of see as we keep on going.
It's true. I mean, there's people that love the historical settings and stuff, but I don't think at this point Creative Assembly has anybody who's like, no, I'm a Creative Assembly fan, and I'm going to play their game over the others. Like, there are people for like Bethesda Game Studios like that, where they won't play other games because they need to support Bethesda Game Studios. It's really weird to me, but they are out there. Same with like Ubisoft. I know it's weird. They're out there. But it's also true, like, even just Call of Duty versus Battlefield, there's people that, even though the games are roughly comparable, they will stick to one over the other. They're like, no, I'm a Battlefield player, I've never liked Call of Duty, and I'm not going to support them. You know, it's just crazy.
Now, per an email that we received from somebody claiming to be a developer, and I did, look around LinkedIn and stuff, seemed to actually match up. Long-term planning around the creation of Shogun 2 was built around the idea that the Total War player base was not growing. Now, for anybody who was owned
I want
by
the
a
freeway and try that.
Sega, the lack of growth in terms of users is going to be a worrying thing. That means, well, how are you going to grow your revenue?
Rambulance?
Obviously by getting more money per customer. Since then, one fairly major thing did change, and that is access to the Warhammer franchise. I think Warhammer's probably expanded Total War quite a bit, so at this time, around Shogun 2, we're mostly talking about within the historical niche, that fan base not growing massively. That being said...
Yeah, that's true. I mean, also, Warhammer fans are a great fan base to have as customers because, again, we tend to spend a lot of money on the hobby. And Warhammer people, like, Warhammer's their thing. Like, that's what they do. They play Warhammer. That's their hobby. Because it's not just one hobby. It's like you buy the figurines, you build them, you paint them, you assemble them. Like, there's many, many parts to it. And so it sucks up a lot of time.
That's a lot of game discovery platforms, likes of Steam, YouTube, etc. They're a lot more powerful than they were back in the days when Shogun 2 first came out, where yes, we were reading game sites, but also the likes of, say, buying an issue of PC Gamer.
Oh, I was going to mention this. So he mentioned that like the big problem is that because they're a part of a listed company, they are limited in expanding like the Shogun 2 engine because there's a lot of like money that goes into it. There's a lot of time that goes into it, and the only way you can justify pouring lots of money into projects is if it's going to have a return on that investment. And if that's only going
God
to
damn it, you should jump in the
continued
fucking
revenues,
comment.
not grown revenues, it's hard to justify that to investors and to
There we go.
executives. But, and let me just say, I think that's right. I think that's accurate. I would say it's still Creative Assembly's fault for not understanding that, yeah, it's not growing right now because the games are the same as they have been for
What the
ages.
fuck,
For,
man?
like 20
Come
years they've been
on.
identical. Of course it's not growing because it's not pulling anybody new in other than like Warhammer fans that are now like, oh, I can play an RTS, that's Warhammer. I think at the end of the day they would still rather just play Warhammer digitally. I don't know why that hasn't been done yet. That seems like such a no-brainer for them to just hire some company to build that for them. Like, print money. I just don't understand why they wouldn't do it. But I guess there's probably some reason out there. I don't know.
Are actually a fairly regular thing to do. Because of that, aided on by the rise of a lot of what Paradox has been doing, I do think that audience would grow. But again, I don't have the data. What would I know? Basically, the story is that management and Sega needed to make more money. They needed to improve their revenue per user. So what happened was an intent.
What the fuck was that?
Every single year with DLC being attached.
At least I don't have to go straight at the total.
We can't possibly improve the quality. So we need to suck more cash out of the customers, so we'll put out more games and more DLC. Right? Great idea, right? Everybody would love it. It's like these executives have no understanding that franchise fatigue is a thing, and also when the quality drops below a certain point, eventually fans just stop buying your stuff. And this is the big thing with Total War Pharaoh. Like, I have expendable income. I could make a video on Total War Pharaoh and write off the cost of the game. I could do that. But even I, as an ancient Egyptian nerd, know that the game is going to be really
Jesus
lackluster,
fucking
and that
Christ.
pouring that time into it is probably not worth my time until the game is finished and complete, feature complete, and then I can buy it on a deep, deep sale during Steam Summer Sale and get all of it instead of for $300 for like 60. So I'm just going to wait like a year. And because the games have been identical for 20 years, it doesn't really matter. It's not like I'm missing out on the cutting edge new thing. It's like, no, it plays the same today, 5 years ago, 5 years from now, it's going to play the same regardless of when you jumped on. So, who cares?
What the fuck was that? Somebody crashing me?
Content with a dedicated team, quote, churning out reskins of old shit to peddle money for old rope. The intended games for this plan were Shogun 2, Rome 2, and more small historical games in familiar settings. Now, for those of us who are aware of those historical games, well, yeah, we pretty much know that's like Thrones of Britannia, which was pretty much just...
Why didn't you jump in there, Gat?
It did a few nice little innovations,
You
but
fucking
wasn't
idiot.
until a campaign expansion, let's be real. Of course, Troy then did that for, I think, was it Warhammer 2 that it spawned off? And then obviously Pharaoh is, I mean, it's kind of Troy again. That's what a lot of people have essentially realized. Most notably, though, smaller historicals basically.
God damn it.
No medieval
These
3,
fucking
no,
enemies.
say, Rome 3 or another Empire-like title. It's just going to be those smaller settings. And what this
Why do they even
essentially
come
means
after
is
me
that
when I
more
jack
content
somebody's
is
car?
basically more content.
fuck?
As, yes, Bill Gates wrote in the 90s, content is king. However, in the games industry, innovation is also content. You can only keep on pumping content out for so long until people just get sick of it, until the amount of problems accrue and you need to actually clear your technical debt, finish your problems, and innovate in the core of your game. And that essentially is the thing that has been sacrificed at the altar of very regular releases with a lot of DLC.
Well, and it's just like at this point with all these games, it feels like you're playing the same thing just with reskins, because you basically are. I mean, there's some systems that are a little tweaked and altered, but it's basically just the same thing over and over again. And it's, I mean, even just down graphically. I know graphics don't make a game. but there aren't
Rampage
even big
crushes.
strides in
How
terms
do I
of
go on
graphics.
rampages?
Like they have done nothing to justify.
I think I steal
people
their
spending
monster trucks.
hundreds
Yeah.
of dollars a year on this franchise.
I think I could find more of them.
So overall,
real
then,
easy.
we've not really had space for expanding historicals. There's been no new space for, like, say, newer game mechanics. As an example, it said the naval
I'm
battles
fighting on
of
the
Empire
freeway.
took years to develop and basically could no longer be justified as a thing worth doing. Of course, you look at a lot of Total War games and they basically don't really bother with the naval bit as much. In fairness, some people love those, some people didn't. I certainly remember around the time Empire was coming out, I was fairly mind blown by just how impressive the feature was. There's been a lot of people looking for the likes of, say, a First World War
Rambulance?
title, which
I'll take you.
You could sort of see from Fall of the Samurai, move up a little bit from that. Apparently, there have been
Let's go on
some
the
rumors that
sidewalk, the
was
street.
At one point in the works, but again, any larger
Oh, we
news
can't
are
start the
essentially
ramble. What the
not
fuck?
happening for all of this. The
God damn
historical
it.
side of their franchise has just doubled down on those smaller releases. Meanwhile, of course, the fantasy.
So now the
element of
trucks
franchise
aren't
is
coming on the
there.
freeway.
Their
What the
attempt was
fuck?
to license existing IP and to bring in new players. In addition to this, though,
It's really, I mean, it's bad when you're like your only hope for growth is licensing new franchises and bringing them in with fresh player bases just from those other IP. Like, okay, we can't grow this right now, so I guess we'll license the Minions and we'll have a Minions RTS. Like,
God damn
okay,
it.
well, we did that. All those Minion fans came over. Okay, what do we do now?
Ooh, another one. Come on, you can
well,
make
let's
it.
license the Hunger
Oh, you
Games. Let's do
fucking
a Hunger
idiot.
Games RTS. Okay, they do that. They're like, okay, how do we license what else do we have out there? Teletubbies, let's do that. And it's like, at some point, people are going to realize these are all the same game, just reskinned.
basically the console team were being given additional focus by management, despite a feeling on the Total War team that, quote, Total War paid for the console team. So from the emailer's perspective, right, Creative Assembly was never thought to be agile or responsive. If there had have been pushback sooner, like internally, then maybe they would have been forced to
There we
change.
go.
Maybe some things
Hold
would
on.
have ended up being a bit better. But basically, Total War was raking in the money. There were problems. They didn't need to be fixed because the money was still coming in. It was a fairly captive audience. And when you have a content pipeline that is that absolutely stuffed full of content, guess what? It's a big ship, and it turns fairly slowly. So the idea then of a company with a beloved franchise that is desperately trying to get its other plays to be successful, does that remind you of anything? This is where I can talk about a few things that I've heard from sources at Blizzard. Basically, if you ever wanted, like, player housing in World of Warcraft, any of those things, all very solvable problems. Essentially,
Nice,
the problem is
I got
Blizzard
one.
did not invest in their core technologies for World of
Alright, these
Warcraft.
guys are fucking
They didn't
annoying.
invest in slicing away that technical debt until far too late, which then means you have a content team that feels like they sort of have their, their hands tied behind their back, not able to really make the most crazy, interesting, or just new innovative features because they're being held back by tools, by pipelines, by processes. And this is another thing that we see here. At the end of the day, if Total War is only getting 2 to 3
These
million
challenges
sales,
would be more fun if I didn't have the
up to
fucking
next
whole
level.
demon army after me every single fucking
was
time.
allegedly Sega's most expensive title, costing $70 million and being an utter shit show from the perspective of its development, which has of course led to many people leaking. Okay, let's talk about the decision makers then.
I totally forgot about Hyenas, that this was even announced and stuff. Like, totally spaced it.
One thing that's been clear as we've went across the various places that staff have been talking, be it my email inbox, Voland, and other people, and I would say, hey, if you are at CA and you feel like this is unfair, if you feel like you have some additional context, anything that would help get reality, get truth out
Alright,
there.
call your
Oh, yeah, the
boys.
finals?
I need
yeah,
a truck.
they actually sponsored me to go and try the game early this year. I don't remember exactly when it was, but yeah, they sponsored me to go to like an early access preview event and stuff, and it was super cool. I mean, I thought it was really cool back then. It had a couple of quirks, like it was all about destructible environments and stuff, and I thought that was awesome. But they only
Alright,
gave you like
where the
2
boys at?
grenades and like a single shot rocket launcher that took 30 seconds to reload at the time. And so all of my feedback was like, you have this amazing destructible environment system, but it feels like you can't really use it. It's this awesome system that you might see a wall collapse once in a while, but it feels like the coolest thing would be if entire buildings were collapsing, you know? And they said, yeah, we're working on that, So I haven't tried the recent betas. Hopefully they fixed it and gave you more tools and stuff. But yeah, I think it's really, really interesting.
So if it's what I'm interested in, let me know. You can head up tips@bellular.games and that'll land in my inbox. And yeah, we can have a chat, we can see what's going on. And if there's any major changes, obviously I'll update the audience on that. Okay, so the brand team essentially gets quite a lot of blame here. Essentially, the brand team is a sort of overarching production team who manage
We're hitting the
individual
freeway.
elements of a wider studio. It seems
Fuck
like Brand
me.
has
God,
been
one little
responsible for
motorcycle.
example,
Come on.
Blizzard, you have a Warcraft
What the
manager, a
fuck,
Diablo
man?
manager, that kind of thing. Now, allegedly, these are the people who get
Get over
most
here.
of the
I
say
need
in
your
what's
car.
actually made. They're the people who go to Sega and actually do the pitching and come home with the big old sack of cash.
There's the
Now, this
freeway.
is not
I
a
need that.
It's an important job. Those people probably make very good money. But yeah, I can see why there could be problems.
God,
Like,
it's
we
all the
saw
way up
this
there.
with
Fuck.
Ubisoft and Assassin's Creed. You guys remember? I forget the guy's name. But there was a guy that was ousted as part of the like Me Too movement thing that happened at Ubisoft. He was kind of a prick, and he apparently did not, or maybe allegedly, reportedly, whatever. He did not want to have a female protagonist. Or have a canonical female protagonist for Assassin's Creed games because he said a game with a female character in the lead will not sell. It will be a failure. And so he shut down all of these ideas for female protagonists. Syndicate was kind of him caving a little bit, but he was one of the big decision makers creatively on the Assassin's Creed franchise. And he was pushed out, and now we've seen Cassandra is the canonical one for Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and then female Ivor, I think is or Eivor or whatever, is the canonical version.
And it also sucks there's no challenge spot for these. Like, what the fuck? I just have to wait for these cars to show up.
No, it
The
wasn't
ambulance
Ashraf, it
and
was
the
a guy,
armored
like, 2 or
car.
3 levels above him. It was a guy we never saw on stage. It was a guy
Oh,
you never
boy.
heard of before. He was like an upper level, like, executive. He was one of Yves Guillemot's, like, buddies. Yeah, he's the reason Cassandra wasn't the only protagonist. Yeah. Because they pitched Cassandra as the sole protagonist, and he shot it down and said, no, you have to at least have a male protagonist, because a female-focused character or game will not sell.
Come on,
Looks
on
pretty
to the
stupid now.
lava. What the
But
fuck,
what are you gonna do? But
man?
this is the problem with one guy being
All
in
right.
charge of all the
It's time to
content
stop
a
for
franchise.
now.
It can go really well if they know what they're doing. If they know exactly what fans want. Otherwise, it doesn't end well.
Kill 100 demons using the
For
cold
companies,
fire
this is
aura
actually how the
supernatural
vision
power.
for a game is often,
Guess I can do that
created.
before I
The
leave.
vision, the life cycle, the budget. The word specifically in the Voland video that was given was the Bible for a game. Yeah, your game's Bible. That is a very, very common thing across the industry. Go to any Gamescom, see people people pitching their games. That is exactly the sort of thing that will be going on. I mean, in 30-minute publisher speed dating, you're not going to whip out your Bible, but hey, you get the drift. The point here basically is that it's the big brand managers who are making a lot of these major decisions, right? And the allegation here is that this is why, partially, there's a lot of bad decisions.
The
These are
fuck?
basically people
How does it
mostly
supposed to kill them?
Studio, essentially finances and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
They're
cold
the
fire
first
aura.
They're also the people who are trying to increase the revenue
You
per
fucking
user, per
sniper
product,
pussies.
while then seemingly imposing some creative and production limitations as a result of this
Hammer,
decision.
no.
Here's a quote. 9 out of 10 times if there's a bad decision that's been received poorly by the community, it's driven by a marketing strategy.
Oh my fucking god, that pussy ass fucking magic sucking orb. The fuck is that? Why do you have so many of those?
Increasing prices for DLC, man. That's a bold
Alright,
move.
let's freeze all of you.
Jesus Christ. I haven't
Freeze
heard about that.
everyone.
Oh god. Wow. People are upset about our $10 expansion for this and our
I didn't get a
this
single
faction
kill
is
for that.
50.
Oh, that's rampage
Let's raise it
crushes.
all by
Hold on.
like, whoa. That's bold,
Oh,
man.
it doesn't
That's
have
bold.
the challenge here,
Mari,
but
this
it's
is
an
Creative
achievement.
Assembly, the guys behind Total
The fuck?
War.
Okay,
the
whatever.
whole company is kind of crumbling. Their fans
I guess
are
I'm
sick and tired of
get
them,
these.
and they're trying desperately to figure out what to do. But Creative Assembly apparently is doubling down at the same time and refusing to acknowledge that there's any real issue going on, and that it's just players being whiny.
These are basically all things from this brand department, and it all tracks with the broad idea that they're not really increasing the size of their player base, therefore they have to monetize them more deeply, and this all basically comes down to risk mitigation, keeping that bottom line happy. I would love to know how much Epic Games paid them for that whole Troy thing. Now, there's one man who's came up in all of this, and that guy is Rob Bartholomew. It's quite interesting. He's the Chief Product Officer, and I imagine he's going to have a few awkward days at the office, because a lot of the staff who have leaked have talked about, well, disagreeing with him specifically, right?
Oh,
that he's
that's
basically being framed as the money man. Here's a quote. In company meetings, Rob used to present us with these charts illustrating game sales and how they compare to one another. The total sales of tentpole releases don't fluctuate much, so the key to boosting profits is to raise the average spend per player. Personally, I don't think DLC is inherently problematic, but it often feels like Total War DLC has become a rather cynical method of achieving this goal at this point. That's the sort of thing. Personally, if you said to me, hey,
It's really funny that they named him. But they're like, my boss? Yeah, he's the dick. They're just so there's no confusion, okay? It's him. It's that guy. Is this another case of microtransactions being increased due to the greed of the company? I'm not opposed, or I'm not surprised, my good sir. Yeah, it's also just like short-sightedness from the executives to think that you can increase the average spend per player and not see any negatives from pushing them to do so. It's one thing if Fortnite is like, yeah, we want to increase the average spend per player, so we're going to go and we're going to release this DLC that's normally $5, but we're going to put it on sale at $1. So then all these people that normally wouldn't have spent anything then spend another $1 for a cosmetic, and they're happy because they got it on sale, and we're happy because we made $1 we wouldn't have otherwise made. That's one thing. What Creative Assembly is doing is that they are building games with the intent of stripping out half the content just to sell back to you as DLC, so that you aren't just spending $60 on the game, but you're spending $60 on the game and $260 on DLC for everything. And I think that that's just ridiculous.
hey, here's a game that you absolutely love. We're going to make DLC for 5 or 6 years. In a way, I'd be pretty happy. It'd be a bit like playing an MMO with the safety that, oh, your MMO is going to have 3 more expansions, loads of content updates, and you feel like you're not playing something that's a dead end. Of course, once the ask of money to quality of released content, quantity of released content no longer makes sense, that's when, you're getting more money out of people, so obviously they're going to start holding you to a higher and a higher standard. But then the question is, what if this is happening at the expense of the long term? And I suppose this is where I get interested in things. Take a game like, say, Dark Souls, and I know it's the most trite thing in the universe to bring up Dark Souls in a video about game.
Tommy, good to see you, my friend.
Dark Souls, right? Pretty damn successful. Kept on going more successful. Elden Ring, quite a bit more ambitious. Really helped to just I mean, along with obviously that franchise becoming more known, Elden Ring definitely with like its scope, its marketing, its public positioning, it was able to get a lot more people interested in that type of game as compared to say a Sekiro-like game. So there's always that thing where like, yes, your game has got its, you know, its audience, but how are you going to bring that to the absolute next level? I think the answer there is your Empire 2 or your Medieval 3 being genuinely a next generation ahead, right?
Right? Shocker, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. This whole thing is built around how, pray tell, can we milk people for more money while doing nothing differently? That's this whole standard, the whole conversation that goes on within these Creative Assembly offices. And it's a serious problem because the longer they wait to upgrade tools and stuff, the more clear this problem becomes. And it's a similar issue that BGS has landed themselves in. Like, if Starfield released in 2016, I don't think it would have felt that weird. I think it would have been like, oh yeah, it's a little funky here and there, but it's pretty good. But instead, it's releasing in 2023. And we see all of these things that are really funky and clunky and the constant load screens. I mean, I pulled this up. If Bethesda made Spider-Man 2, this was from Shayon on X or Twitter. Okay. Load in. Okay. It just works. It just works.
We're aiming for a controversial 7 out of 10.
Yeah, but that's the perception. Once everybody has like played those games, we all feel like that's what it is. That it's all this like kind of lazily thrown together thing, and an outdated engine, and it's not that ambitious. It's just barely trying to do the minimum they need to do to get the game out, and it just is generally disappointing. He took my thing. Red flag, red flag.
16 times the detail.
spry for them. I gotta find Dex and shoot him in the face.
Oxymoronic. Where is that?